What's good? On the road. Just clicked on his ship stream and he's doing the pit. What in the room? What's good? I need to pull this over here because Fortnite is live, and as you can tell by the stream, this is a very different stream. I'm doing a watch party of this stream. This is like it. But anyway, what is good? What's good? Devontae, Lucas, Cam. Go on this stream. Let me do this. But yeah. What's good, Fishy? Steven, I'm pretty sure. Not playing Fortnite this stream. Weird. Steven, okay. What's good? First game is at 5, so in 2 minutes. Do this. Oh, hold on. I need to. Go on. Alright, yeah. Does this work? Alright, you should be chilling. I'm gonna check the stream real quick. I guess that's good. Oh man, the short stream is can't land yet. Alright, I need to fix it. The short stream is like really messed up. I'm not gonna be reading chat for a second. I gotta.
Today, we crown champions. Today, one duo will take hold of the Axe of Champions and cement themselves in FNCS history. Not only that, but there's also 10 spots going to the FNCS Global Championships in September. And on top of that, a 1.5 times multiplier on points that could look to shake up this leaderboard and this day in ways we are not prepared for. Welcome to the FNCS here in NA.
Yeah, not reading
Let's
chat.
bring in
I'm
your
trying to fix the
analyst.
short stream
It's
right now.
Vivid. It's
1 second.
Kelly. My friends, day number 2, the FNCS Grand Finals is about to kick off. I've got to know first, how are you guys doing?
Oh, I mean, Zeke, you kind of teed that up perfectly. Like you mentioned, today is all about crowning a champion. The first day was absolutely awesome. I don't think anybody was upset with how any of the action ended up getting broken down here. But yeah, Zeke, let's go ahead and actually break down the standings. How did day 1 actually go?
That's right, man. I mean, day 1 was wild. And if we just start to take a look at this leaderboard together, Clicks and Veno currently leading the pack in that number 1 spot. Peterbot, Poyo right on their heels, and just behind them, Baka and Pars. You know, Vivid, when we're kind of put in this situation with a 1.5 times multiplier, we even saw it in EU, and we've seen it in the past. You never know what could happen.
I mean, yeah, crazy stuff going on. But why don't we go ahead and jump into the thick of it here, Zeke? I mean, we've got Clicks and Veno looking primed up to actually win this FNCS. Everybody's been questioning on the timeline and streams and everything like that. Like, is this actually Clicks' time to win an FNCS? Is Veno coming over to NA and then pairing up going to be the difference?
Oh my gosh, these people
excited to see if they can kind of make it happen today.
I think I was so excited as well that I broke my internet, but I think I am back and ready for the fray. And honestly, for me, it's all about the storylines. I love having this storyline of Clicks and Veno. Veno literally moving from EU, stating, I want to get Clicks his first win. And after yesterday's performance, we can see just how strong this duo is when everything goes their way. So quickly, we have a bit of a graphic to show you guys, because a lot of the dialogue right now is Veno is just carrying Clicks. And
yeah,
if
I don't know what's
look at
going
the
on.
numbers, Vivid, that kind of looks like it's the case.
I mean, if you look at the eliminations and damage out, you're like, yeah, what the heck's going on? Veno came over here and was like, yeah, sure, Clicks, I'll go ahead and carry you to an FNCS. But no, that's not the case, right? We can't provide you all the numbers, but I can kind of speak to them a little bit. Obviously, Clicks and Veno, very active in the first 7 zones of the game. But whenever they actually found themselves in a fight, the opening shot between those, teams exchanging with Clicks and Veno, Clicks was actually the player landing the opening shot on the opposing team 64% of the time in their
saying like Clicks is actually doing really good. Bro, Veno has 22 kills. Clicks has 9. I mean, it's still good, obviously. I can't.
But that's not even like the only reason why they work so well together, Kelly.
Oh my gosh.
They're like,
it's, everyone's saying that Veno's carrying Clicks, but if you actually look at the entire time they spent playing yesterday, which was 2 hours and 31 minutes, they were only a solo collectively for 71 seconds of the game. And I think that's because Clicks is like Veno's shadow. He follows him so well.
Is doing so much more like damage and kills and
that really exemplifies just how complementary Clicks is to Veno. So starting off with game number 4, we see a pretty standard strategy coming out of them, and that's splitting for one person going for Forecast Tower, the other one going for the Storm Surge tags.
Apparently everyone does. I don't really know. I don't really care, honestly.
Creeping up on him here.
I mean,
he gets damaged, runs away, and Clicks while going for the tower. Fizz pads to him, providing much needed defense, even just firing out a few shots that don't connect, and actually is able to save Veno here, giving him some heals and some mats, returns back to the Forecast Tower and eliminates the NPC all within 45 seconds.
The Glaze is gonna go crazy, not gonna lie.
It's just, I mean, they only got 12th place in that game, but Clicks was gassing up Veno, who seemed so disappointed and so down, and it actually kind of turned Veno around, which leads us into game 5. And I think you guys know exactly what game I'm talking about from Veno. So let's start with the beginning. Another pretty common strategy for Veno is to EMP the vending machine to get gold. With this gold, he's able to turn around and use it to buy a purple gatekeeper.
Ripper literally did that 2 days ago
with a drum
in the tournament.
Earlier on in the game, Veno noticed that there was two teams fighting each other and goes for
in
the
the
third
open
party.
cup.
Clicks again, his shadow right behind
Clicks
Veno,
knew exactly
following
where that guy
his
was.
every move, netting them 2 early eliminations. Once again, they go back for the Forecast Tower, and then rotating into zone, they get, I kid you not, simultaneous shots. You can't even tell. Luckily, Veno was able to get the final shot there onto Pars, and then here, this 1v2 into the box to be able to take down Bryce and Bolt was actually initiated by Clicks. Clicks was able to distract the duo. Veno wrapped around, jumped into their box, and was able to get the 1v2. And you see here at the end, Clicks has 0 eliminations, is down, while Veno ends it with 8.
He's gonna follow Saren
and was
and
kind of like, teasing Clicks a little bit.
Yes.
But Clicks,
140.
We asked at the start of the show yesterday, what Clicks and Veno are we gonna get? And Clicks was the most positive, exuded.
I mean, can they talk about somebody else other than Clicks and Veno?
That I really think that's actually a big factor.
I know they're in
into
first
why
place,
they're in
but like,
first
how about
place.
Peter Bonpoyo?
I like to see it. I want this to be the story, right, Kelly? I want this to be Clicks getting him that first FNCS championship title. We all want to see that. As we continue this conversation, I wanted to highlight some of the other duos there. Peter Bonpoyo I mean, man, they are just lurking. They are waiting for Clicks and Meadow to just slip up a single time right behind them in terms of points, just like 20 behind. I mean, this is a scary duo. When have we not been talking about this duo?
Yeah, and this is kind of like another one of those duos, right, where the eliminations are individually very, very heavy. I mean, Peter himself has 19, Pollo only has 5.
Last season.
But I wanted to kind of point out an interesting stat. He's like, yeah, Peterbot has all of these eliminations for sure, but obviously one of the most important things when we talk about Fortnite competitive is going to be Storm Surge. So if we have a break down their damage before Zone 6, I mean, Peterbot and Pollo, very, very even over the course of the first 6 games of this Grand Finals. But then it's like before Zone 7, right, when we start to actually get into the later parts of the game, Peterbot for some reason just activates, starts to find so much more damage, and obviously that's probably where a lot of those eliminations are actually coming from.
Oh, well, if we want to talk about Peterbot and Pollo activating, I think a lot of that can be kind of given to the fact that they're able to take Rift Island in half of the games. And even in this game right here in Game 5, where they don't even claim it. It's actually Pump and Inpin that are able to claim Rift Island. But due to the builds that Peterbot and Pollo have placed, they're able to claim all of the loot away from Inpin and Pump. And within that loot is the
really good
coveted
cheats,
mythic hand cannon that Peterbot uses so well in tandem with his mythic AR. Who gave this guy 2 mythic weapons? I don't know. But we can just see how he's able to chop these builds with a hand cannon and then quickly turn to the mythic AR to just spray players. Game 5, they take height, and pretty much the story is done and dusted.
It's just scary, man. The Battle of Titans, right? 2 just colossal duos about to go head to head. And again, with this 1.5 times multiplier on points.
Zeke is the OG, though.
It just takes one of them.
I can't even see him.
And then everything flips on its head. We kind of mentioned yesterday that there was a bit of an update to the Slurp Cactus. They no longer respawn, right? They're kind of a one and done. And a big question mark for us was Kanata and Cooper, right? This was going to impact.
Yes, apparently the Slurp Cactus thing isn't just a glitch. My dad was telling me that like yesterday. I thought it was just a glitch.
How did these guys adapt to that change? Kelly?
I mean, listen, we said at the start of yesterday, Kanata is one of the smartest players, and even given being very unlucky with the meta shifting literally away from what they have practiced for the last month, he is going to be able to find a solution. And if we actually look at the numbers, he was able to do the 5th most total damage dealt by an individual player.
I like
and you would
antics.
think in this situation that Kanata should be so much far down the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff to kind of make that adaptation.
Strike claims that
how are they actually getting the sources, right? Like, how are they adapting? What's their new strategy? And honestly, it's just going to rely on them kind of roaming around the map and just looking for opportunities. Some of the games, they're kind of fighting or finding fights that they can kind of straight up and take the 2v2. But of course, if you go ahead and win that 2v2 like they did in this instance, it's so much damage. So much so that they're like, yeah, we're good on damage for the rest of the game. Let's just go sit in a box next to Hoop unless we need to use it, or in case we need to use it for a rotation, and they just were able to chill.
What's that red team? They're chilling.
On the west side here, it's getting very, very congested.
Who is that?
Again, like I mentioned, they have all of that damage dealt to it, so to the point where they can make any rotation possible. And when this zone pulls all the way to the east, they're like, yeah, we're going. We don't need to be in this comp of players. We can go over here. We don't really need to be near anybody because we did so much damage. And this rotate is so good. These are the types of rotates that I love to see out of the players. And you can see they're positioned very, very well for the rest of the game because they're not going to be where all of the other players are on the west side of that. And the rotation, Kelly, it's pretty simple. Fizz, crash pad.
Oh, Fizz Crash Pad, how innovative. No, but seriously, Kanata and Cooper here, I just love that everyone kind of discounted them except for themselves, and they are able to just prove why they are so consistently in the top of the leaderboard, and not to mention that they already have their ticket to the Global Championships. Less is on the line for them, but just how serendipitous would it be? Kanata never winning an FNCS until Major 3 of last year to do it again before the Global Championships.
Yeah, but of course that's Storm Stars, like we mentioned. Sometimes they're going to find fights, and other games they're not going to find fights. It's going to be a little bit more traditional, where they actually find some tags, using those long
He's not reading the
distance
script, he's
weapons.
just
And
trying to talk.
honestly, surprisingly, I didn't even see Kanata and Cooper really
Kelly's
boost up
reading
all
the
that much in
script,
Storm Surge
obviously.
Towers. Kind of just roam around the map and look for as many tags as they
They're much
possibly
just
can.
carrying
But of course, when you're not finding
DMR
straight up eliminations,
and,
not finding all that
like,
early damage, and
gatekeeper
you're kind of playing a more traditional game,
combat.
you kind of got to clump yourself with everybody
winning?
else,
I don't
as you
know.
can see here with their position
Right now,
all the way to the
Clicks
south
but
side
I
of this zone.
don't
And
really-
yeah, because they have to
don't
kind of
know.
position next to everybody else because they still need damage. Well,
kind
how
of
are they going to get
Kanata
to the
wins,
next zone?
but I don't really
Invest some of their
hear
movement
much.
early on is what I love to see from this duo. Again, Crash Pad Fizz, which I think a lot of teams are kind of reluctant to actually use early on in the game, but Kanata
Actually, no, I want Alex
know
and
they
Worthy
need
to
to get
win.
away from
Never
all
mind.
this congestion. They invest some of that mobility early on, make a great
Just remember,
rotate,
yeah,
and then
I
look
want-
at this.
I
All
want
those
Worthy
arrows
and
still to the
Worthy.
top,
Well, be
to
clear,
the
I want
south.
Worthy and
They
Alex to
beat
win.
all of them to the next zone. Now they're in a great position for the rest of the game.
I cannot wait to watch them play today. I mean, we've seen how well they do in day twos before, and with 1.5x times, I think that they're looking to break into the top 3.
Okay. Well, listen, this 1.5 times, it could change anything. It takes one duo, one good game, and we
Yeah,
could
just
see
that.
them just launch up the standings. Levin talked about it in EU. He would feel alive if we could see Mongrel and Mr. Savage going to the global
Ooh, yeah,
championships.
Mongrel and Mr.
However,
Savage, yeah.
a bit of a hiccup. They're currently in 31st place.
Bro, Alex and Worthy are
but
in
what could
38.
this 1.5 times do for the duo?
I think instead
Yeah,
of
Mr.
looking
Savage
at
and
what it could do
Mongrel
for
and
them,
Alex
we
and
can actually
Worthy
take an
are the two
example
teams
from
that
what
won.
we saw in Europe, where
Check
we
the
had
ranking
a
plays.
player all the way down in 30th place. Kindex was able to take just one good game, and you can see where he started at
People
86
talking, I
points. And
don't
oh
know.
look, Mr. Savage and Mongrel are at 88 points, and able to, in a single game, Vivid, turn it around by so much.
Just like,
Yeah, incredible
I don't
stuff
know.
there. And if I've got any sort of feedback after watching some of the games from Mr. Savage and Mongrel, it was their Storm Surge. I kind of noticed that they were still building bases where they were previously building bases when the Slurp Cacti was still active. And they're
don't know.
not really netting much out of that, so I'm hoping that
Like
today
all the
they
good
come in
people
with a
from
new
EU
strategy,
moved
find a
to,
new place to
yeah.
kind of build one of those surge towers up.
Benno,
and,
obviously,
yeah,
Mr.
hope a little
Savage
bit
and
for the
Mongrel.
little bit of break between day 1 and day 2, they were able to prepare and
Grand
come in with a new
already-
strategy.
Guys, 20 seconds before we kick it all off. Very quickly, what are you hoping to see today?
A close race, a close finish.
100%. That is exactly what I was going to
Thanks,
say.
Spam
Let's
Button.
let it get down to eat like what EU saw.
Yeah, I guess.
Literally just a few points separating first from second. I want to see that for NA as well.
Well, Fortnite fam,
Yeah, so-
it is that time. 6 games here at 1.5 times the points across the board.
I'm down, I
This
just
is
need to go
game
offline.
number 7
I
of
mean-
the FNCS. We're going to toss it on over to our casters to take us in.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. That's right. We are gearing up here for
Oh,
the
yo,
grand
Monster
finals.
D-Face.
Taco, I
Let's
can't
go.
believe
I'm just gonna
it. Yesterday
second
was
get
an exciting day of games, and we have such a close competition.
Yeah, I'm just loving the way that this top 3 has really developed. And I mean, realistically speaking, with that 1.5 times point multiplier in effect for
Okay.
day 2 of Grands MDF, this could essentially be anybody's race to the finish, but especially for those global championship slots, I'm really excited just to see what happens.
Yeah, and some of the best parts about the fact that the global champion spots in specific is if you're in the top, I don't know, maybe 5, let's just say 3, I think you're pretty much locked in, right? If we're going off of previous global champion slot qualifying point numbers, right, in a day 2 grand finals. So that's exciting
There's
by
the battle
itself.
boss.
And it sounds like game number, let's see, 7 is ready. Let's get into it.
Where do these people land? Like, I'm not really caught up with it.
All right, game number 7. Had to do a quick count for a second there, given that we are catching up for the day 2 of the FNCS Grand Finals.
Yeah, and the other crazy thing to consider is that there was certainly a lot of chatter happening all throughout the course of last
Oh yeah, I forgot
night.
Clicks and
I
Venom,
think a lot of
or
teams kind of
Connor
trying to
Sandy.
determine, are we switching our drops? Are we going to look to try and
Bro,
surprise
can we-
contest?
can we-
And for one of our duos, our leading duo even from day 1, Clicks and Veno, they find themselves dealing with a little bit of company here at the Sandy Steps.
Yeah,
thank
this
you,
is a
Hugo.
huge
I
surprise,
appreciate
and
you, bro.
honestly could be, you know,
You too.
a difference maker
You, bro.
for them. Clicks and Vino obviously
Vino.
are the team to look out for, and Peterbot and
It's
Boyo.
Vino. What is happening?
It's just going to be such an explosive day.
Bro, okay. 17
of
black
picking up
superheroes.
the pieces from where we left off
Oliver
yesterday.
OG.
Oliver
It's
OG
pretty-
and
not that
Craze
good.
definitely were the
Don't worry,
stronger
on your team,
duo
man.
here at this draw spot as they were contested every single game. This is, if anything, the first time we're seeing them have a little bit of space to work with, and that's one thing you have to really appreciate.
I want to
right?
see Lane's
The
Island on top of
adjustments
the map.
that are
Oh
gonna happen
wow,
from
I
day
didn't
to day.
realize this stuff was.
Yeah, I mean, breathing room doesn't come
Kill that
easy,
guy.
and for a lot of these teams, it's
Aim.
all about defending
Nice.
your respect
Yeah,
for
nice.
a drop. Mixon and Blaha, certainly a duo that struggled all
Blaha.
throughout the course of yesterday, but here at the start, they seem like they might actually have the
Ooh,
advantage over Antonio.
Ooh.
They're trying to solidify this exchange. Z-Link already down and out for the count, but at this point, Mixon, Blaha, they're still taking their time. They know just how crucial each
Nah,
and
it's
every
different.
point they secure today is going to matter for their position on the leaderboard.
And if all teams, this is the one that needs it the most after such a, ridiculously slow start for them.
I don't even know
They
these
have a
people are that
lot
bad.
of ground to make up for. Now, do keep in mind today's points are based off of a 1.5x multiplier.
These
So
people,
any
not,
team,
they're
and
not
we
very
mean it,
coordinated.
any team
People
can
try to edit and
absolutely
stuff.
rocket their way up into definitely a global championship spot, but more importantly, into that money, right? And we're talking big money if you can get up toward that top 10. So for Mixon and Blaha, this is a fantastic start, kicking things off with 2 eliminations now. It's just worth so much more as opposed to yesterday.
I don't think that they could have crawled any deeper into this cavern, but they've got to be wary. Seems
Ooh,
like
that's
they might still
chance.
have the duo on top, and they're not the only ones getting some early game action. Chaos just caught out of
Yeah,
position there
Shane's
by
only had, like,
Dynamic, and Dynamic making
Suck.
sure to get the job done.
Not in
Also
Cooper, go
finds that
Nitro,
clean
go.
elimination onto Chance. So
Ooh, that
12
is.
points, 6 a pop here, and it just continues. Seek and Dash also confirming an elimination onto Kanata.
That's
Nitro
crazy.
drum action like this is not something that you would have been expecting.
Yeah, this is definitely
That's
different
bad.
for Dash and Seek.
Just sitting there
already
holding out the
seeming
pre-edited
like their
walls and the cones.
surprise
That's
attack
bad,
strategy
bro.
onto Kanata and Cooper is paying
Nah,
off here,
bro.
giving them the leg up. Cooper now will have to figure out how to play not
Not
only for this pickup for the reboot card, but more importantly to actually get that pickup, given that it seems like the
Oh,
zone
here we go.
is going to be sitting
Nobody. You're
somewhere
good.
around
Oh, no.
the southern part, but
You gotta
jumping
win
in
that
with Source
fight,
and Poppy
bro.
here.
I know you have no match.
Against
You've
Static,
won
seems
now.
like we've gotten somewhat of an even match, but Poppy's going to come through, find the full eliminations onto the 2 up top, as Source was sent running for a moment there, and they are right back into this game.
Yeah.
It's
Some
surprising
Mongrel,
to see
Mr.
Source and
Savage, and then
Poppy
Peterbot and Poyo
that
Lane.
far
Lane.
north,
Let's
even
see, that's
challenging Static
crazy.
Pluto at Piney Lane, but again, that just goes to showcase the kind
Nobody
of
should go near
shifts that
that.
all of these teams are essentially
It is
looking
dead.
for. Teams know that with that 1.5 times point multiplier, the elimination scorings can matter, and they can
I'm
make
into it.
all the difference as far as where your overall standing on the leaderboard would be concerned. But getting a little bit more over eye view on some of the action building up around the underworld. Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they are certainly a team that had a decent amount of success in day 1, and what they're hoping to do today is just continue to build upon some of that early success they found throughout the course of yesterday, because there were definitely a couple of pickups that they would have liked to avoid, but that could be said for everyone.
Yeah, like my reference point is that is the foundation. It's the way that you set yourself up for success, given that this is, of course, the 2-day format. How you start your tournament is the most critical to your success here, as far as, of course, your overall ending will
It's
be.
your turn, okay.
For Batman, Booga, and Rapid being up in that 200+ point threshold mark, inside that top 10
Crazy
coming
that these
into
people
day
just
2,
get
you are
mythic places
literally set up for
on con.
success. All you have to do is stay even just mediocre, right? Mediocrely consistent, and you'll be heading your way to the grand finals, given such a strong start to their day. But this is definitely the team we'll continue to keep an eye out on for now. We just get to see what they're working with, see that they're uncontested, and move on to some other fights going on here. Quanti and Jopko, another team that definitely surprised us, right? Their first few games, pretty explosive. They found some where they kind of dropped off a bit, but overall still relatively great performance day 1.
I think the most impressive part about Quanti and Yapko so far has just been the fact that they had to
Yapko.
duke it out essentially to be able to establish their
Aiden Peter Butter is
drop
a better name than
uncontested for the
what
most
he has
part.
now.
It was just Blaha and Mixon that were consistently challenging them originally in our previous weeks, but all of yesterday, we saw Quanti, Yapko, able to kind of just focus on doing their own thing, and we also saw them rather consistently making it to those end game performances that, you know, this is clearly what they were chasing after the entire time. I mean, you're having to fend off an entirely separate duo from the drop that you want in the first place, and here, Quanti and Yapko, they're just trying to be a problem at Mount Olympus. They really like to control this elevated territory surrounding this top statue, and for good reason. It gives them a great overview of the lobby.
Take a look at this. Pink and Miro starting off on the wrong foot here. Pink
just
ran down by Skittles and Chubbs. And that's the thing, Skittles and Chubbs, such
I swear, if Cooper dies
team,
because they just camped here like
an easy early game fight for them.
Who do you think
this entire day if they can't formulate a new tactic? Otherwise, they'll be going against some of the best here. But for Dash and
Cooper,
Seeker,
you gotta go, bro.
continuing to what seems to be sit on Kanata's reboot card potentially here, and Cooper forced to try to figure out how to break this defense, but the offense from Seek and Dash is just too good, it seems like.
It's crazy that Kanata died because they were just sitting around the corner. One held out, created
even more still is knowing that Kanata and Cooper ending off yesterday in that 6th place position on the leaderboard. They would like to get a strong start towards the day because they know just how much everyone else in this lobby is looking to play catch up with them essentially. But I like this from Cooper. He is not giving up by any means. He knows all he needs to do is acquire Kanata's reboot card, but it is starting to approach that threshold though, MDF, where even if he is successful in this endeavor, even if he gets that reboot card, he's had to delay his surge strategy so much so that I'm not sure it would really lead them in all that great of a mid to late game faring position anyways, just because of how much delay Seek and Dash are posing here.
Yeah, and Cooper, of course, deciding to stick around here is telling us that clearly he feels like he is the more confident duo in the two, but even with a toe-to-toe versus Dash, it doesn't matter. He knew there was pressure on his heels. Seek and Dash will end up taking down Kanata and Cooper in an upsetting early elimination. And again, you come in at 6th place here in a 2-day grand finals, and you have a chance at winning this tournament. You truly, truly do, but that there is as good as a major setback.
1 HP clutch.
That's going to kind of put them in a middling position. Still not over, though, of course. They'll have chances to climb up. Jumping back into Clicks and Vino, though. Look at the damage that has been done to this duo here.
They've had a moment, though, to try and recuperate things. And at the Ship It station, keep in mind, this is Baka and Parz's typical, you know, starting point, so it's really just scraps that they're after. Clicks managing to find a med kit that's going to put them just slightly back to, you know, a fighting point of view, but at the same time, TK Turtle Tavern, they're kind of just situated on that flaming boost tube right outside that Ship It station, and they are going to be such a problem for Veno and Clicks if they're not careful. If Veno wasn't already so injured, it wouldn't necessarily be as much of a threat. They could just choose to ignore that, but that's a situation where TK and Turtle, they could look to force it if they wanted to, and Quanti and Yapko, they seem like they found the aggression that they were after in the first place. Flo trying to do what he can to buy some time, but Quanti just drops directly on top of Flo. Easy elimination after the fact, and Sigma, I believe he was already knocked earlier on, so yeah, just another really clean couple of elims for Quanti and Yapko there.
Take a look at this. Clicks and Vino caught in what seems to be a very tight situation. We saw that they were sort of forced again into early heals here, missing a lot of white HP, but I saw that they knocked a down body. I think Pars might have been caught off guard here. And due to that, yeah, take a look at this. Due to that, they actually secure the loot, and this is a critical moment. They don't get the points here, but they get all of that material, those heals, and that'll kind of put them back into a fighting shape here for the first game. But Yamzo and Tayson, much different story here.
They seem to be very much set up for success right now. Just behind, trailing behind a little bit on wood, but that's nothing. We can, of course, bounce back from that. Flaming Hoop's going to send them flying. Couple tags there for Yamzo. Well played. Look at this, unlooted here. This is all a part of this strategy, if you will.
Yamzo and Tayson, I think, definitely a team where there was a lot of kind of concern after the Slurp Cacti regeneration factor was essentially neutralized since it was removed. Tayson and Yamzo, they've had to kind of formulate a new plan entirely, and the level of adaptability that I think all of these pros have kind of showcased, especially the ones that were more directly impacted in that southern section of the map, over in the desert territory, that were kind of just looking for those surge-based strategies on top of the Slurp Cacti. You could be more aggressive with your peaks, but now it's a lot more fixated upon being able to just take these box fights relatively early, or at the very least, you get your surge tags, but you don't receive too many in exchange. And that's always the hardest part, is trying to go unseen while you're actually trying to establish damage from a range.
Good, Alex.
And then pump here. Still in the storm. Have a long ways to go here, because they have to rotate past the Grim Gate. Just looking at the map right now, trying to gather some information. It seems like they might just be the last team to get into the safe zone. 39 duos remaining in this game, by the way. Very, very much action heavy in this early game already.
That's for sure.
It's
you
still
can
a team of Sandy. I'm pretty sure that's Clicks and Vino.
At Lavish Lair, wonder if that might be Muzz and Epic Whale, but the fact that teams feel comfortable enough to stay inside of the storm during these early ticks, you know, it just showcases the fact they feel much more comfortable, possibly looking to opt for more of a dead side rotate. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, though, this is a duo that needs to come out with a massive performance here on the day. They really just had a rough time throughout the entirety of yesterday's 6 lobbies, and I know for a lot of people there was so much hype kind of riding on this team, and I think that there is still plenty that could come back out full force here, because I think for Mongrel and Mr. Savage, getting the opportunity to kind of replay things that, you know, didn't necessarily go right for them yesterday, hopefully they've been able to kind of develop some form of a new search strategy, because it hurts when you got to make those changes overnight, right? But I think that they're both certainly a caliber of player that can achieve those metrics.
I agree with you. I think they are absolutely worthy of a slot, but it will come down to them ultimately, you know, making those adjustments and seeing if they can make up for what went wrong yesterday. You saw that Mongrel and Savage didn't really change their strategy post adjustments to the game, post, you know, new update. Basically, they kind of stuck to the same strat. Kelly and Vivid broke it down perfectly. They are still playing the same kind of cactus areas, which means that there are just less teams down there, right? It's not as effective as it once previously was. So
you're good,
see what happens today. I mean, already the fact that they're making it this far into
that's a stacked
what is
fight.
now going to be the bend of
Cold
the mid
Acorn,
is better,
Poya.
given that yesterday they had so many early exits.
Yeah, and to be fair to that as well, I do think there is value in just committing to what you have been practicing, especially knowing that you have a 2-day format, right? If this was like a only 6 lobbies to work with circumstance, then okay, guys, we might want to do something a little bit different here when it's not working out for the first 2 games. But they knew coming into today that they would have that 1.5 times point multiplier to work with. And so I do think that gave them a little bit more leeway, but Cold sneaking up onto Poya doesn't get the tag that he was hoping for, though, and has now revealed his position. So Peterbot immediately going to rotate over, provide some overhead support there for Poyo. But remember, this is our duo with that Machinist Medallion. It is so much harder to kind of commit to these stretched out box fights, because they'll just have an easier time regenerating their shield and not having to use as many of their resources.
There we go.
It's almost uncharacteristic of Cold to actually miss that.
I don't know who I think is gonna win,
I
but
think he put the floor down somehow on mistake, by the way.
I kind of hope
But
Mongrel, Mr.
is
Savage,
what
or
it
Alex and
is.
Worthy.
Here's a quick update. If you guys didn't see that,
I don't
video,
really
we're
care. I'm not
fine.
gonna be
Third
mad at
place is
who
down.
wins. Like I don't really.
So
Everguel? No.
seeing that Peterbot and Pollo are in this game right now, Clix and Vino still standing, Booga and
Vino.
Aviv right now. These are your teams that have a chance to, of course, jump up, overtake third, and more importantly, solidify somewhat of a strong lead here.
Ooh. Mr. Savage just go read.
Yamto and Tateson, given that they're
Like
only,
Eve. What do you mean?
you know,
Worthy and
performance
Alex
earned
are
yesterday got them 160 points. It's really not that much,
Let's go you.
but doesn't put them all the way out of the conversation just yet.
The problem now, though, is that they find
forgot
themselves
Dave played,
underneath that surge damage threshold, so they're forced to try
Does he
and key as a third-party
Oh, they're going
opportunity.
Alex
But
and,
Alex Worthy, they're taken out before they
Mira.
even get a chance to apply some pressure there. Now
Mira
Ianto,
should do it for the
Jason,
controller
both coming under the
people.
advantage, but Ianto
Yeah, Mira
from
plays
behind
controller.
catches Dash completely off guard here. Dash just managing to scramble, but it did put Ianto over. Unfortunately,
GG,
he
Tayson.
gets knocked in the process. Tayson now trying to barrel through, but there are just too many teams collected.
That was
and
a lot.
Dash, ultimately,
I want Miro to win for
the
the
true
controller players.
benefiter, at least for the time being.
Miro is
Pink
controller,
and
right?
Miro
Can someone
could definitely play
verify that?
heavy disturbance here.
I'm surprised Pink and Miro is still standing. Remember, we saw that one of them was knocked earlier. I thought they were fully
Yeah, I
eliminated.
thought he
And no,
was.
look.
Ooh, Josh Giddy just
As
died.
you can see,
Oh wait, no,
this
never
is
mind.
going
That
to
was a
be
replay.
a
Never mind, never mind.
big turn of events right now for Miro and Pink there. 3 eliminations now
Yeah,
for
I
Miro
thought Miro.
as he is
Miro and
dived
Reed.
in and gets to pick up all of that free material right
And
there.
then there are console
Very
team in
well
here,
earned
too.
for them. Puts them in a strong position now to start marching through
I
this
don't.
mid-game
I
here.
want the console. He would have come last.
And what a perfect rotation. Not a single team to hold
Hanzo
him out
people do
here.
not
They
need
get
to
to
win
cut all the
FNCS.
way across, free of any enemy line sights.
There was a
Meanwhile,
storm. It's just I don't know.
Mr. Mongrel and
Oh.
Mr. Savage here
Oh.
on the move.
Ooh.
Whoa! Finds
Reed just
Reed
got
on the
destroyed.
rotate, and that's a quick highlight coming out of the Reckless Railways.
Looks in Vino.
Just showing
Crash
you
pads.
how quickly, things can change for
This
you.
is high
Just
pace.
so problematic. Reed just unsuspecting, and I
Oh, wow,
can't
what a
fault him
crash
for it
pad.
either. It's a crash pad. Unfortunately for Veno, that's a crash pad in the wrong direction.
W clicks.
Did not mean to clip it that way, and immediately forced to expend the one med kit he was holding onto. Granted, he was
Flex
probably going
that.
to utilize it either way, but Nerfface now going to have an opportunity. Clix was isolated. Veno, even though he's managed to get back some of his white HP, does confirm that elimination onto Sid as well, but it's a matter
He's
of
the
fact that the
console.
damage is done. It's 7th zone. He can't go for a reboot play at this point. He's just going to have to scrap it out as a solo, and he knows just how valuable every single one of these placements points is. Teams on the height at Mount Olympus taking note of his position as a solo as
Akira,
well. They're trying to apply a little bit of pressure here. Fortunately, Trashy Threats gonna get caught up there with Paco and Vorteca, so
pitch.
that will buy Veno some time to sort of recuperate his shield as well. It is just such a tragic second, essentially, that Veno splits apart from Clix, and that's really all it took for
Nice.
Disaster to strike.
Well, he's still closing in right now, right? Like, literally closing in
Clix
on
is
placement
probably-
points. He picked up a couple eliminations, so this is not like a full net negative
I mean, he
game
kinda
by
sold the
any
game,
means.
so it's
If
kinda-
he can just earn some placement points, but I think it was
Live in America.
very
yeah.
wise of him to actually finish that elimination.
That was him
when
that
he
threw the
had
crash
to.
pad, right?
And the fact that he gets a little more
I'm pretty
material,
sure it was.
we can definitely see Vino pull something off here. Let's not forget
Vino.
they have the advantageous, weather station typically, right? As far as their strategy
Shit,
is
yeah, the
concerned.
Okay.
Yeah, but a forecast tower that's likely to be heavily trafficked as well at the start of the match. Didn't get a chance to really gauge just how much intervention they had
Fuji's
on their
on
initial
YouTube now,
rotational
okay.
path, but Veno, keep in mind, Vorteca and Paco, they know he's still lingering there as a solo. They want to try, see if they can get some shots onto him, but Veno, he's just going to take the direct fight there with Sandman. But again,
he's dead.
focused by the entirety of the lobby. This is looking grim right now, MDF. It is Veno after all. If anybody can make something out of nothing, it'll be Veno, and he does it! Delivery onto Sandman, the perfect timing for an elimination. All he needs now is a
He might need
chance to
that
pick up some of that
refresh.
body loot, whatever there might be.
Why would he?
One more small
Body.
shield potion,
Oh, I guess he
but
needed
his
it for the
time has
storm
been
surge,
cut
but still,
short. just too many factors working against him.
And the surge, I couldn't even believe that he didn't have enough
No,
damage.
Mr. Savage.
But he somehow fought through that, and you know what? He's still, you gotta give credit, right? Still picked up a placement point, still got that extra elimination onto Sandman, but that lobby focus was just, it was just next level.
I mean, Mom.
And even
What about
Mongrel,
Pollo?
I'm noticing even Mongrel is a solo right now.
I think for many of our teams, it can be really difficult to try and work through
Ooh, he
some of
died.
these shifting layers, and a
Wish
lot
that
of our
one
top
too.
teams even
Yeah,
just
now you think
encountering
it becomes
issues
like
with the surge in general.
spin of it.
Booga, Aviv, they're also going to fall victim. 16 below currently. Booga scrambling, trying to
That's
see if he can
looking
apply a shot anywhere, but he's just
Not
having
good.
to break through walls. He's trying to see if he can find an isolated player, but at this point, he's basically toast. He's just going to fall right outside the box of Mixon and Blaha.
There we go. Make it a little
bit
bit
of materials
better.
that they can add. And this is who I had on my mind the moment that I saw Clicks and Veno.
Ooh, Peter Bot.
Down.
Oh wait, I thought he wasn't
Peterbot
carrying
and
a.
Pollo, though,
shot.
shaping up to be in a
Definitely is.
very prime position to try and bring home Lobby 7 as a victory royale.
The next
He's
couple
better
of moments
clicks
are
or
going to be
Peterbot?
super telling for Peterbot and Pollo here.
mean,
If they make their way
I have to say
into
Peter Bot.
what will effectively be closer to like a top
Right.
5, top 10, they'll have such a monstrous lead. This is where things really
Peter
start to
Bot is
separate. But
technically
look
one
at
in
Mongrel,
FNCS
97
and
below,
he hasn't.
has
That was
to fight
unlucky
here.
against
He
the
is
Mets.
doing his best to put up a defense, but it's just not going to be enough. Tough task, right? Storm Surge, edge of zone, solo. Very tough spot to be in. Paper with a pickup onto Victor V. By the way, barely picked him up. Who Victor V was extremely weak in there.
Yeah, except
And
I mean,
that- if
they all use cheats.
I
I
had
would think.
to say
I
it
mean,
was
I have to
definitely a
assume
lot
all of
luck
these
and
people in their lobby
circumstance just
have
lining up for them,
are
given
using
that Paper
DMA.
has
So I mean,
no
I can't
eliminations,
really
by the way, so
blame him. I
he
think Peter Bot's
obviously
just
didn't have
really
to
good with cheats.
drop
I know that sounds
anyone to
really
save
bad,
Victor
but it
V.
seems
It just
like
kind
it.
of worked out for him.
Yeah, but it seems their luck may have just run out. 55 below. That
I know
damage
English Fish.
threshold.
Everyone is. Like,
And
everyone,
again,
every
we're
big team
seeing
is just
Peterbot
like.
just continue to
Well, I mean,
prosper
Peter
in
Bot
this
is
lobby. That
obviously
Mystic
not.
Man Cannon
He still has like max mats too.
on
This
the
is
tail
crazy.
end of that elimination, but Peterbot Pollo doing an excellent job of just staying ahead of the zone. Now looking back, it's Pink and Miro that caught wind of, but they gotta be careful. Their own walls now exposed. Raze and Curly trying to see if they can
I don't know.
swoop in
No, Booga's not in.
onto
You're
a
right.
massive come up here, but it's the team on height that Peterbot and Pollo are bound to start taking notice of soon enough. They can tell.
I mean,
all
you can
these
just tell
players
that
crash
he's cheating
padding
because he just
around
flicked up
them.
in the air. You would have
Wanna
no
get
idea they were there
involved.
if he didn't use cheats. I
They've
mean,
got to make sure that they stay on a comfortable layer before they go for that ultimate height challenge. Peterbot doesn't have any more crash pads, so unless Pollo's carrying all of them, it might be difficult for them to actually work their way towards the high ground, but Peterbot's found a
That's
knock
fine.
onto Agers. He might have just had his loot snatched up, though, by a separate duo.
And Paper just found a full refresh as well in the low ground.
yeah, Paper just
And this
got
is, again,
sat.
they're not doing it flashily, right? They don't have a lot of eliminations down here in this low ground, but they do have
They're getting good
these
placement though,
very,
so I mean, it doesn't really matter.
crucial pickups here. Mats being found for them is going to keep them alive. This elevation change is just incredible right now, and it's going to continue
Yeah,
to
English
drop
Fish.
players down. Finally now, Muzz and Epic Whale, one of the few teams to jump all the way to low ground.
Ooh, that's a
Peterbot
big
and Pollo
refresh.
decide
Getting
to
a shot
say,
at that, that's crazy.
screw the high ground,
I
I'm
could
going
never
down
do that.
as well.
I mean, that was
And
a
they are
smart
trying
play.
to
He got
avoid
crash pads
players
and
here.
stuff.
Into the top 10 we go. Miro and Pink are at 8 eliminations.
Like crash pads are kind of useless
This
now
has just
though.
continued to
because
connect
zone
well
is
for
too
them.
small.
Meanwhile, Paper
He's
and
gonna
Victor V
go
want
in
this
the
high
storm.
ground. They find Duke and
Unless
Sphinx
you're
there.
in
The
the high
double
ground.
crash pad to really try to fight for it.
That's crazy.
And what are the odds
Yeah, that is
that
not your fifth. You've
they're
had
ready
fifth
for it
on
right there? Oh, it works
this
against them.
stream.
And Paper
On my
scrambling,
channel. That
falls
was
to the
really
zone
unlucky,
there.
by the way.
Dukes manages to regain high ground here, regain position. He's the first to get up and over the mountain now as they start to continue their pressure, but he's completely out of material. He will have to likely
Go
stay
Mason.
here.
Made it to the tree line, though, just in the nick of time. Might be able to squeeze out at least a handful
Oh, that's
of
unlucky.
builds.
Just
That
got shot in
might
the
be
back,
all the
too.
difference here is
Ooh,
Peterbot
Poyo just
from
popped off.
behind, catching players.
Yeah, that wasn't
when
lucky.
least
They got a lot of
suspected,
kills there
but
though, so they're
Poyo,
chilling.
He's gonna find his run
They're
cut
definitely still
short.
probably second place, I
Peterbot
would
and
say.
Poyo, have
Well,
they
unless the
done
big team
enough?
wins,
Those
but
Sphinx and Dukes
well, Sphinx wins.
looking
Yeah, GG.
to convert this
Sphinx and
into
Dukes,
a
W.
victory royale,
Nice.
and success will happen here in lobby number 7. Dukes and Sphinx could not have picked a
Jesus.
more perfect time to kind of stamp their first VR here at MVF because
Nice.
everybody knows just how crucial 100 points can be on day 2.
Man, so what is that leaderboard?
Again, you gotta
Like,
give
dude,
credit
that
to
has
the
to be
fact
top
that
5 now,
Portfolio
right?
withstood the pressure of the other first and
crazy.
second place teams, right? Pars and Baka, Clix and Vena, who fell earlier in the match, is going to give them way more runway. And let's not forget, Boogan and Vive were in the conversation as well. They
That's good.
fell early too.
Played high
This is
ground,
giving
can go
Sphinx
down.
and Dukes
Ran out
time
of mats,
to
basically.
actually make room on the standings, as is Epic Whale and Muzz, who had a very, very good endgame. But look at Sphinx and Dukes' closeout performance here. Very well played from them.
I mean, that
Congrats
was-
on the victory
that was
royale
good.
for
That
game number 7 here on the North American region. That is a huge, huge turn of events for them. That's surely going to jump them up at least into the top
Surely.
5 there, Taco.
That's what I just said.
and
Bro, I
they're
should be a
not the only
commentator.
team that's looking to kind of open the doorway to see what all they can pick up as far as leaderboard placement spots are concerned. But we'll have more of a breakdown as far as Game 7 went and more action still to come right after the short break.
A little ad break. Vino. I mean, that skin is that's such a good skin, right? And the FNC is big heck. Let's go. Yeah, 3-minute break. Wow, that guy does not use DMA. I'm pretty sure it's pretty obvious that everyone's cheating Loxy. Bro, I should start playing build again. Like, watching build mode makes more fun build mode. Might do build mode next year. I don't know. I doubt that. How do we know Blix isn't, though? Just get you money. Here. I'm gonna do that on... Okay. I'm gonna do that on Twitch now, too. But yeah, I mean... How can we prove that he's not cheating? He showed his setup. And what, like... I mean, on stream, people don't really use cheats because it's, like, not really a thing, right? Like, I would assume, like, there's no point. I mean, like, it's just, like, people have, like, said and stuff, like, every pro player uses DMA. I mean, I'm sure he uses DMA. I'm sure, like, 40 of the teams in this lobby use DMA. I mean, it's... He showed his stream, okay. What if he just wasn't using that stream so he could prove that, like... Yeah, Joseph, I'm excited. It's cool, bro. Yeah, he does, Lexi. Boyo was wearing it. What else? Big X and
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back
God,
to the
come again.
FNCS game number 7 of the day. First of the day, I guess. 7 overall is done. Dukes, Sphinx holding down Hyde, picking up the first victory royale. And a big
Show us the
reminder,
leaderboard.
I'm going to keep saying it until the day's done. 1.5 times multiplier on those points. That Victory Royale by itself worth 100 points for
That's
Dukes
crazy.
and Sphinx. This is big. This is big.
I mean, yeah, what a way to start the day. As you can already see, I mean, 356 points total. You know that winning that game, plus 100 points, plus all those elims, that
Yeah,
is
just
moving them up the leaderboard.
I mean, Peterbot has to
substantially.
chill. Like,
But,
they,
yeah,
surely
I mean,
they're
listen,
still
this is gonna be
second.
classic NA, isn't it?
Or,
Like one of
yeah,
these
I
teams
guess,
that we
yeah,
weren't really talking
on
about towards the
leaderboard.
top of the leaderboard, and then all of a sudden, day 2 comes around, points are worth more, and then they just insert themselves into the conversation like, wait, could Dinks and Spooks kind of pull off this comeback win?
Isn't it crazy that we can literally take an FNCS champion and just kind of discredit them because there's so many FNCS champs competing here today that we can overlook someone like Dukes and Sphinx, and they ended off day 1 in 10th place. So, you know, obviously trying to go for that spot in the global championships after getting the first victory royale of day 2. I can expect them to keep this going.
Yeah, right. We just, like you said, we got to keep this going, right? We cannot slip up even a second because we already saw this from Clicks and Veno.
There's the
Now let's shift
leaderboard.
the conversation here. But remember, this 1.5 times multiplier, this is huge if you can put points on the board. But if you get picked off early, this
Bro,
means
I'm on
everyone
island.
else can look to catch up. For Clicks and Veno, something just wasn't right here at this first game of the day, and they went down without getting too many of these points. That means everyone else was able to kind of like catch up.
Yeah, but Veno, I mean, listen, he got made it into a solo situation here. Picked up eliminations by himself, so that's definitely going to be a couple of points there. Even squeaking into the top 25, pick up a couple of placement points. But this is one of those instances where it's like, okay, Clicks and Veno, yeah, they kind of made it to 8th zone. As you can see, Veno as a solo. But this game, honestly, was lost way earlier than this, right? We saw that highlight earlier on where Clicks literally made it out of the zone with 1 HP. They were just so far behind on the rotate for some reason. And yeah, it ended up hurting them in terms of the storm surge, positioning, everything that game.
Yeah, we showed a stat at the start of the show that
Trial.
Clicks and Veno
Cannot talk.
collectively were only solo competitors for 71 seconds. Veno, only 11 seconds was he ever solo. And I'm guessing that number has gone up quite a little bit. But Veno, obviously, regardless of whatever situation
Veno,
he's
not
in,
Veno.
he's able to pull out just some crazy plays. And
Number
keep
one,
himself
I feel like it
going.
should be
So, although this might not have been the best game,
Peterbot
I am not
and
counting out
Boyle.
this duo.
They're already
Yeah, we
second.
still have 5 more, right? It's fine. It's fine. Nobody panic, please. Zeke, don't panic. But that little number there in the top right, you saw Clicks and Veno in 2nd place, which means they were overtaken by Peterbot and Boyle.
Yeah.
These guys saw them go down in the elim feed, and it was just like we have chummed the water, right? Like, these sharks are now here. They are ready to take a bite out of this entire lobby. They are sitting on 433 points. This is
I mean, you
going
can't tell
to
he's
get
hacking
out of
from that.
hand
We were like,
very
oh, yeah.
quickly, Vivid, unless
I
we
mean,
slow
he
them
just
down.
aimed. I don't.
Yeah, good luck, Zeke. Go ahead, try to slow down Peterbot and Polyo.
I mean, I still think he's cheating, but I also think everyone
those first 3
is
games were like,
cheating.
yeah, they picked up points, but it was
So, I mean-
honestly just simply off the back of Peterbot picking up incredible solo clutches. And then the last 3 games was like, okay, now
That
they're
was
making it to
unlucky.
the end game as a duo, and I was like, this is going to be the start, right? Now they're finding their groove. And that groove has continued into today, which, yeah,
Lucky
that's
them.
super scary, especially for anybody that is looking to win this competition, because now with a lead, like you mentioned, can anybody catch up to them? Can anybody slow them down?
And if you noticed it once again, Peterbot had that mythic hand cannon in his loadout, as well as the mythic AR. Who needs a dash coin when you have 2 of the best weapons in the game on a player like Peterbot? It is just ridiculous. Something needs to happen with this Rift Island. They were able to get it in 50% of the games yesterday.
I mean, no, I just think. I mean, I just think he uses DMA.
Yeah.
But again, I
don't know
also
why
feel
we're
like
letting
everyone is
Peterbot
using
and Boyle
DMA, so I
roam
can't
free,
really.
right? Somebody,
like,
please, just try and stop them. It ain't gonna be me, thankfully. I wanted to also talk about Miro and Pink here. Yesterday, they kind of had a really tough day, number 1, but bro, they just went crazy in this last game. They really said, now is our time. They put eliminations on the board. They got plays on the board. They are looking alive right now.
It's actually really funny. Before today, you know, kind of kicked off for NA, Taco, our caster, of course, was messaging me just like what was going on with Pink and Miro, like bouncing ideas off me. And I'm just like, yeah, listen, I think it's just kind of sounds like Miro was just going down a little bit early in some of those games. But clearly figured that out. I mean, listen, if there's a statement to be made by Miro himself, right? Maybe he had a bad day, number 1. picking up 6 eliminations in game number 1 of day number 2 is definitely a way to put yourself back on track.
They had 52 points at the end of day 1. Now they have 154. I mean, Vivid, we were talking about this Kendix being able to jump up so far in the EU leaderboards, and we see Pink and Miro doing the exact same thing right now.
That's right. This is a global champion, right? We cannot forget this is a global champion in Miro, and when you pair him up with an all-star like Pink, they are likely a day 2 team, right? We have 5 more games for them to kind of say, hey, I know day 1 was kind of rough, but watch us here in day number 2. There's also like a couple of players that went crazy as well in that last game. We saw Victor V, we saw Paper, we saw Epic Whale and Muzz. I mean, dude, this first game was wild. Out of all of these duos, Vivid, you can really tell they are fighting for these spots.
Yeah, all of them doing very, very well. I will mention, you know, Mr. Savage and Mongrel, I wanted them to switch up their storm strategy. It looks like they did that. They were all the way up north towards Reckless Railways. Saw that they were picking up eliminations and tags there. So they have definitely come in today with a different strategy. It just needs to, you know, be ironed out a little bit over the course of the next 5 games.
Yeah, definitely agree. We saw some big names being below Storm Surge there, like Venno, Booga, and a few others. So maybe just a few little tweaks to be able to change up Storm Surge into this next game.
All right, this is it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. That was a tester game. This is real game. Game number 2 of the day. 8 overall. Casters, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, I think Vivid kind of hit the nail on the head there, man. I mean, I don't want to say that luck played a part because, you know, you never want to just have that as like a cop-out factor, right, Monster? But at the end of the day, I do think Miro and Pink had an unrealistically unlucky day 1. And so seeing that bounce back out of them, jumping up 16 spots on the leaderboards from 40th place where they'd started off already in 24th. If they get some of those repeat moments and they keep finding 8 eliminations with some strong placements, who knows where they might end up. But lobby number 8 is ready to go, so we'll see what happens next. And again, Monster, I don't mean to yap your ear off about it by any means, but I do think that there are always going to be kind of like those isolated case studies when it comes to the replays. And for some of these duos, you know, they can kind of recognize, hey, it just wasn't our day, but we'll take, you know, day 2 into our own hands. And I really do feel like a team like Pink and Miro, especially with the way they're kind of exchanging the back calls to each other, that's definitely the case.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, Miro's someone who obviously knows how to lock in, right? And he's going to hold himself accountable every step of the way. So to see him play the way he did, that's the type of form that we expect of him. And I think yesterday, right, that inner competitor is telling himself there's no way we're not finishing up, you know, in at least
your teammate the other mini, you have 45 shield.
Territory,
okay, never
right? And they can do
get that full shield, bro.
I mean, that's a monstrous comeback. It's a 3x performance right there off of 1 performance. That's what the 1.5 multiplier can do for you. But look at this. This is a story that is seems to be a chapter continued now for Oliver OG and Crazier, as they've got the returning Tony and Noisy. So Tony and Noisy clearly didn't appreciate allowing Oliver OG and Craze to get real comfortable and earn points last game.
I think for some teams like Noisy and Tony, you know, when you try to shift your drop and then oh my goodness, Oliver with the big range strategy. It would have been crazy if he'd actually secured the elimination off that, but I love the utilization of the crash pad there. Just knocks Noisy out of the shield bubble, nearly takes him down entirely, but it's at least displaced him long enough. Big concerns, though, for Craze, whether or not he's going to win this exchange, but it's only a matter of time for Oliver OG.
I told you, bro. How do you sell that?
Unfortunate stuff there.
Like, bro.
For Oliver G and Craze.
Yeah, bro.
Even though Noisy was full eliminated, Tony does have the opportunity for the reboot ban immediately after the fact.
That is tragic for Oliver OG, who was at 180 points. Literally climbing his way up the
you're playing granted, bro.
Just unfortunate setback there, but not over yet. Now, clicks Vino here. Sandy steps. As we saw last game, something went terribly wrong in their early battles, kind of the skirmishes back and forth slow them down, set them back. And then once we got to the mid game, I mean, not only did Clicks get eliminated on that rotate, but they were very far off the surge, right? Given that Vino had not only found eliminations, but fought back and still didn't have enough damage.
And they weren't the only ones either. That's the more impressive part, is that teams that we saw yesterday sort of having a good grasp on
Why
in
this game?
terms
What,
of,
like, what are we?
you know,
what is this?
managing that search threshold and making
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
that
English
they
is
stay
just,
well
I just think he's like a really good player with
Again,
cheats and a
to
really
see
good
them
player
struggle,
without
even if it's
cheats.
just that first lobby of the day, it can still be a little concerning, but Victor V, Paper, they're trying to make sure they avoid the problem altogether. They're definitely trying to pressure CQ
It's basically like
Dash
what I
here.
would do. Like I would be
But
good with cheats, and I'm good without cheats.
Not
Like
sold on whether or not Dash and Seek are actually willing to take this exchange. Dash now gonna take an opportunity to get some shots off onto Victor V as he rotates off the flaming boost tube, but Dash doesn't necessarily have the builds to want to continue that fight.
Yeah, running a little low here, running thin. Paper and Victor
Oh yeah,
V
English.
trying to
That's happened a
distance
lot.
himself, though, accordingly.
it even happened like in the OG
Just
season,
fine.
and like if you
Meanwhile,
in the OG season, I wasn't even like.
base setup here is there.
It was like the first season I went for Unreal.
Bunker. and of
What headset
course,
do I have? HyperX,
keep
like
fishing,
the
right?
Cloud
Keep
3
looking
one,
for
like the red
activity
one.
and tags. Olsen seems to have taken a
English
lot
just
of
like back in the
damage
OG season when I played on.
Potentially
I'm
exchanging
pretty
with
sure I
some
played on
teams.
laptop that season. Like just like my laptop, which I mean was a really good laptop, but the screen was only 165, so I was running 165 FPS.
They're going for a really
And these people
early
were like, "Turn off the
exchange here
cheats,
with
buddy," and
Sprite
like
Day.
again, I was good, but like not.
And Pink gonna lose his shield for it. Day
Yeah, I'm sure a
wanting
lot
to
of people
crank
think
up to immediately try and key after the fact, but still being cautious, being wary. Might have gotten the comms from Sprite that Miro's
Take that.
already shifted his position to immediately back up Pink. So
Like what is that?
they can't just
Sprite,
outright key him for
dabba
that.
dabba dabba do. What?
But a decent amount of
Ron
damage having been
James
applied
lyrics,
from
probably.
both sides now. Miro and Pink, though, they look as if they might be setting up to just reinitiate here. Miro gets a good chunk out of Sprite, and split angle approach currently for Miro and Pink.
I like what's going on here.
Yeah,
However,
English.
Dan Sprite might have to, yeah, I was going to say disengage. This is a very, very bad angle for them.
Yeah, let him FNCS. Yes.
Completely
Be weird.
unadvantageous for them to keep fighting from that terrible, terrible angle. But Miro and Pink take full advantage. They found a lot of damage out of that. So either way, that's going to swing positively for them. Meanwhile, Poppy and Source, this is a rematch up against Statics and Flutto here. This time, Statics and Flutto seem to be the ones pressing the case right now.
Both of these teams, though, just kind of isolated currently.
Like if I were to
inside
play
of the
FNCS,
storm.
I wouldn't do very good because like I am
Almost
not a
seems
good
as if they
like
might
passive
draw some
player.
attention soon enough. I mean, keep
Like
in
box
mind,
fighting,
Sprite
which I
and
mean
Day,
I could do box
they
fights. Obviously, get
disengage
better
with
box
Pink
fights.
and Miro, but they
But
might look to mosey
Like,
on
just
over
like
what's
as
going
it
down
is,
here,
ah.
especially with Statics. He's so incredibly low. He's trying to get a better exchange off onto Poppy, but instead finds himself knocked. And the full elimination gonna come through here. Poppy and Source
he did not just do the.
one more
Okay.
time. Just 2 eliminations, and they could not have come at better timing because they're going to need to
Yeah,
get a
just
move on stat. They don't want to stick around and delay their rotates much longer because teams are
shot.
just going to get a much better position than you inside the edge of zone.
Yeah, you don't want to get out-positioned and then held out. Look at this, Mongrel, Mr. Savage taking no chances with any bushes here.
What's Kanata doing? Because last game
Big
that
team
was
in the
rough.
distance there, Victor V and Paper.
I don't know G-Money. It's annoying.
Surely have sights on them, but Mongrel and Savage continue to move on there. On the other side, we have Baka.
Loxy,
I
really?
was gonna say, don't tell me Pars
Because
was eliminated already,
because
but no.
the other
Seems like they're
tournament
playing
was
a bit spread out
yesterday,
here.
and the games
Baka
go into one.
And Pars have
Just 2
somewhat,
different tournaments
I don't
technically.
know, hit or miss,
Huh.
right? Their
This Kanata.
momentum.
Oh, wow. For a moment there, I really thought Kanata was about to just pop up and surprise Baka, catch him off guard entirely.
Peter Button
But
first. Or
even
no?
if he had, Baka does still have Those underworld dashes.
Has clicks in
Bound to
the
be
last
able to
game.
disengage at a moment's
finished
notice
second.
if need be.
He's winning right now,
But-
Peter Bond for you.
Yeah, I think that these two, we definitely saw some very highlight-worthy moments from them in day one, but then the conversation sort of just got taken over by what was taking place between Clix and Veno and Peterbot and Pollo.
And
So
people also use
it
the
sort of
super arrow
drew
for
away
like
a
to
lot of the
hide more.
attention that had initially been
Like blend in
fixated on
and
Baka
stuff
and
more.
Pars, which is surprising when you consider the fact that Baka and Pars, I mean, they had a pretty strong start. They had a victory royale even, but
Back to back. I mean, they're the only team that actually go back to back. Yeah, and you know, we talk about teams just
This is decent.
being ever so
Weird.
unlucky. It makes
I
you
don't know.
wonder, you know, have they just been just, you know, ever so slightly unlucky? And that's what's, you know,
Yeah, G-Money, look,
allowing
on
it
top
to
left,
kind
you
of
just gotta kill, bro.
stay in the conversation, but not quite in first place at the moment, because they otherwise would be. They'd literally be trailing so far ahead, but bit of a standoff here. Cold and Acorn have really had a difficult tournament so far.
But when you consider that they're already qualified
That's
for
your
the
main-
global
oh, yeah.
championship, it does at least alleviate some of the pressure from, you know, that the other teams might actually be enduring currently because they know I don't actually have my seat on the battle bus for Fort Worth, and I get it, but also for Acorn and Cold, I think that they've kind of just been reliving that Seti Kami effect, essentially, where they're just trying to prevent the team that's contesting them at their drop from actually powering through. As long as they can prevent a team that could potentially be conning them at globals, I think Acorn and Cold would definitely be happy with that performance.
Oh yeah, you know, there's such a difference, right, between Acorn and Cold's capabilities, contested versus uncontested. Acorn and Cold have been one of the few fortunate duos to have ever been contested and still place well within the top 3. That is just not something you see very often.
I don't know,
So
Jimmy.
you give them the space to work with, especially at globals, given that they have the experience from the previous, you know, LAN event. They're going to be a favorite, undoubtedly. And we'll just have to see, you know, who ultimately ends up being, you know, qualified through, because, you know, you don't pick your contested. They kind of pick you, right? Most of these duos just say, hey, this is my drop, like, and if I qual, then it is what it is. Like, this is my drop. So it kind of just plays out that way. And we've seen what happens when teams try to switch it up. It just more
Time when the
often than not
DMA comes in.
You don't have the experience built up over the full season or year, for that matter. But talk about Cold and Acorn. Let's see what they're capable of, because they're going up against a very, very much prime duo right now of the Iamzo and Tayson here. It's a big, big fight, and they seem to be winning it by a large, large margin. Tayson and Iamzo forced to expend some big heals here. Iamzo claps back finally, though, finding his first tag. The chop comes through, and the beautiful 48 swings right into the shield there of Iamzo.
I don't know, Jimmy.
But then
Just
Iamzo
like
and
replay
Tayson
in-game,
doing
I
a
guess.
pretty
I don't know.
solid job at just creating some space,
I mean,
building
they are
some
like
distance,
Fortnite, so they can
putting a box or
basically
two
just
between
do whatever they
themselves
want.
and where
Really.
Acorn and Cold are currently situated. And this halt it's going to buy enough time for both parties to essentially utilize the shield resources
Like,
that they
you're right,
needed
yeah, I
to
think
get
so.
back to full. But now
really know
there
why,
is
but-
concerns building on the horizon. A couple of other teams getting drawn towards the sound of all this action. TK Turtle Tavern seeming like they wanted to be involved for a moment, but
Ooh, nice
actually
Jimmy.
them choosing to back off. And even further still from TK and Turtle Tavern, I believe it was Paco and Vorteca. And again, a lot of these players tending to carry 100 DMR, so it would be a lot easier than you think to get some stray shots going, which could really shift the momentum behind who's actually winning inside of those close battle box fights. So I understand the purpose for halt there between Acorn, Cold, Tayson, and Iamzo. Both those teams just too experienced to want to be
Yeah, it's gonna leave.
victims of a
This is
third-party
gonna-
intervention.
Oh, G-Money, you're going for
Not to
Island.
mention they already had the big tower there, right? Being able to just repurpose that really gives them the advantage. But talk about advantages. G-Money and Reciprocal should be the first to go.
Yeah, yeah. Vamos, boy.
Island here, secure this loot cache. Big opportunities now for them to go ahead and really get situated here, get going, if you
Ooh,
will.
think
Some
about, I mean, yeah.
upgrades are in
Mr. Savage,
line here. Meanwhile,
Mongrel.
though, big fight unfolding right now for Mr. Savage and Mongrel. And this is slightly outside the zone up against Quanti and Jopko. So Quanti and Jopko obviously are, you know, pretty warmed up on the standings.
The
Tournament
standings.
performances so far tell us that they are on their way to the globals. And Mongrel and Savage likely felt
No,
like they
kinda.
had somewhat met their match, so they back off right into another team, by the way. So not just a clean rotate, but
Why'd I
directly
stop playing
into
builds?
a
I don't know.
face
I
check.
just like Zero Build more.
Paper
His
and
build
Victor
is
V
annoying.
were trying to rotate dead side. This is not looking good right now for Mongrel, who's almost out of shield here.
And not only that, but now they might potentially get sandwiched. Quanti and Yapko.
It's not that
they've
tough. I
just
think build is
underneath that
easier than
surge
Zero
damage
Build.
threshold. Even though Mongrel and Mr. Savage
It's
are
like in
above,
ranked, all you have to do is just
I'm almost
you don't have to have a
expecting
gun.
Quanti and Yapko to begin trying to key
No,
into
like,
some
yeah,
of
not
these
really.
blocks soon
I got
enough here, whether
8
it's Victor
people
V
on
and Paper or
YouTube and
not,
Twitch.
But
Or on the
Victor
other
V and
YouTube.
Paper, they were kind of just rewarded for their patience. They spent a lot of time hanging out at their initial drop there at Pantheon Path, hoping to try and cut off some of these other teams. And again,
Yeah,
I
like,
think initially
build is
aiming
easier
for
than Zero
the
Build.
dead side rotate as you'd highlighted.
I
But
mean, build all you
now,
have to do is just
Mr.
you don't
Savage
have to have a
and
gun to
Mongrel,
finish
they're
second every
actually gonna
game.
opt. I think they want to go fishing.
Yeah, they're trying to distance themselves, obviously,
Yeah, I'm
and
sure
play
it's
into a new
Zero.
angle here. But every which way they go, they're finding more and more teams. And look, now their focus is kind of
Just-
aimed at that team that just moved
Oh,
out.
they
Only
need
one
to
chatting, let me.
Expended
Fix that.
a lot in that battle there. You know, this is one of those decisions that
Yeah,
it's not
champion.
your first choice, but it's the hand that you've been dealt, right? You got to get your mats up. There's no way you rotate into the
Foxy,
into
maybe
the
because you're
mid-game
Diamond
without 'em,
3.
otherwise you will
Maybe that's why
literally
it's
have to fight and catch a quick
more
refresh.
easy.
One option is much easier to do than the other.
Diamond is very.
Meanwhile, Seek and Dash here have a fight on their hands up against Cold.
Yeah, Luxy's only Diamond.
Still haven't managed to actually
Yeah, all
finish
over on
any of
Twitch and the regular
battles that they
YouTube.
kind of kicked off against these number of different duos.
It's pretty uncharacteristic of them as well, because Cold and Acorn, they're a duo that typically is able to just confirm relatively quick time to eliminations, and yet here today just find themselves kind of getting drawn to these standstills, and Dash and Seek able to put enough return fire onto Cold. They pressured his shield. He knew that he had a pause. Pop that Nicola, but now Dash one more time, trying to see if he can make an approach from the low ground, and still Cold just insisting on holding this right side peak. Might be able to get another angle, but Acorn's already made the call out. These guys are trying to bail.
2 minutes,
Cold
don't
doing his
kill us,
best to
though.
give chase, but he might have gone one step too far without Acorn. But at this point, Monster, they kind of need this material refresh themselves. They're still looking somewhat decent for builds,
Looks like
but
I'm just running
as
on
you
the open, not
transition
your shot,
from that mid
so
to late game,
it's not
especially
the
when you're
open,
approaching a plethora of other duos already starting to get situated inside that edge of zone, you're gonna burn through that material in no time. And that's why a duo like Acorn and Cold, if they aren't able to confirm a refresh soon enough, they could find themselves in a world of
We
hurt.
can run about there. What's going on?
Yeah, Cold and Acorn's performance really emphasizes, you know, and showcases this whole conversation that we've had around just how competitive the NA region is right now. Like, this specific lobby is extremely competitive. From the big names that you recognize down to the new up-and-comers, there are so many, you know, high caliber, well-performing duos kind of involved in this NA roster.
Lux fan, I mean,
It really has made for
I don't
a
know.
very interesting FNCS so far. Mongrel, Mr. Savage from that super wide rotate ended up getting gifted this Storm. So this is perfect for them
Let's see if
here,
it's-
given that they don't have a lot to work with and they still need to farm material. So all these fights that they're engaging into right now, they're entertaining. They have to finish, and they're gonna
got
try
me.
to see if they can capitalize in onto Tony's shots are ringing in from the side here, so they
Shot.
have to be quick in securing this. But Tony just lands the monster shot back onto Mr. Savage, really earning his position
English
here
ish.
amongst the greats.
Mine
And
was
now
taking
look, the
lobby
lobby's doing
focus,
the
though,
rest
I
with
don't-
them, almost coming to his rally here.
Brother.
I could be wrong, but I swear Mr. Savage was just caught in an instance where the wall got taken and he still needed to reload on his shotgun.
You guys crashing out.
That either way, it is a tragic closure
Like, I
potentially here in lobby number 8 because Mongrel trying to do what he can to fight back. Clips Tony,
Mongrel
but
can't
not
really do
enough to
anything.
drop him outright. Still needs a little bit more damage. Meanwhile, Tony, he's got more than enough. He could potentially just look to rotate and completely abandon
would
this
be good
exchange
there.
here with Mongrel, but Mongrel knows this is his
Mongrel's
best opportunity.
selling.
It's a solo versus
kinda got
solo
lobby
situation,
focus, so.
regardless of what happens after the
He has
fact.
bandages.
He wants to just
but
keep hope alive wherever possible. Loses his shield one more
He has no
time.
mats,
Does still have a
too.
few small shield potions to work
Yeah,
with, but
yeah.
he's not going to have an opportunity to pop them just yet. And
But
then
that is
flank
Sphinx
from the
and-
side. Sphinx ultimately going to get the elimination credit there. Tough break for Tony as far as points are concerned, but he's already got 5 elims at least, so probably not too upset by this. At the same time, though, it definitely left in tatters.
Crazy to see the gap between 31st and 32nd, where those two duos
Cool,
you
Oxy.
just watched clash out. And
Nice.
as we kind of
Again.
literally tune in,
say
that was
Unreal and
Baka
build.
landing on
Odyssey.
Pink and Miro, by the
Can't
way,
do it there, man.
and catching a full set of eliminations to keep their tournament run alive, to keep their opportunity chance at the top 5 right now still in the conversation here. Placement points hasn't been given out yet, though. 2 teams will still have to fall here. Love this move right here by Baka to recycle this crash pad here. Looking like he's thinking about landing on a team once again.
That's actual madman behavior, though, for Baka to just
This is
crash pad
8th game.
drop
You can see it
on
on the
of a
top
full
right.
duo in Miro and
I had to
Pink,
look
and
at it.
again,
I did not know.
I hate to use the term unlucky at times, but they're sort of just caught fully off guard. It's just very reminiscent of some of the issues that they dealt with in their games yesterday. And speaking of issues, Peterbot's got a massive one. He's forced to play the rest of this lobby out as a solo currently. Relatively low on his build.
Peterbot's
Yeah.
solo, I didn't realize
That
that.
build count is not where you'd want it to be, but he's trying to see if he can essentially create a refresh in the next few seconds here. Sid and Nerface are incredibly low. This is a
Here you go,
winnable
what do you-
exchange for
oh.
Peterbot, but he doesn't have the same information that we do, MDF.
Really?
Yeah, you know, Nerface was just about a tag away and a fresh duo pulled up. but
Nice.
Peterbot's gotta be careful here, even in the heat of the moment. Finds another
Yeah, I mean, Joseph, if you were to
set of
play, you
eliminations there.
wouldn't be
Onto Edgy there.
diamond,
Couldn't
so.
quite secure the loot just yet, but he might have to turn focus here soon. But Nerface, Sid kind of have their attention on him. Their eyes
Lee's
set on
gone.
the Peterbot prize here. Peterbot a bit indecisive, couldn't quite track down those materials there. He's got what looks to be the zone favor, so I wouldn't be surprised if he goes hunting for those mats once again. Try to give it a little bit of a better look. There it is. He can see it just past that second build. Now, if he jumps down, though, he will fall into this spider's web of Vino and Clicks, who, by the way, just moments ago
Vino.
found this elimination here onto Sandman, and that is going to put them in a full-on capped material setting here into this endgame. That is as good as it gets for any duo here. Look at their material count and the fact that they're on the zone with all the surge. This is a
End
great,
zone
great
too,
game.
yeah,
It's
this
shaping out
is
to be here
good.
for Vino and Clicks.
They're gonna get
And
first
not
place
so
back
much of a great
easily.
game right now for Peterbot. If he manages to stay
Actually,
alive, that would be a
Peterbot is
different
still
story.
alive.
But as of right now, you can almost bet against them.
Yeah, Peterbot's not
Yeah, in
gonna
a
stay alive
sense,
for
this
much
is
longer.
just a complete 180 of circumstances. Veno and Clicks, they know they missed out pretty heavily in what happened in Game 7, so they're trying to make up for the lost time here in Game 8. 4 eliminations already, MDF, and as you highlighted, a strong amount of mats to work with, but the fact that Veno has that Purple Hunter's DMR, you know that they have control of the forecast knowledge from the forecast tower. Victor V and Paper, though, also in an isolated position.
Like, how do you know that guy's right
Ground.
there?
They're
I mean,
picking up
it's
Curly and
just so many
Raze just
DMA.
completely pinching that duo between
Dang,
separate
okay.
teams. And Victor V from the
Completely.
sky shooting down
Okay.
Source. It's part of the risky play involved. Taking some of these crash pad rotates all depends on the player aim or surrounding you, and Victor
An
V
SMG
just
is weird.
absolutely shredding there.
That was just nasty work right there. It's going to put them up at 3 eliminations. Now, do notice that they are running very, very low on material here. 25 builds apiece. Meanwhile, Baka just doesn't stop. He is fighting tooth and nail right now. Top 18 as a solo. He's done this entire end game without the support of Pars here. Really showing you. And he continues to recycle every time. We're seeing him reutilize these
Crazy.
crash
And he's on
pads
high
here,
right now, I think.
and it just seems to work out. And it makes sense because the teams that go before him are almost setting up the foundation, and then he's basing up on
Well,
top
he's
of that.
not.
As you're watching unfold here, but he's only 27 above right now. Action unfolding everywhere. No reason for him to get too hasty here. Don't you dare go for height. Oh, he's thinking about it.
That's crazy.
The
Wait, what
intrusive
else?
thought.
Up. This is a safe spot, though. This is actually very smart of him to
Oh,
kind of
he's
get
below.
underneath, right? The lion's den, if you will.
Yeah, that shot.
Wow, in a way, Baka is
Nice.
kind of just playing sabotage to all these teams rotating by him. He might even have come up with a massive W here. He's going to be able to collect Shore's body loot.
That was nice. That was a good
Credited for
refresh.
the elimination as well. And that med kit is perfect timing. He's going to be able to continue playing from the backside of zone, just buying himself a little bit more time, a little bit more placement points potentially, but he's got to get a move on, and he knows it. He's trying to make sure that he at least stays from falling entirely. Can't afford too many more ticks
I
of
love that
storm.
match.
Yeah, I love that play. I love that play. He was hoping to obviously squeeze out a top 10. It didn't quite go that way as teams are still pushing the distance, but he's right outside. Clicks in Vinos' box. They haven't quite spotted him just yet. They might have noticed that there's a cone here, but no, they don't know he's under it. This is so dangerous right now. If you're Clicks and Vino, and Clicks gets opened on with a monster tag there, and the Storm will do their best. But oh my gosh, that might just fully affect Vino and Clicks' chance at actually winning this game. Let's not forget, they were one of the most positioned teams, material count and health-wise, coming into this, so it's going to slow down their
Bryce
momentum
wins
just
this.
a little bit, but all
Bryce
of their
won a
competition
game
long,
last season
long
too
gone,
because of this. Like,
minus
high, just
Bryce
sitting
and
high.
Bolts, who have the high ground right now, who are trying to win, by the way, another game here on the FNCS Grand
crazy
Final
Duke win,
stage.
yeah.
The Batman Booga Rapids still in the game right now. 5 eliminations, low ground, front side rotate here, looking very clean, but do not count Clicks out here to continue to be the disruptor. He's got a
That was
big
not
5
worth it.
elims right now.
And Clicks doing what he can to try and
Yeah.
grab that scattered loot, but he's gonna get cut off from being able to continue still. Rapid, he's got Agers on the other side of this wall. Agers, though, gets the knock onto Rapid. Batman Booga left to try and fend for himself. Agers, not particularly healthy by any means, but he's managed to move up. He's gonna have to drop layer switch one more time, back to the ultimate low ground, trying to break through these pre-existing builds.
He's dead.
The elimination credit
Oh.
finally goes off there for Rapid,
Dang.
but it's threats underneath him. He's gonna play the ultimate spoiler card now.
Yeah, Bryce
Bolt and
wins.
Bryce
GG.
looking all but confirmed here for this victory royale, MDF.
Yeah.
And look at the points, right? This is going to jump them way up into the conversation. They were doing, honestly, just fine without the multiplier. Now, with the multiplier, Victory Royale under these circumstances are going to give them
Hey, man,
such a
dude,
huge
that
swing
can't
up
be
and give them
nice.
a real chance to be your champions. But right now, first of all, Game 8 is locked and loaded, and they do it once again. Who would think, right, to even fathom that a team can pick up multiple wins under this, again, type of competitive setting, given that we have the most competitive roster we've ever seen on NA taking place right here, right now.
And I think that one of the other crazy aspects to consider as well is that Bolts, he's actually had the second most damage dealt, but he's only had roughly around 8 eliminations. Granted, that shifted towards the end of this last lobby, but it's just the fact that they haven't necessarily even been getting their full credit for the eliminations they could potentially have been securing. And yet, these kinds of conversions into victory royales, credit where credit is due, though. I respect the attempt there from Threads. It's just a very distinct health difference here that made this win really possible for Bryce and Volts MDF. But I mean, things are definitely heating up right now in NA. Gotta see what happens next, though, right after this short break.
Yeah, that's why Click shouldn't win FNCS. I mean, I just don't think, I mean, doing that, like, no. And Benno died on it too, because he saw clicks and then they rushed, they keyed, no. Yeah, he missed it. It's the, I don't know what it's called. It's the white Zadie though. I really want it. I really should. I really want it. It's probably like one of my favorite skins that I don't have. I'll say the first one is the one Catwoman skin, and then that Zadie is probably the next. Like, I really want it. It came out in a pack one time with like, had like a white, like that all white style, and then like a darker style, like a black and like greenish style thing. I don't even know. I have no idea what it is. And Siren was also in that one too. So like, I really hope it comes out again. I don't know. I'm actually gonna try to find that out. Let's get rating. It's not really. Agency Renegades pack.
Nah, there's no way. When you guys see these standings, you're gonna lose it. Before we get there though, Bryce, Bolts, they get themselves a victory royale. Don't forget, 100 points for getting a victory royale in this game.
I think that was old, man, like a couple seasons ago.
And it was enough to take them all the way to the very end. And Vivid down below.
No, that's actually Zadie.
Chaos. These guys capitalize.
You just have the actual Zadie. Yeah, it's the Agency Renegades pack.
But it's just, you know, we kind of noticed this towards the end of yesterday in games 5 and 6, where High Ground was just kind of like not really being looked at by a lot of teams. And Bryce and Bolt's just like, yeah, hey, by the way, guys, we're like,
it's like an
here,
unmasked
we're just
version.
taking shots on everybody. Nobody's really bothering us, and they just walk away with the win, right? Play the 2v1 at the end. Very, very well. And as you can see, right, 3 eliminations, not a lot of refreshes throughout the end game. Because again, nobody's really looking up. They can kind of save mats throughout the entire end game. Pretty easy win for them.
Although we weren't able to see at the start of the game, I did notice also that Bryson Bolts were positioning themselves
Agency
where
Renegades
the zone was
back.
going to go. And yesterday, they were able to get the forecast tower 3 out of 6 games. So I'm kind of wondering if they're able to take that forecast tower that's a little bit southeast of Reckless Railways over there. And that's part of the reason why they're able to kind of control height so well. But man, I love talking about solo clutches, and Threats being able to like come out and bring in a second place as a solo was pretty amazing. Also, Agers was there, somehow able to get another elimination after elimination as a solo. These teams are in the top of the competition, the 50 best teams in the world, because regardless of going down a player, they are still able to make these insane clutch plays.
Okay. You got me hyped, Kelly, because now we got to ask the question, what do these standings look like?
Wow.
Let's take a look.
Wow.
Together.
The only thing the guy
Let's take a look
says.
here at the very top of your leaderboard.
So Clicks and Veno, yeah.
Around here.
Clicks
and Veno overtake Peterbot and Pollo in this game. Remember, last game, it was Peterbot Pollo show. Now we flip-flop, but it's only a 6-point lead. But look right behind them, Bryce and Bolts, because of that victory royale. They have just said, you know what? We're all fighting for this now.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. Like, obviously, it's not awesome having somebody like on your tail right when you're in the lead, like Clicks and Veno are right now, and then Peterbot and Pollo right there. It was kind of like this like 2-team race. And I feel like they'd be like, all right with that. They'd be like confident in that. Each team would be like, yeah, no, we got this. Then when a third team kind of enters the conversation, that's when I feel like I would get a little bit nervous, because now there's even more of a chance that one of these other 2 teams kind of take the lead from you.
Veno and Clicks showcasing that it's not just the Veno show. No, Clicks here with 3 eliminations, and if I'm not mistaken, able to get another one as well. And I really appreciate the fact that they didn't go for height here. They didn't have the mats. Instead, they stuck to the low and mid ground, and that's where they were able to thrive.
They can't skip a beat though, right? We're not.
Yeah, I mean,
we're
Veno
not
was
done.
literally
This
1
is
HP,
just game
and then Clicks
8,
went in the
but
storm.
We still have 4
Crowd
more
wise.
games to go. They have to stay locked in. But man, this fight at the top against Peterbot and Pollo going back and forth. In this game, Peterbot is left as a solo.
I guess it just dropped right in the box.
And we saw the same thing from Veno and Clicks last game, right? We're just swapping hands on these plays right now, Vivid. It's so close here at the top.
Yeah, crazy here, right? I was like, oh, I saw Pollo go down. I believe it was actually cold. And then I was like, yeah, I mean, that definitely stings, but Peterbot's still alive, so I can't believe Peterbot only got 20th place as a solo. Like, we're used to seeing, like, what, like top 5 out of him for that? But, yeah, I mean, early elimination right there onto Pollo was going to put them in a rough spot in that game right there, but still 4 left to do it. Interesting to see them kind of go down early and get separated like that. I thought they had that figured out. Maybe not.
The fact that Peterbot was put into such a rough position, he was literally smacked in a box between 3 separate teams, and somehow was still able to grab an elimination, get some good materials from the refresh, and hold out for as long as he did. I don't care what people say about him. He is one of the best players in the world, regardless of the position that he is put into.
Talking about more good players here, Kelly. We got to highlight Victor V and Paper. Come on. It's our favorite, the most wholesome man on this lobby right now. Victor V and Paper looking to hold it down right now in your top 5. And if they just hold on, if they just keep up that consistency, we will see them at the Global Championships. And then I can high-five Victor V.
I am very openly a Paper and Victor V fan. I mean, I would love to see this duo kind of pull through. We've talked about the storyline so many times. Kelly mentioned the fact that Victor V's dad is literally their coach, live coaching them whenever they're kind of playing throughout some of these games, right? New duo formed this season, had an awesome interview that kind of stole the hearts of all of the fans of Fortnite competitive, and then the reactions, right? Kelly, he's getting so much more confident on camera because he's on camera all the time because of how well they're doing.
I might be mistaken here, but didn't Victor V fizz crash pad and eliminate someone in the air, or am I mistaken?
Oh, he did.
What a competitor. Victor V, the young blood, joined by the veteran of Paper. This is not a duo that I expected to be on the level that they are this weekend.
I know, and just before we go, I wanted to just tip the hat there to Baka, a solo clutch. We saw a replay of him flying through the air, landing in a box, and 1v2ing a duo. I mean, guys, everyone here is clawing, fighting for one of these top 10 spots going to the Global Championships. With that being said, we have to jump back into the action. Game number 9 is ready, so find your seats on the bus. Let's go.
Thank you guys so much. And yeah, just about anything is possible right now, Monster. But respect to Baka as well, because even when he was surrounded by Clix and Veno, he still waited for that perfect moment to attack, just staying as hidden as possible inside of the cone. And he's not the only one. All of these players trying to secure placement right now.
Yeah, that was just excellent work from Baka, really showing us what he is capable of by himself, right? And you don't really see players play that smart, that strategic, and the amount of recycled crash pads that he pulled through really showed us that he was absolutely determined to make some big placement points count in that round in specific. So with that being said, I mean, we are halfway through day number 2 right now. We're jumping into this next game here.
Game number 9 is on the line currently, and who is going to look to take it home? We've seen a couple of pretty strong contenders kind of punch their way up the leaderboard, and after Bryson Bolt's last performance, MDF, they have to be on everybody's radar as a dark horse contender for sure.
Yeah, 100%, right? They have been popping in, they're winning fights, they're earning placement points. And also, so is Paper, so is Epic Whale, so is Muzz, right? There are other duos that are really showing out today. Teams that had life yesterday, but are having just as much life today when it matters even more, given the fact that there is a point multiplier. So it just doesn't get any better for any teams other than playing great today. That is literally all that matters. This is a triple contested drop. Obviously, you can see Antonio and Z-Link win their...
crazy.
Yeah, and then you got Empen and Pump just kind of lurking there, still trying to figure out like how to get their footing back on track.
It's more so Antonio and Z-Link, they go cross country. They dropped opposite end of the map. They've typically been landing over towards Mount Olympus and kind of contesting the likes of like Vert and Kylie, for example, but instead that surprise con against Day and Sprite, it just completely deleting them before they have a chance to respond. And unfortunately, Sprite Day is not the only ones. Veno and Clix though, Evan, Flappy, they found Veno. They know that this is a duo that likes to play separate from each other at the start, and having successfully knocked Veno, that's gonna put Clix into a very precarious position here. MDF is fully aware of the fact.
Took the body. Look at this. They're trying to put him in a position.
The card.
Yeah, they're trying to put him in a position that's gonna make it much harder to camp the card. They threw him off the ledge there, just making it that much more difficult. Wow.
This is... I'm a little bit speechless here, because one thing that was definitely on everybody's minds last night after the course of day 1 lobbies had concluded, are Clix and Veno gonna wind up having to deal with a potential, you know, team contesting them, possibly even 2 triple con at their drop? And Evan and Flappy, one of those duos where, you know, they kind of just decided to extend the option. They've been landing a little bit more split kind of towards that coastal columns area, which is slightly further northwest from where Clix and Veno like to go. But Veno and Clix, if there's one thing that they can take away from this lobby, it's that they might have to play a little bit more hip to hip. And again, I think a lot of teams, when you have to deal with that kind of surprise con situation, it could be really frustrating. But
jump in the box.
They bounce back here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, what are the options at this point? Do you truly risk it all and go for a team that's willing to
1v2 is crazy.
sit on a card, right? And while intentionally positioning the card too in somewhat of an advantageous position for themselves? Or do you just play this out? Do you just take this as a sign to just say, you know what, I'm not even gonna risk it. I'm just gonna play it as a solo. I'll do my best and just move on. Well, we'll just have to see how this game in particular plays out. I mean, we saw what Baka was capable of, but that's a performance I feel like, you know, that comes once in a blue moon, right? Like Baka being able to do what he did to keep his team up inside the top 10 right now was nothing short of phenomenal. And that is hard for any team to replicate, let alone starting off this early, right? Given that there isn't any surge developed, no foundation put behind you.
Yeah, I mean, it is exclusively an uphill battle currently for Clicks. And I would say if the top three weren't currently so close together with their points, maybe you start to, you know, shift the idea more towards that I can just play this out exclusively as a solo from the get-go. But the problem is like you highlighted, it's not, you know, losing your teammate around like 4th or 5th zone or even later still, but it seems as if Clicks has been able to make some magic happen here, because that reboot van is sounding off. Venno will be brought back into this 9th lobby. Granted, they're still going to have some struggles to overcome because this has put a real damper as far as their surge strategy is considered, as well as the fact that that forecast tower, I mean, that basically goes out the window at this point. I don't think they're going to be able to actually try and make a play for forecast this game.
Yeah.
But at the same time, everything should be just prioritized on getting some surge early.
Seems like that was a very interesting turn of events, by the way. You saw that the duo in the distance was a completely different team, right? That kind of took that surge mountain and probably affected how other players were deciding to kind of stick around there. But meanwhile, man, every time we jump in with Pars and Baka, it just seems like, you know, everything's going wrong. What is happening right now? Is it just Baka being Pars having a bit of an off day, and you know, Baka really forced to dig deep here and climb his way out the trenches, right? Because it just continuously seems like that's the way the story's playing out here.
Well, he did it in the last game as a solo situation, but this is not a circumstance that you want to try and have to repeat off in the distance too. You see Baka slowly but surely getting surrounded. Death and Edgy actually gonna opt to chase him out. That's bound to draw some crossfire here from Baka and Vorteca. Straight from the frying pan into the fire, essentially, for Baka as he continues trying to fight his way through here. If he can survive, he does have that forecast knowledge. The problem, though, he is surrounded by players that are not his friend currently. Death and Edgy from the rooftop of the ship it station, trying to see if they can pinpoint where Baka has wriggled himself away to. But at the same time, there is light at the end of the tunnel here, potentially for Baka. If Death and Edgy get caught up with Paco and Vorteca, that could be the exit way that Baka needs to escape.
Pars is not.
Well, definitely are here, still putting the pressure in on Baka. But obviously, Vorteca and crew, you see them putting up those builds, so this is getting a little dangerous right now. And then enter new competitor Cooper and Kanata. They're in a different distance right now. Cooper's on foot. Kanata putting pressure from the hillside. This can really just go either way for any team right now. But everyone very likely understanding this is a pretty bad spot to be in. Baka, though, just the worst, right? Of all the teams here, just in the worst of the worst positions. 8 material. The fact he's even willing to move first tells us that he's desperate. If he wants a shot at doing anything this game, he has to get out of here.
It might just work, and he might even be able to go down towards the dock and get some fish going for himself. He can fish potentially and just hope that he remains out of sight, out of mind for those 3 teams engaging at the ship it station now. Pink and Miro, though, in an engagement of their own. Z-Link, Antonio, they rotated out from the underworld after their successful eliminations onto Sprite and Day, and now they want to see if they can keep that ball rolling. But Miro and Pink, they've definitely got more than enough life left within them. So they're trying to see if they can maybe convert this to 2 eliminations in their favor. They played for the weapons bunker throughout the course of yesterday. They secured it in 4 out of 6 of the lobbies as well. It just didn't really net them much profit. Day 1, not so much, but I think that was more so to do with the fact that they were left in solo position scenarios. Mira just had an incredibly tough day dealing with flanks from other teams, and that does seem to be a reoccurring theme here for some teams that are on these more outskirt positions of the map. where other duos, other solos just keep sneaking up on him from mild dead side rotates, and it is thwarting a lot of their strategy. So Miro and Pink, they're actually going to opt to forfeit that weapons bunker. They don't want to get caught out in a fight that's bound to be third-partied.
You got to give credit. You know, the points that some of these teams have earned is not always reflective of their skill. Even in that fight, once the Nitro came out, I mean, Z-Link knew, oh, we got to get off this layer. We're not trying to get pushed into the box. And you can see just the little changes like that really let Miro and Pink know probably are not going to have a good time if we stick around here much longer. I'm happy we get this update right here, though. We really did need to see what all was happening with Vino and Clicks. You know, W Edgy, honestly, rotating to the mountain, Death and Edgy probably were the reason that things kind of opened up for Clicks and Vino, but Sandman and Hazard right now have sights here. Definitely the healthier of the two duos. I can't imagine that they have a lot of damage, right? Like, they're one of the most southern-based teams.
But they're choosing.
Kicks in, so I don't know.
And that's the thing. They're choosing to play back. They could very well understand that they have a pretty distinct health advantage, but yet they still don't want to actually force the issue there with Clicks and Veno. So it could just be aura at this point. When you really break it all down, MDF, I think that after watching Veno's performance throughout the course of yesterday, and that's not to take away from Clicks by any means either. I think Clicks did a great supportive measure, and he was certainly clutching up in his own regard throughout yesterday's lobbies, but Veno he just looked like Veno on a grand day. It's a completely separate tier of player to deal with, and so I can understand hesitation in that sense.
Well, a lot happening here. Standoffs occurring, teams starting to get situated. The Nitro Drone, no different. As Kanata and Cooper play this split play style again, and you know, Kanata and Cooper have been at somewhat of a standstill, right? Dead stuck in their tracks. They came into the tournament with about the same amount of points. I'm really not even sure if they've managed to earn anything of significance. And that is super uncharacteristic for someone like Kanata, especially given that he's always performed well in an FNCS finals type lobby. These set lobbies, this is his setting, this is his, you know, ballpark, if you will. But Agers and Rise have trended up the standings very steadily so far. Agers, folks just forget what he is capable of. Big highlights picked up for him in the previous game, managing to clutch up for game number 8. Here we have it.
This is really what I was waiting for. I was actually surprised in the last lobby that we didn't see Peterbot and Pollo on top of Rift Island. They're actually beat the punch by G-Money and Reciprocal, I believe. And now Peterbot, Pollo, Peterbot especially, he wants his mythic hand cannon back under his control. He's gonna do everything he can to kind of force Z-Link off from the centerpiece of this island. And Pollo's already basing up, making sure that they have control of that capture point, but Antonio at the same time a little bit more split from Z-Link than he'd probably like to be. And if they're not careful, once Peterbot and Pollo confirm the capture point and get that loot, they're gonna start fanning out. They're gonna start looking for eliminations. They know that if they want to try and maintain that first place position, they've got to start really separating themselves from that 3-horse race that's currently taking place.
I love how willing they are to just fight for this capture point, fight for the checkpoint that they came here for. It's clearly the objective of the drop, and they are just putting everything on the table. And it's working out for them because they have the damage now starting to add up too, as far as the surge is concerned. But some additional tags come in from onlookers in the distance there. Peterbot and Pollo forced to kind of reset for a moment, but Pollo's got this center piece all locked in at the moment.
He's just trying to make sure that nobody else can look to challenge. He's got the loot floored off essentially, so it won't drop to anyone else but him. And now Pollo, Peterbot, this is where they can really start to take their time and really gauge which teams they want to try and continue challenging. If any at all, they might just sit and wait for some of these other teams to begin rotating and then look to take shots at them after the fact before fully keying anyone that they happen to, if they crack the shields, for example, that'll be, you know, the sign that they can go ahead and get a little bit more proactive with things. But Victor V and Paper, they don't want to be a reactive team here by any means. They're going to try to pressure Sphinx and Dukes just a little bit southwest of the Nitrodrome. There are other teams local to the area right now, so they do have to be wary of the fact that there is strong possibility of getting third-partied here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to glance at the standings because Sphinx and Dukes were up in fourth, right? We're talking about a team that has continued to just play so well. And they haven't done it in any flashy way, just consistent, very accurate play. And Victor V and Paper, I feel like on the other side have had these big strides, right? Much crazier moments almost unfold for them to put them in the situation that they've landed themselves in so far. So fourth and fifth respectively, sitting side by side here, but time to go. Fourth place team's gonna be the first to move here. Or excuse that, fifth place team's gonna be the first to move there, Paper and Victor V.
I'm not sure that Deuce and Sphinx actually had any crash pads available though, but Mongrel and Mr. Savage, they're gonna get caught out on that rotate. Victor V making sure to confirm that second elimination here for this duo. That could be a huge issue though, depending on how fast Dukes and Sphinx actually look to play catch up or whether or not they even spot out the fact that Victor V and Paper are weakened. They are currently in the bottom of this ravine right now, but Victor V and Paper, it didn't even look like it was
got destroyed by
Mongrel and Mr. Savage just got crash pad landed on.
Yeah, but not only that, Victor V and Paper, we saw the surge update there. The reason they were even fighting Duke and Sphinx in the first place, they initiated that entire battle. They needed to take a fight. They knew that right away, given their light activity this game. So, you know, it was inevitable. The next team that they landed near was going to have to face that challenge. And unfortunately, Mongrel and Mr. Savage just couldn't answer the call there. Vino and Clicks on the move, still alive right now. Peterbot Pollo situated on high ground here, so they also have a problem right now, but that problem's quickly being resolved here through the accuracy of Peterbot. It's impressive what he's able to do. Oh, yeah.
Sheena's Medallion helps, but these Storm Surge ticks continuing to kind of be this thorn in the side here of Peterbot, just non-stop dropping, picking it back up. Both Peterbot and Pollo looking at completely separate angles, just trying to see if they can pinpoint some damage onto anyone, anywhere, but nobody popping their heads out. Finally, Booga gonna get slightly clipped on his rotate. Now Peterbot recognizing the fact there's a big exchange taking place just underneath them, but there's so many teams rifting around him as well. He wants to look to the skies, he wants to look to the floor below, but he needs to just connect somewhere, anywhere. Same case scenario for Pollo. Our first, second place team, they're teeter-tottering, and they might find their ninth lobby cut short if they can't convert to some damage soon.
They're gonna land on the team below them. I'm fairly certain right now. Or across them. You know what? Why go low when you can go high? And they're going to take on Braids, and they actually trap them. This is perfect. And a monster shot traded on both sides. Unfortunately, doesn't seem like it was going to be enough. But wait, it might have just bought some time, given that the zone's on the move right now. But look, he is hot on the heels here, and they know that they have to finish this. And the time is starting to run out. Although his HP's, of course, regenerating, given the medal. We gotta get elimination here, or they are gonna be sent right back to the lobby. This is gonna give a real shot to our top 3, top 5 standing players to go ahead and jump ahead. But the defense looks a little too good. They'd rather get some fresh builds here. I like that call. There's a wood wall here. But no, not enough time for Peterbot there to make a move. The Storm Surge gets him first. A body tag will keep him alive in the game here. Pollo needs to find one here and now, but nothing opens up for him.
I mean,
Edgy just got saved, essentially, from Peterbot's aggression. Looked like Brett's got that flank shot to the side, but Pollo, he's only got that Machinist Medallion to depend on as far as his shield situation is concerned. No white heals, and Visuals and Braids have continued to hold the line just underneath Pollo. They are boxed up, they are refusing to budge, and now, if they caught wind of Peterbot's name in that elimination feed, Visuals and Braids might know this is an isolated Pollo, this is a solo, we could take him out.
Definitely a potential there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Paper and Victor V fall to the hands of Japko and Quanti just a couple of moments ago. That's going to halt all their momentum, giving Quanti and Japko a big jump up. Still, though, they are below the surge here. No heals either. I mean, I dare say Pollo's in a better position than them. Just with the medallion to buy him some time, and Bolts gets cracked with a headshot from the legendary DMR there. And that damage is going to be felt, but there's just no follow-up. Look at the limited pressure here.
Bryce trying to get that revive though off onto Bolts, but he recognizes this is a lost effort. He's gonna abandon his duo and look to play this one out now as a solo Quanti left in the exact same position here. Yapko not gonna be able to get that revive. So poor Quanti just stuck inside that low ground. And one more time, Pollo, just a waiting game. It's gonna be a lot of dropping and picking back up with this Machinist Medallion.
this is broken. He can't die to stun surge.
Some other teams in the lobby, though, when they see this Medallion consistently being dropped and then picked back up, they've got to know that he is in some heavy pressure. Otherwise, why would he insist on getting that refresh of the 5-tictor shield?
Yeah, definitely. And also just, you know, letting the entire lobby know what's
I
happening.
don't know English. I thought it did, but I guess not.
Regardless of how you want to cut it up.
Yeah, I
But
want
a
to
couple
say it
significant
does,
things
but
have
I
happened.
don't.
Pollo earned himself placement points and that elimination, right? We talk about how every step towards the finish line counts, and it helps.
Seems
go
like
the
it is
distance here,
now.
and that's exactly what we're watching unfold. But look at this. Bryce is also a solo here, but a much different situation. He's got plenty of heals. He's got plenty of damage. But Pollo tries to wait this one out, tries to sit this one out, but the storm just doesn't allow him. He's the only player. What feels like the only player, but no, misses the most important tag right there, but still has a little bit of runway here. He's got to find that elimination. Loses track. And he's scrambling here. He can hear the footsteps, but the zone is all that matters to get to it first. 5 seconds before things start to continue to pick up once again here. Meanwhile, on the other side, you still see Bryce on the move as well. All of that immediate competition, though. As Pollo falls here, Bryce is still in the game right now. 476. The standings.
Yeah, that kind of sucked for him.
Reflect some big changes
There
here.
goes Bryce.
Clix and Vino still alive down low. One of the few teams that are still putting in work.
Good where Acorn and Cold are as well. Directly to their side. Veno and Clix, they've got to be really careful with how they actually choose to play. And it's not going to be the low ground. Instead, they're going to catapult straight towards front side of the next zone. Meanwhile, all the way up on height, Trashy and Threats have
Good
found
lord.
themselves
Just 48
in a
trillion
relatively
people
strong position.
flying.
They're trying to just throw tags into all these players that they see rotating. And they're going to come up behind Seek, but not going to be enough damage just yet to get the knock outright. Instead, Threats, one more time, just continuing to apply pressure from overhead. But he's got the right weapons to do it. Between that Thunderburst SMG and the Mythic Hand Cannon, it's going to be really difficult for these teams to actually try and challenge
carrying
on
a
height. But Clix and
Harbinger
Veno,
SMG?
they might take their shot at it.
And they're taking their shot straight at building a very, very strong lead right now. They're going to be the first team that crack this 500-point threshold here just through placement points alone, because they don't have any eliminations. They haven't earned any yet. But no pressure, no worries. Meanwhile, Tayson and Iamzo continue to put in work here. That's their 4th elimination now. 2 more zones on the move here. The NA FNCS Grand Finals is really starting to get interesting right now as Tayson and Iamzo continue to just work the mid-ground layers here. On the
They
ultimate
needed
low,
this.
Clicks and Vino still moving here, finally earning themselves taco their first elim.
Tell me he
Maybe
saw
they'll
that
get their
guy.
second
Yeah,
here.
okay.
Mixon, though, just gonna barely manage to layer switch and then save his life for a moment longer. Clicks, clips Miro on that next transition
That was
forward. Front
unlucky.
side of zone, though, gonna be their demise. They get cut off by a team that's already boxed up in the mid-ground. Now coming up behind them, Cold, Acorn here.
Golden
They're
Acorn is
also
a
gonna
really good
elevate
spot.
just slightly, still playing from a relatively low ground position, and they've got tabs on some of the teams that are sort of surrounding them at this point. Finally, they move up to another mid
So
ground
there's a good amount of mats getting kills too, because they're behind. He's got max wood.
To continue trying to
And
follow
Cold
his
and Acorn are
teammate.
about to climb
Bradford's
leaderboard
gonna
like
be
very
up
quick.
next here, and Acorn and Cold have really seemed to have found their stride. 7 eliminations already for Cold. Some massive elimination points on the day so far.
This right here is exactly what they needed as well to really start to change the momentum, to give them the chance to start climbing back up. But Threats, even as a solo right now with no material, is putting up a front of this high ground here, just trying to show everyone that, hey, you're not in control, someone else still is. Hand Cannon's out here trying to see what he can make do with this. Yamzo.
Whoa,
Play a
what a
little cat and
kill.
mouse right here. Shot comes through, and oh my gosh. Threads connects. He picks up the little bit of material that gets generated from the elimination here.
What
This
just
gives him
happened?
some elevation.
Oh wait, oh,
Yamzo's
Threats is still
gonna
alive.
fall
If
there.
Threats wins
And
this.
Threats is still on the move. Look at this weakened Noxie.
No!
behind the
Ah, I
wall.
wish he won
One
that.
time
That would
to
have been
go.
crazy.
He ends up falling
Acorn
there.
and
Noxie
Cold.
falls too, and Acorn and Cold in the end will win that game.
Said they were in a
And
really
the
good spot,
momentum for
getting
them
killed
has
and all that.
finally shifted. They
Nice,
caught
let's
wind
go.
in their sails, and they're off.
It just seems like the moment that Cold really starts to string together those series of eliminations, nothing can stop him. It's
What were the
almost
comps?
every
Like dead,
elim just
dead
charges
here,
him up
dead,
even more
come here,
so.
dead,
And they were
like-
the only duo that was still left intact in those final moments, MDF. It was just
Crazy.
all the solos
What a game.
surrounding them. So quick pickings that they took full advantage of.
Very impressive game. Very, very impressive
Cold and
game. because
Acorn
look,
is like
they
the duo
absolutely
that's been
needed
together
these
like
points.
the
They came
longest.
in that 100, point range, they were just struggling, right? And a
They're
monstrous
just
win
boom,
like
boom,
this.
boom.
These are the games that really
Always doing good in
propel you up
FNCS.
towards the
Nice
top,
shot.
right? It's gonna jump them up probably well over
mean,
100
they're
points. I
just-
mean, they hit that double-digit victory royale. One of which, honestly, we haven't even seen over the
It's
course
insane,
of this
like
week. That's probably
editing
the
and just
biggest
like they're
victory
waiting.
to be
Like
captured here on
that's a
the
crazy
grand final
duo.
stage. So game
They've
9,
been really
locked
good.
and loaded for Dignitas Acorn.
Pretty sure
Man,
they've
it's
already
cold, and
won
that
an
is gonna for
FNCS.
sure propel them into this conversation.
Right?
I'll talk.
Yeah, I mean, 11 eliminations on
Dang.
top of the 100 Victory Royale points. The leaderboards are starting to look kind of crazy, but we'll get more insight as to that right after the short break.
I'll be right back.
I'm sorry, did Acorn and Cole just have a 166 point game here at the halfway point of grand finals? What is going on? This tournament is alive. It's breathing. It is on fire. It is changing. Acorn and Cole, guys who already have spots in the global championships, guys who just came in and said, hey, I know we've been under the radar, Zeke, it's fine. You want some big games. All right, Zeke will give you a big game. Vivid, 166 points out of a single game. What?
Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I should have saved the line when I mentioned after the first game of the day when Dukes and Sphinx won that. I was like, yeah, listen, here we go. NA fashion. We're gonna have an insane comeback from them. No, it's gonna happen in game number 9 by Acorn and Cold, continuing that conversation, putting themselves up surely towards the top of the leaderboard. Like, can't wait to see how that one actually comes out. But yeah, 11 eliminations by the duo, and this just looked so free-flowing, right? It looks like they're just running around. Nobody's even looking at them, Kelly, and they're just finding all of the eliminations. So many refreshes.
I mean, Acorn and Cold, you know, this actually isn't the first time that they've done this. If you look at Major 2, they finished day 1 in 31st place. And then in day 2, finished off in 2nd, rounding out their top performance in 5th. So, Acorn and Cold, we talk about this a lot, right? Who are the day 2 teams? Who's going to be able to thrive? And this is Acorn and Cold. They are definitely a day 2 team if you look to the most recent major, and they are pulling out all the stops now.
I just cannot believe that. Man, there's so much that kind of all happened in this last game. We just want to quickly run you by a couple things that happened, highlighting threats here. Back-to-back solo clutches from threats. I don't know how all of these players are just pulling out these unbelievable solo performance, man. I bet by the end of this season, the solo impact points are going to be crazy for everyone.
Or like
again,
add
for
Ozzy
Trashy, rather. He's got to be feeling like threats. You are the man.
Yeah, just another one of those games, right?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Whoever's kind of has it, they're just kind of rolling away with it right now. But I mean, Kelly, you've talked about that hand cannon multiple times in the hands of threats. I mean, he is talked about because of his aim. Clearly very dangerous in his hands as well.
Dang.
Oh, speaking of dangerous, we are seeing Clicks and Vino just take the tiniest
Cold
bit
and
of a
Acorn
lead
are
over
only
Peterbot
7th
and
now?
Boyo. But look how close
They won,
the rest of the lobby is, Zeke.
That's the problem, Kelly, right? The moment that any of these teams in the top 7 go down, it's everyone. It's a free-for-all once again. A couple things to point out. So 7th place, Acorn and Cold, right? With that victory out, they jump up here. But look at this point disparity. Less than 100 points from first all the way down to 7th. Vivid. The Victor Royale by itself is 100 points. This is still anyone's game.
It really is.
This is so insane right now. Like, this FNCS is
This
far
is so
from over.
good, bro.
And
Oh my
I was calling
goodness.
it coming
Yeah,
into
bro.
this week, and I was like,
Captain
listen, I
Obvious.
think we're gonna have a race all the way down to game 12. It's gonna be between 2 teams.
Duh.
Right now, we've got
What?
like 7, 8 teams keeping themselves in the conversation. And Veno and Clicks, listen.
Yeah.
I did not like how this game was going at all. I don't think any Clicks fans, any Veno fans were liking how this one was going. Right, they had to get a reboot. Veno got called off, and I was like, wow, like this is not good for them in terms of being on the leaderboard. Right, they're getting a reboot off. No way they do well this game, and then they pull out an 11. Like how was that even possible?
To be
They're making it.
somehow not struggling with Storm Surge just proves how well-rounded Vino and Clicks are, sticking to the low ground, sticking to the front of zone, and yes, they did go down in 11th, but clearly that is not an issue, saying that they are
Tomorrow's
still
the victory
in
cup,
first
by the way,
place
chat, so
with the
I'm
most
gonna be doing that.
amount of eliminations out of anyone in the top 10
Pretty
right
sure.
here. But man, just
Ready to
look
die
at
to
the
more
names
cheaters,
that we
let's
have
go.
here. Batman, Booga,
Yeesh.
and Rapid being in
I just
fifth
wanna finish, like,
place,
higher than last time,
down
that'd be really
a
good.
game from yesterday.
I'd be happy with that.
Dude, I don't even know. NA has brought the heat today. We wanted to
NA
take a
has brought
look
that
and
heat
break
today.
down damage dealt in these games, right? Let's take a look at this graphic together. So, I'm just gonna let the numbers speak for themselves, but just look at the damage dealt by players individually. I mean, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, this is the numbers for the 3 games that we've seen today, right? So Cold, obviously,
Like,
after that incredible
no, it's for
performance right now,
7
averaging more
games.
than
It's for the whole.
1,000
It's for the
damage
whole
per game.
9 games.
Almost
Like
all
what?
of these players up here in the top 5 for damage dealt individually are averaging almost 1,000.
That
No
is great,
surprise
though.
there to see threats, right? We've seen a couple of solo clutches. Bryson Bolt's obviously having a great day too. No surprise to see that out there. But Rise, let's keep our eyes on Rise, right? I know Jason, or not Rise, Rise and Agers are kind of keeping themselves in the conversation
guy.
of qualifying
We
for
need
globals
someone
right
other
now.
than
Net
Vivid,
damage
bro.
is definitely helping.
This
Okay.
is just. Oh, sorry.
Really quickly, Kelly, I want to jump in here because
Uh,
I just
bro,
found
nah,
out
get into
that
announcers.
Peterbot and Poyo, this is the first time they've ever gone down or actually been zapped by Storm Surge.
Yep.
What is going on in
that's
these
crazy.
games? The
That is
first
kinda crazy.
time that we've watched Peterbot
And you can
hold
tell
to
they were playing
Surge?
so like
what?
Yeah, I'm
they
happy
were
that you
not
kind of
playing.
bring that up, right?
Like,
This is
like,
the first time throughout
no,
this
they
grand
were
final
not
they
playing
took
themselves.
any damage from Storm Surge, like you mentioned, going down to it ultimately as well. And then, you know, Kanada's hitting the socials right now. Like, he's talking about how much Storm Surge damage he feel like he has, but it's still not enough. Like, is Surge getting harder progressively as these grand finals go
Can't
on?
believe that-
Usually, Kelly,
can't
we
believe
see a
you missed that
trend
shot there.
of the games be a
Gonna
little
be
bit
on
less
later?
stacked,
Oh,
but right
I don't
now,
know.
everybody's kind of reflecting
Also,
that
what is
that's
BLZ?
not the case.
I mean, you have to think about it. What is going through these
I
players'
don't know,
minds
okay.
right now? They only have 3 more games to
I might
go
be.
before it's
Might not
all
be.
over.
Not 100%.
This isn't just the last chance for them to get into global championships. This
Oh,
might
damn,
be
yeah.
the last time that these players play.
I'm
in a
most
level
likely
of
not
the
gonna be on
FNCS
later, though.
until
I feel
next
like I'll-
year if they don't make it into the global championships. This is it. It is you. It's do or die. All of these players are pulling out all the stops. This is exactly what we asked for, and I can't believe we're getting it. Zeke, great job on the script, man.
Thank you. I spent a lot of time writing the script. Only 3 games left to go here. The halfway point begins right now. Taco, MDF, over to you.
Thank you, Zeke. And yeah, I want to reiterate the fact that less than a victory royale separates 7th to 1st place. You cannot afford to fall early. If any of the teams that are on your heels take a dub, they will be rocketing right past you. And Taco, this is going to make for an exciting next 3 games. So let's jump on that battle bus one more time. Game 10 is here. We are now starting to see what could
I wanna say it's like
be
Blaze or something. I have
breakaway
no idea what that would
competitors,
be.
but do not count out your veterans. Cold and
I doubt
Acorn
it,
have
though. Like, I
officially
don't know.
shown us after last game's performance that you can earn over 150 points and literally double your position in this tournament at any given time. And that alone, that prospect alone, is just crazy, but it's only possible, Taco, right? Because of the way that the format is structured.
And look, normally it'd be very easy to say, yeah, a 166-point game. Clearly, every single one of the stars aligned. But the problem is that Acorn and Cold, it's not their first time doing something of this caliber in a finals lobby. They are 10,000% a duo that can repeat that type of performance on the fly. So if our competitors weren't already paranoid, to an extent, it has to be setting in here. And that's where I think the conversation for me right now, MDF, is who can maintain their cool, because it becomes very easy to let those, you know, lobby moments kind of turn into these late game jitters. But the experience, I think, is really going to showcase itself here for a lot of our
Exactly what it
competitors.
was.
And you make a great point. Like, if that was the case, if that was true for someone like Clicks and Vino, I mean, last game,
That's
it would have
when
been over the
this is supposed
moment
to end,
Vino
like,
was taken
8:30.
out, right? In the opening exchanges. So I think you're absolutely right that, you know, mentality is super important, but again, being able to keep your cool, right? Bounce back, reset, stay focused and locked in is what matters. This is a rematch right here between Evan Flappy, Vino and Clicks from the last game. Last game, Vino was obviously caught off guard at the mountaintop to the north. Now they are very much aware that they have competitors nearby. Look at how much differently they're positioned and early shielded up. Vino, so far, loadout-wise, is telling us that he is for sure ready for anything. I like that they're going to start distancing themselves, though, and not look to stay here for too long, right? You don't want to lose all of your timing here.
Well, that, and I think Venom also just kind of trusts Clicks to hold his own from this position, because Clicks is going to be able to kind of keep eyes on what Evan and Flappy are actually scheming here at this point. I mean, the fact that they're even contesting them at all is rather surprising, but Veno, he wants this box fight. He wants these 12 elimination points, essentially, if they're able to confirm both of the elims. And not only that, but they'd completely clear out their drop spot here at Sandy Steps, which would it kind of get that monkey off their back, you know? They've got to deal with the pressures of having another duo just consistently surprise, challenge them, but early points, early surge, that can go a long way for Clix and Veno.
I like how they didn't just sit around and wait for them to actually make a move or allow them to get too much material. Instead, they're taking that advantage right away through pure offense here. And this is how you really make a statement, if you will. Veno's got to be careful, though. He's going to expose himself here. Does get tagged on the move in, but still, it's just a matter of time. There's a great tag right there as well, and you can see that this feels almost personal at this point to finish this fight, but as they continue to invest here, other teams are slowly creeping in on the outside, hearing what's happening, seeing what's going on. That's about the second crash pad we've seen. Looks nearly bots right there, so he's got to lock in. And it's Edgy and Death who's making their same rotate right back to that mountain, so you can see that almost behavior kicking in, right, from some of those other teams there.
Oh, wow. This is a little bit surprising, though. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, for a moment there, it looked like they're going to intervene with Victor V and Papers' 10th game lobby plans, but instead, it seems like it was a little bit more of a front. They just wanted to force Victor V and Paper away from their position, back over the Pantheon path, and look who's creeping up on them. Vert and Kylie, the crouch approach to not reveal their position. And I think, I'm almost certain Vert and Kylie know that Victor V and Paper, sure enough, they've caught wind of them now at the Flame Boost Hoop. Victor V, at least for right now, out in the open, doesn't realize just how exposed he is from behind, but Kylie and Vert, they are being so patient with that approach.
Well, here's a couple of the teams that I've been calling some of the disruptors in this lobby. Nerfface and Sid are one of two duos, I would say, because the other is Seek and Dash. They have taken out some big names. You just can't ever count them out of the conversation. This time around, Nerfface and Sid are going to give Boyo and Peterbot a fight worth disengaging from, and that's not the first time we've actually seen that happen. For one reason or another, they play very well against Boyo and Peterbot. It's almost as if they just read them very well. You know, sometimes you meet your match. Veno and Clix, though, they'll fight once again against Flappy and Crew. Veno makes a mistake there and almost literally pays for it with his life, but manages to kind of regain his footing there, slip out of the box. I'm not sure if he wasn't even loaded there, potentially, as Shotgun wasn't ready. They should win this.
Okay, they win that easy.
I'd be very surprised if they lost it at this point, MDF, that's for sure. Flappy already having been knocked. That's going to be a little bit of siphon material. Now it's just up to Clix. See if he can get the rest of those shots landed with that Thunderburst. Unfortunately, Evan going to be able to hide for just a couple seconds longer, but the moment that Clix and Veno crash pad towards him, he's just toast. So Clix, Veno, slight delay to their forecast tower strategy, but at the same time, they've now got 12 elimination points in hand. They're going to have to reform some material because obviously Evan and Flappy were able to definitely disrupt them in that regard, but being able to confirm the forecast tower, that alone is the ultimate victory card there for Clix and Veno, because I'm really interested to see what they do with that future forecast knowledge.
I think they also just got a lot of damage. That team was able to kind of heal up, right? Come back again. They got the down body, finished the down before going for the, you know, teammate Evan in that circumstance. So those little exchanges, those turn of events there, right? Those key moments definitely add to the damage. But overall, the game rages on here. We're still very much in the early game. here of game number 10. After this round, there will just be 2 more opportunities to solidify your place in a podium finish here for the grand finals, and of course your spot to the globals. Let's see, Bryson Bolt's here. One of the most surprising performances of Bryson Bolt's career has come this weekend with multiple victory royales across the span of these 2 days, most notably picking up that Game 9 victory. Or sorry, Game 8 really was the second game here today. But look at this, Yamzo and Tayson taking a storm fight.
And not with just anybody, it's Poyo and Peterbot. And we've seen this a couple of times in past lobbies as well, but Poyo and Peterbot have tended to get the better end of Tayson and Yamzo. Keep in mind, though, the levers that they have over so many other teams is that Machinist Medallion. It is much easier to kind of stretch out or force out other teams' resources. That could be a big part of the reason why Yamzo and Tayson, they got a couple of shots worked in there, so they'd rather take their odds elsewhere. They want to make sure they're able to rotate sufficiently into this next zone. As things continue to pool, a little bit more action going to start to build near Brawler's Battleground, and Tayson and Yamzo, they're just trying to keep a low profile for the time being, but I'm not even sure they recognize the fact that they're getting soft-trailed right now.
You have to stay on high alert here. Agers and Rise got their mark set on Cooper and Kanata. It seems like Kanata was caught obviously outside unexpectedly there, loses a lot of health, but not enough for Agers and Rise to overcommit to the battle. They're just content with the little bit of damage that they managed to pick up there, and now they want to distance themselves away here. I like how they're playing also cautiously too, not rotating too freely there.
Looked like Kanata and Cooper were just about to encounter Bryce and Bolts, though. Might have to revisit that one shortly. As Cold and Acorn looking to exchange shots. They're a little bit sandwiched right now, though. And with 2 teams kind of surrounding them here at Redline Rig, I know Acorn and Cold, last thing they want is to be caught in the middle of everything. They might just crash pad out of here, sure enough. They're not going to wait, stick around and find out what could happen next. They want to make sure that they get themselves into a slightly more favorable position. One shot going to be applied to them inside of this bush they're currently hidden inside of. But Cold still doing his best to remain as aware as possible, keep looking for surge attack damage wherever possible.
Nice little look at what Mongrel, Mr. Savage strategy in the early game has been. This time they switch it up from big surge base down to camping around one of these flaming hoops here. Of course, a point of interest for rotating teams, but we talked about the problem being the, you know, lack of players in the southern areas. It almost feels like, you know, it makes more sense that you get overactive, right?
Yeah, they all carry like DMR and Gatekeeper.
Hoops, and you kind of get into some northern POIs. That seems to be where all the fights
I mean, I
are
guess they
taking
do it
place.
for Surge, because like the DMR does a lot of
You have
damage.
Tayson and Yamzo swinging through Mount Olympus. Couple teams already
I mean, Gatekeeper is just the
moving
best
out of here,
shotgun.
heading further
So, I mean,
northwest. They don't see
I guess they
anyone
just carry
yet.
DMR for the damage.
But they're
But like, I
still
don't know why they don't
hunting.
carry the burst SMG.
That's the main pickup here right now for Tayson and Yamzo, even though they're
like in a
a
zero build FNC,
currently
well,
separate
zero build
spot right
FNCS, they
there
would
at
probably
Mount
carry
Olympus.
DMR too.
If they want to try and defend that position, they're going to need
They also
to try
probably do
and
it for the
control the flow
overshield
of some of
aspect.
those
Like, there's no overshield, so if they get hit by it,
rotators.
then there's just
Baka and Pars,
they're
though,
low on
this is
shield.
a very welcome sight. We've actually got one with the other this time. Last 2
Wow, that's
lobbies
crazy that she just
saw
said that.
only Baka. And last lobby specifically, Baka didn't really get to actually utilize having confirmed that forecast tower. So this time around, not sure if they were able to get the forecast tower. Don't believe it's currently in their possession. Didn't see that Purple Hunter's DMR on Baka at least. Maybe Pars is the one currently holding it, but being a duo is always going to be a better position. than the solo circumstances that we've seen Baka have to work with.
Yeah, Baka has, you know, held up his end of the relationship, if you will, really putting in work,
Speedrun for
pulling
you.
weight here. Meanwhile, Acorn and Cold have bounced their way right back into this tournament. And it was crazy because if we think about how this all started, I mean, I wouldn't have thought for them to be in top 10 already, right after just 3 performances. But here they are.
What is under him?
Only team on the Rift Island right now. And I think that's the first one we've actually seen spawn down here. Most of these other zones have been relatively similar, so we've seen them kind of fall into the hands of Peterbot and Boya being the first to take claim.
He's
Ooh,
below by a lot.
This is rough right now for Rise.
Yeah.
2
a
separate
solo,
duos
and he's
directly east and
low
west
on
of him,
surge.
not to mention the teams that are currently fixated on top of Rift Island. And he's below the surge threshold, so it's essentially a pick your poison situation. Who do you think you can take out first? Or at least maybe he can hope to try and apply some side shots into teams. Maybe if they get a little bit too antsy with each other on the Rift Island, but that downward position, it's going to be tough for him to get any sort of line of sight.
Tough.
He's in for a pretty difficult matchup here as Bryce and Bolt. Bryce, we see him dropping, just trying to escape. Bolt still playing it out from Rift Island, but he's going to take the Ascender back down, doesn't want to risk it. They'll take a moment to pause here, try and regenerate their shield and white heals. Plenty of floppers to go around, though, for Bolts at least, so I don't think Bryce is in all that dangerous of a position any longer. Fact of the matter still remains, though, they've now fallen underneath that damage threshold, but jumped right back up to the top of it. And some other player eliminations taking place in the lobby.
A little bit of pressure coming into Rise as he's trying to also fish for information here around him. He's not even close to being safe. Even more teams past him. That sniper glint being picked up right there. Great double tag right there. It's going to give him a huge 120 damage swing. That update right there showing us exactly where they stand. In 8th coming
I've
into
never
this
even
game.
heard of him either.
Rise with no agers. We haven't really seen that happen, so this is a first for the duo. Not too far off Peterbot and Boya right now. Trying to piece together the little bit of mistakes, if you will, the holes in their game plan that really started to poke through just last round, where they took storm surge damage for the first time in this tournament, which is, you know, incredible in its own to think that they've been able to stay that consistent. But look at this. Peterbot forces the edit out of Bolts there. Doesn't quite catch him with the open edit. Backs off. Just showing them, you know, we're here.
It's not a fun
You say
surprise
hi to me,
party
I will donate.
by
That's
any
good
means
thing.
for Bryce and Bolts at
Like
least,
that's cat,
but the way
looks
that
good
Boya
anyway.
and Peterbot are kind of eyeing up the horizon,
goody.
you could tell that they definitely want to look for a fight. Not really accustomed to just sitting
Rise has
barely
solos
above that surge
doing really
threshold,
good.
and Rise one more time
Someone's at an AR ammo, he needs
finds
to get
himself
above.
below it as well, despite us having watched him just secure a little bit more than 120 damage. It's still not enough. So many players taking the socials, even kind of lamenting the fact that I feel like I'm doing so much, and yet it's still coming up so little in the grand scheme of things. And I think even when we were looking at the player damage numbers in between lobbies here, MDF, we saw just the absurdity behind the amount of damage that players have been putting up individually. And that's kind of the level that everyone has to be if they want to remain healthy above that surge damage threshold.
I really do appreciate how Rise has had a game plan this entire time, right?
I
Waiting for
jumped
the
on
rifts to
in
come out.
storm. That's unlucky.
Trying to capitalize there, but look, he's poked the bear a little too much up against Bolts and company, but Bolts and them need the damage as well, so they push in, but Bryce is unfortunately gonna fall to the hands of Rise, so a big pump shot followed by what was either a surge tag or a combination of both alongside the storm is gonna take him right out. and Rise is still standing. So the real question is, was it worth it? Seems like the answer is going to be no here, as more teams are now looking in at them as well. So they both have a problem here.
Ooh.
But Rise, looks like Bolt's found somewhat of a solution. He's still sitting just below that damage threshold. That pump shot, though, to secure the
He's laying on
elimination
somebody's
onto
head.
Rise is at least going to be some good points to add to the count, but he needs more than that on his tab right now. Bolts has ample amount of material. He's kind of just hoping that a stray team or something can get caught out on
That's
Crash
good
Pad
to know.
Rotate. He's
I
gonna have
don't
to take
know if that
matters
would-
into his own hands.
Okay.
Just firing some shots towards Clicks and Veno's direction, but is immediately spotted out by teams the opposite way. And the fact that he's moving as a solo is bound to be a huge red flag. All these other teams in the lobby bound to be looking towards his metal box.
That is Peterbot and Pollo on island.
These elims right here, Peterbot and Pollo jumping up to this Rift
Oh,
Island.
that
They
was-
just
that
keep
was earlier.
fighting for this
Okay.
Rift Island. If you've noticed, their strategy has almost revolved around get up here, take any fight.
He just
because
knows that
it
they's
seems like
there,
this is
bruh.
probably the safest way to do it, given the extra elevation that the Rift Island gives you.
Bolt's really just scared off Clicks
And
and
that's
Venom.
a
That's
perfect
crazy.
set of 2 right there. So more points for them. And talk about just being extremely
Running low on
resilient. Bolt is
surge,
still in this
yeah.
game from
This needs
low
to get
ground to
some
now
damage.
elevating himself, but the zone has already moved. And I was gonna ask the question, why is Vino
Oh,
so
good.
far from Clicks? But it was just making sense. They have the information of the next zone. Of course, he's gonna be edging his way towards positioning
crazy.
himself for the next big swing there. And this is what's given them the advantage of
Edging his way
the
towards
early
the-
pull here.
Did see Baka and Pars, though, potentially cutting off Clicks and Veno, and that's where
Ooh,
Bolt's
300
gonna find
below,
himself
that's
crash
bad.
padding towards as well. Threats and Trashy
Just
could
jumping
be
on
joining
Clicks
the
and Veno.
fray here, and Bolts, he's gonna land right on top of the boxes that Clicks and Veno have already established, and he immediately draws the attention from the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Almost surprised that Clicks and Veno haven't opted to just look back, but they might not
Yeah, I
recognize
don't know
the
why
fact that
Clicks
Bolt's
and
in a
Veno wouldn't
solo
key.
just yet. Bolt's still
Yeah,
doing what
I
he
guess
can,
I don't
though.
know.
But he is in a dire situation
I
right
mean,
now.
once
The,
that happens, if they do
over
get the kill,
259
oh well.
damage below threshold. Veno
If
gonna
they
poke
do
his
get
head
that
up.
kill,
He's finally figured out
then
where some
someone's
of
gonna have
these
a
shots are
gold
coming
bump,
from.
and I think they
He
win this
sees
game.
it's a solo. He knows he can close this one out in rapid time, and this could be an easy 6 points for Veno and Clicks to add to their tab, but
They're not getting
Veno
it.
Clicks
They don't want to go up
very
and get
much being cautious with their
destroyed by
approach.
other teams.
They don't want to find themselves getting flanked.
I'm also thinking they might be second guessing themselves, given all that metal there. Vino.
Uh-oh, Baka
waits for
just
a
died.
moment,
Now it's just
hesitates
Pars.
on finishing the fight, but now
Oh, there it
comes
is.
through.
Alright, so someone get the gold
Here's
bump.
the single
Who's getting it?
steps
The Venom.
above him and
Yeah,
knows,
he
okay,
should. Venom's
this is
better.
definitely a solo here. So there goes
Everyone's
the
for
pickup.
Clicks.
More material for him, more ammunition,
That's crazy.
everything that you can ask for here.
I don't think there's been a
To
person
be set up.
that
First
isn't
solo,
going for
Bolts
Clicks.
had a lot going for him. Minus damage, really, is what it came down to. But look at this. You have Cold and Acorn also getting active while we were following along what's happening there. On the other side
That
of the zone
re-edited
here,
the wall.
they
Cold and
find
Acorn are
Ehon
just so
and Ziggy
good.
there with a quick
They're
finish
so
as
good at
well.
like teamwork.
Doesn't even
Like
cost
they're
them
just
anything other than a little bit of time to pop
they've
in
always
there.
had insane like they're not
And
like the
I'm
best
seeing
fragger or
Mars
like
and Epic
the
Whale
best IGL. They
ever
just have played for
lurking.
so
We
long.
haven't really followed their early and mid games, right? We just see them pop up in endgame over and over. And look at them making it past the mid game as well.
Kind of just glimpses here and there, essentially. Hope to
I
be
want
able
Cold and
to
Acorn to
see
win.
them follow through,
They're
though,
just
on a
they're,
nice end game
they're just insane.
lobby, but for right now, all eyes on Peterbot and Pollo. They're trying to prevent Crisp and Noxy from actually following through, from actually crawling their way to the top of this next hill.
I'm ready for all the LP
Zone
robots there.
has
About to go up and
pulled
chat.
all the way over towards Reckless
Right.
Railway,
Everyone hates Peterbot.
and
He's
Dukes
cheating.
Sphinx, same layer,
Okay.
but only for a moment. They're going to be forced to
Not
drop
like
that
everyone
ultimate
else
low
is
ground.
cheating.
Duke's stuck swimming in the water even, and Peterbot knows it. He's just continuing to assault their builds, trying to keep chopping that floor out from underneath them. Sphinx doing everything he can to try and hold down the wall. Try and allow Duke some time to breathe.
What is
the
happening?
time
I can't
to generate
hear.
his shield, but Peterbot is relentless. He just refuses to let Sphinx and Dukes have a moment to chill.
I like this because he's got to go that way anyway, so might as well.
I guess he has infinite
have the
ammo.
lobby
'Cause every time he
probably help
reloads, he
him take
gains
this
more
team
ammo.
down and get the refresher on the way through. Here comes the move though. Everyone's out. Trashy, one of the first to fly
Ooh,
overhead.
he's a little below.
Trashy and threats.
All he needs is a pump. Is a good pump shot.
Last minute.
Not even good pump shot.
Right?
Just
We had a
a
whole
pump
conversation
shot.
about teams that had to just make do with the.
Man, who's gonna win
hands
this
that were
this
dealt.
game?
Trashy and threats are in that
I think Clicks and
conversation
Venom should
right
win. They have the best
alongside
loot,
Pleasant Epic
and they
Whale.
have a lot of mats still.
Mixon still alive.
And they're in a
right
good
now.
spot.
Little
You see
life
the bottom
coming out of
right.
Baja Mixon. You love to see that. I see Booga and Aviv here trying to make up for time too, but
Oh wait,
the focus
wait.
is
Mongrel
in on
Mr.
our
Savage
team
is
that
on
are
height.
at 500 point
Wait,
threshold. Meanwhile, though, Mongrel and Mr. Savage trying
first
to
time they've
pull
done
an
anything this
acorn
entire
and cold
tournament.
here.
Oh my god.
A victory
English
royale
dish, here
in
you
the
go,
final
bro.
moments to try and jump them way up into a
Here we go,
solidified
bro.
position for grands, or for globals, I should say, but on the front side of the zone, I love that Vino's and Clicks are already here, but they're starting to run out
Wait,
of
what happened to
material.
Mr. Savage? Where'd he go?
Things are looking so dicey.
I mean,
here.
I still think Clicks and Venom wins this game.
They're
Give
essentially
best stuff.
surrounded at this point, but they were one of the first teams kind of touch down on this hill. They've got a good controlling
Because there's Mr.
position.
Savage, okay.
Now it's just about, can they overthrow height? They're looking up. Venom trying to make a layer switch, but instead going to continue.
So, like, that's
to
why,
just
like, okay, so
force
yeah,
his way
there's
through
Mongrel.
toward the
So,
front side of
Mr.
zone.
Savage,
Then
alright, that's
Booga
smart.
has
Mr.
grabbed
Savage,
it.
okay,
May
well,
even
makes
be
sense.
the
Never
ones
mind.
to play spoiler here. Mongrel and Mr. Savage's high ground take, but instead the real enemy that Mongrel and Mr. Savage
This
are facing
endgame's
is
gonna
the lack
be
of builds.
insane.
Poyo from
With
the
all
low
the
ground,
loot,
though.
bro.
They've caught wind
Such
of an
good loot.
injured
Everyone has
acorn.
good
They're
mats.
trying
It's
to
all like
see
top 10, so
if they can
whoever
keep
wins takes first, basically.
pressuring, but
It's crazy.
they're gonna be forced to abandon that idea for right now.
Your bad's
It's Mixon
insane,
that they could
man.
be after.
Ooh, Clicks and Venom
Just
right
about
above him.
every team standing
Oh!
right now has a very relevant
Oh!
position on the leaderboard, including Vino and Clicks, who are under focus
Vino.
target right now of Peterbot and Boyo. They get a lot of damage in, but not enough
Oh,
to
man said, yeah,
solidify the finish. Meanwhile, Threats is weakened. Someone else
Ooh.
finds that Elam right there. Someone comes from
Good
behind
flick
and
shot by
pulls an
Cold.
acorn, and Cold gets finished. Fully
Or good
secured
flick
there.
shot.
Here
Oh,
comes
there goes
Vino
Clicks
around
and
the
Venom.
side. Builds are open, and they're going to fall 7th place
Oh
secure.
my god.
A big,
Mongrel
big
Mr.
game
Savage,
for
or
them.
Mongrel Mr. Savage is still
And
alive.
Booga and Aviv
But
have
Batman
control
Booga's
the
still
low
in
ground, but
Storm.
Height is held with no material by Mr. Savage and Mongrel.
Oh,
and they
Peterbot just
will
took
have to
high.
give
Oh,
this up.
SGG's.
As soon as
Ah, they
Peterbot
don't have
comes
he
over,
done
he
that messed
recognized,
up.
hey, high ground's not building. I don't care. I put everything on the
Peterbot
line
and
here and
Boyo on
takes it
height, that was good.
from them.
No,
Just
Mongrel
like that,
and
but
Mr. Savage died.
Even now, that
So,
puts them in
Peterbot
an
and
even worse
Boyo win.
position, right? They have no mats to work with here. It's going to all come down to gunplay, gun skill.
Yeah, but where they don't have mats, they do have accuracy. Peterbot gonna find
mean,
another
yeah.
elimination. Actually, no, it was cleaned up instead by Batman Booga, but Peterbot still, he wanted the body for the loot. Won't get a chance to actually make his way
2v2.
through. Booga now.
Booga and
underneath
Aviv.
with
Ooh, it's a good
They're the
2v2.
only thing standing between Peterbot and Boyo and this next victory royale. Instead, Booga
Oh,
and Aviv,
it's-
they want to take this for
oh, it's-
themselves, but Booga.
Oh, W double
falling
team.
incredibly
Oh,
low here.
1v1.
Gonna find himself with no
The
shield.
World Cup
No
champion
chance to keep
against
this
the best
one
player for right
going.
now, and Peterbot wins. Yeah, I mean,
Peterbot's just better.
Peterbot hits the tags in the end. Booga was so desperate trying to grab those mats.
nice.
And at least he secured the elimination. Those points do tend to add up, and he needed them more than anyone in that game. But Peterbot and Boyo winning a game here is going to
Yeah, that was a
tell
crazy
us
in-game.
that they have very likely closed the gap
Very.
that was starting to be built by Vino and Clicks. And not to mention, they also were very much a big part of Vino and Clicks falling this game. Just look at how they started to dismantle this entire lobby here, looking up to high ground, snatching things away right from underneath the hands of Mongrel and Mr. Savage there, and then turning this into a scrappy
Oops, my bad.
2v2. Aviv and Booga had every opportunity
Yeah,
to win this fight,
2v2,
but unfortunately
crazy.
lose their ones there. Boya put so much damage to Booga there. Look, right camera peek. He gets the win, and Peterbot and Boyo take
Peterbot and
game
Boyo.
number 10 now, locked and loaded there.
And yeah, it's just so tragic as well if you're sitting from Clicks and Veno's perspective, because they had an okay game. They had a good one even, some could argue, but Peterbot and Boyo just had a fantastic lobby here. It's
Yeah,
all
I
going to
mean,
come down to the
Peterbot and
final hour. It
Pollo
feels like MDF, but we'll find
gonna
out what
win,
that leaderboard's
probably.
looking like right after this short break.
Easy. No, one game left, I think. Or wait, no. No, 2 games, I think. Yeah, that was crazy, Ripper. Ripper, what is BLZ? I've said this like 20 times. You and Torch. Yeah, coming up. Okay, yeah, so game 11's coming up, yeah. Oh. That's crazy. I love E for what did he do wrong? Why does everyone hate Peterbot? Because he cheats? Okay, doesn't everyone? I got pissed. Looks great. I'm done with Peter Cheater. I think everyone is. Everyone hates Peter Box Arena. It's staged, yeah, for real.
I have one question. What is going on? Peterbot, Pollo, come out with a victory royale here in game 10 of 12. 2 games left to go.
Let him hack
Who
it.
is letting
Bro,
them get
what?
victory royales, people? 9 elims on the duo. We are jumping up to 641 points. They want to keep the Axe of Champions. They are looking to get the back-to-back. They must defend this title, Vivid. That is what they're doing here. They're putting everything on the table and say, we are not going to give up. We are not going down without a fight.
I mean, a couple of slow games. They're back-to-back 20th places for the duo. The questions started to come in. Are Clicks and Veno going to run away with this one? And then the instant answer, the victory royale, 9 eliminations worth so many points. They just established a lead on the
That
leaderboard.
it's crazy.
Peterbot and Pollo, they're just too good. You can't count them out.
They didn't even claim Rift Island this game. They were there, but they weren't able to get the loot. In fact, that was going to be Acorn and Cole that were able to take that away. But Peterbot and Pollo, once again, waiting for the exact right time to take height, drop down, go for the eliminations. It was Booga and Aviv trying to fight against Peterbot and Pollo in the final moments. And
That was a
we
crazy
all
2v2
thought
though.
it was going to be Booga's game, 1v1 with Peterbot and Booga. And Peterbot, being Peterbot, gets the final elimination. I cannot believe what we are witnessing right now, Zeke.
I wanted Booga to win that, right? 5 years ago, he wins Fortnite World Cup. It's like so poetic, right? That is what he was channeling there with Aviv in those final moments to take it to a top 2, to take it with so many eliminations there. Booga and Aviv are also looking for spots, the global championships. Let's take it to the standings. We only have 2 games left to go here,
up by like
and
100
NA
points.
is going
No,
absolutely sicko
not by
mode
100, but
right
yeah,
now.
Peterbot.
Look at this top 3, okay? Peterbot, Pollo, they finally said, Clicks Venno, y'all need to step aside. But trashy threats are also here. Batman, Booga, and Rapid are moving up. Acorn and Cold are looking to strike as well. This top 10 right now is so crazy fluid. Now, obviously, Peterbot, Pollo, 641. They're so far ahead of everyone else. But second, down to 10th is still super close. Remember, Victory Real is 100 points.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about clicks in a minute, right? Because now
Of course
the
we do.
story completely switches up. Contested at their POI, right?
No!
And I keep saying,
No!
their early game like strategies, they keep getting messed with. I mean, last game they had to reboot. This game they had to deal with a surprise contest, and they're still making it to the end game. I seriously, like, not even kidding you. I have
Who
no
do I
idea
wanna
how they're
win?
going. I can
I mean,
feel like, wow.
I don't really
Game was
care.
terrible for them. They're so far behind on the
I mean,
rotations. Obviously,
I won't be
rotation
mad if
isn't
like
going to help
Clicks
them.
and Reno
They just
wins. I mean, I don't really
keep
care
making it
much.
work. I don't know.
I just feel like Clicks and Venom are already
Wild if
glazed
you look
enough.
at the
Like,
placements
if they
that
win
we're seeing over
FNCS, they're
these
just gonna
last
be
3
like,
games, for just how top-heavy the
like,
competition's become.
this-
Acorn and Cold getting a 6th, 1st, and 6th. Trashy and Threats getting a 2nd, 3rd, and 8th. Oh, Peterbot and Pollo, that's fine. They got a 1st place and a 3rd place. Batman, Booga, and Rapid get a 2/3 and a 5th today. Everyone is pulling out all the stops. Everyone is no longer fighting for top. I think we're at top 12 right now, depending on who's in the leaderboard. Everyone wants this 1st place spot. And although Peterbot and Pollo do have just a bit of a lead, we can see how quickly the tides can turn in this competition.
You talk about tides turning up on the high ground for a moment, right? Mongrel,
Here we go.
Savage, they have height. They're looking it down. And then
Yep.
Batman, Booga,
Yeah,
and Rapid
Mongrel.
decide, we're going to take the fight to height. It is time. I also have Booga in my name. I am also a GOAT. I will look to fight for this right to go to the Global Championships. These guys are also popping off. I mean, the fact that so many different storylines are all happening here, like, most of the time, you know, we have a few duos, like, oh, there's 2-3 duos leading the pack. No, this has been an all-out brawl across the board, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're going to be watching Batman Booga right now, but I got to go ahead and mention Booga. We already talked about him, but throughout the days so far before this game right here, Booga and Aviv had picked up a total of 18 points. 18 points over the course of 3 games, with that 4th game right there, bumping themselves back up in the top 10, getting into that kind of global championships qualification spot is awesome. And yeah, you were right, Kelly. We're looking at top 12 right now because we have 2 teams that are already qualified for global championships in that top 10. It's going to be top 12 as it stands right now.
Baka
Top 12.
and Pars currently in 12th place. We saw them get the
Oh my God,
back-to-back
Baka.
victory royales yesterday, but slowly slipping
Dang,
down
they got
the
back-to-back
leaderboard,
wins
currently
yesterday.
at
That's
the precipice
crazy.
of which teams will be finding their ticket into the global champions. Come on, guys, we know you have it in you. And once again, looking at the top right here, and I know I've said this so many times, I'm gonna say it again. Batman, Booga, and Rapid, and Bryce and Bolts deserve so much credit considering the fact that they're in the top 10 with 1 less game played than all the other teams.
I'm going to
They
pass
have-
out, okay? I'm going to pass out.
How do they have-
We have 2 more games
Yeah.
to go, okay? Like, if you can't tell by now that this is the craziest grand finals we've seen yet, you need to open your eyes. Just look around 2 games left to go here. A top 12 finish as it stands right now is enough to take you to the Global Championships in September. The fight for the Axe of Champions is still alive and breathing and going back and forth with 2 games left to go. How does this all wrap up? MDF Taco, good luck. Good luck. That's all I can say. Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really
We
care
know that
about
there's
much.
a real battle on our hands, and we have a long way to go. There is still an hour of competition in front of us. 2 more big games, game-defining opportunities right now. I don't know which way it's going to go, Taco. I'm going to be honest with you, but my best bet is it's going to be a wild one.
Look, all I can say is that if my heart rate is going crazy just watching all the action that's going down, I can't even begin to imagine what it actually feels like to be playing in some of these final moments. But
I bet
we're
Taco
right
can't do
here
a
on
90.
the penultimate game, as some would say. MDF, lobby number 11, ready to roll.
You know, the best part about all this, even regardless of how, who wins this grand, finals right now, we're going to see Clix and Vino at the Globals. We
Vino.
already know that. They have more than enough points to remain well inside the top 10, as do some of the other teams that are now in this final race for a podium.
Everyone
finish
wants to
spot.
Clix.
Who
Everyone
will
wants
remain
Clix to
amongst the
win,
top 3? Who's
and
gonna
everyone
take
hates
that
Peterbot.
global
That's
Axe of
what I'm
Champions?
gaining from this stream.
This FNCS Axe of Champions, it's going to be ridiculous to watch play out. I'm excited though. Game 11's here. Things are just getting started, and we know that Clix and Vino in particular are being straight contested, right? Like, and this is a super surprise to them. Very interesting though. Maybe the team actually backed off because they touched down first. So Vino's got full visuals on what's happening here. No, he actually lands a little bit short, gets a weapon, and
Why
what
is he
happening
going
here?
up there?
He's gonna key into what is seemingly a pickaxe battle. This is so aggressive, but he wants the points here. Beautifully done there. He ends up closing it out, but oh my gosh, talk about a close call there.
There was...
Veno just doesn't care. I mean, he does, obviously, but that is exactly the kind
He's
of
lucky that he's good
pressure
at the game.
player moment that we are just so familiarized of witnessing.
He almost sold because he whiffed the
from
first pump shot
Veno.
too.
And look,
That'd have been funny if he
you're
lost
going
that.
to be at Globals, sure. This is about so much more than that, though, for Clix and Veno. You're looking at Clix trying to secure his first FNCS title. Veno on the other fold, stemming all the way back to the Dropspot Talk Show, saying, I will bring him his first win. And yet, here they
Bro, they're gonna lose the 2v1. I already know. They're losing the 2v1.
Claw through the sort of barrier of points that Peterbot and Poyo have been able to establish in that 10th lobby. But this is everything to those two, and it is so obvious. They are truly giving it everything
actually,
they've got. And they're not the only ones. That's the craziest part.
Okay.
And it really has been back and forth. The lead falling either into the hands of Clix or the hands of Peterbot right now. Obviously, as it stands, they are trailing behind. But look at this. Olive Roji and Kreese end up coming through just in the nick of time to go ahead and win that one. That's going to be 2 eliminations for them. Put them at
We'll take a quick little item shop break
because
it's going to be 10 minutes and this game's going to...
A win can
Reed
surely
died. I saw
put
that.
them in the conversation for a top 10 spot, but that's going to be
item
difficult to do amongst, how consistent these players have been. Our top 4, right, when we were kind of going through that leaderboard, we're rattling off exactly what positions these teams have been, ending in. And they have all remained, scarily consistent inside of the top 5 for 3 or 4 consecutive games now. Just impressive work and impressive to do against one another, right? Like, just given the weight of the competition right now. So it hasn't been any better than this. This is as competitive as it gets, and we are going to be in for a shakeup. So let's see it.
And I think it's so easy as well to kind of fixate on the conversation between first and second with Peterbot, Poyo, Clix, Veno, but I also want to draw some attention towards that 3rd place spot. Trashy and Threats. They have seemingly just been on this massive come up, right? And they've been holding strong. steadily but surely working their way up with points.
Steadily
They've
but
still got
surely.
a decent amount of ground to cover, especially after that last performance from Peterbot and Pollo, but I don't think you can count them out by any measure. It's not that unreasonable to believe that they are just 1 or 2 plays shy of having their standout super pop-off game with eliminations, and I'm just expecting to see some craziness unfold in these last 2 lobbies. And already, you can see Threats getting a little active in that Elim feed, but honing in on Reckless Railways right now. Blaha and Mixon, they're in a really tough position because saw them sitting at right around that 19th place on the leaderboard. Keep in mind, this team, sure, they said, hey, we're on vacation.
Yeah,
in the
Peterbot is probably
States.
gonna win Sway.
We're gonna be playing with 0 ping at least in Texas, but if they don't qual, that's kind of tragic.
Well, we were
It's kinda
just looking
tra-
at
He's announcers, right?
today's
He's
earned
announcers,
placement points.
pretty
Blaha
good.
and Mixon are, or would have been top 10
That's
already.
tragic.
So they are playing like they deserve their spot at the Globals. However, yesterday's performance is what's holding them back. So they're going to have to play above and beyond to make up for all those points. And with 2 games left, there's still a
nice double
possibility to do so. But look at this. Threats and Trashy cleaning
Alright,
up
cover cap,
house
by the way.
right
Alright,
here,
alright.
sweeping the
Ooh,
dust under
get
the
it.
rug, finding Flappy, jumping on over onto Evan here, and it's just nasty work. That's going to give them 2 eliminations. They are already very much up inside of the race for first right now. 2 elims is a huge point swing, and that's 2 elims that go to them and 2 elims, you know, that otherwise would be cushioning Clicks and Vino's position, given that
Everyone's
that's
just
the team that
hiding
was
right now,
contesting
okay.
them. So that is also going to make a difference as we see kind of the push and pull dynamics go down here in game number
Why do you
11.
do that? He doesn't have 3 dashes. Oh,
Here's a
he
team that we
does.
can't count out, though.
What?
Taco
What?
Rapid and Batman Booga, who have also continued to remain relatively consistent so far. 532 points right now is just such a strong position right now for the amount of games that we have in front of us.
And what makes it even more monumental is the fact that Rapid and Batman Booga, they're down a game. They missed out on a lobby in comparison to
Yeah, how does that even happen? How
all
did they
our
miss out?
competitors, right?
Like,
and yet
how did
they
they-
are still managing to
How do you just
elevate
forget
themselves
that-
to being in that top 5
like, what?
conversation. So
How?
Batman Booga, Rapid, definitely can't afford to take our eyes off of them by
Fighting in
any
the middle of
means.
nowhere. So is that
Looking
Red
in
Storm?
to
Let's
it,
go.
Yeah, going Quani, you've got going on. It's
Like,
Flow
what's happening?
trying to do what he can, but fortunately not going to be able to escape this time. Sigma, have to imagine he was also
Sigma, I have to imagine. Yep.
in the action there. But a nice conversion for
Couldn't have
elimination
found a
points.
better name to call that,
For
dude.
Yapko and Quani
Sigma.
overall.
Yeah.
Teams kind of just trying to filter through where they might be able to find their best fights. on
Ooh,
the
nice
map.
shot. Take a shot.
Love what we've been seeing out of Rise and Agers. Still so impressed by Agers' ability to play and perform as a solo. Here today, he's had a lot of moments where he's really put up the performance.
Didn't hit a shot.
Bryce and
Nice.
Bolt's one of the few teams that have taken that prestigious Victory Royale in a grand final setting. All of their hard efforts pushed them way on up to 488, still fighting for their global championship spot. And it's not over yet. We've seen what happens when a team gets a big win. They shake up the standings, they make it competitive. All of these teams are gonna have to perform up until the very last game in the last moment.
Just kind of taking note where Chance was at in comparison to Bryce and Bolt's location over there at Reckless Railways. Bryce Bolt's probably mindful of the fact that they've got another duo in their vicinity, but Victor V and Paper, one more time, just kind of continuing to circle the flaming boost hoop that's near their drop. It seems like they may have even spotted out the fact that there's Duke sort of just a little bit ahead of them on the horizon. Cold Acorn, Nitro shoulder bash through some of these walls here as Cold wants to get an angle onto Taysa, and he finds it. That's an immediate knock there. Now Yamzo left to fend for himself, but Cold is just on a rampage. He is not allowing even a moment of relief here for Iamzo. Cold gonna take this opportunity now to just fully eliminate Tayson. So regardless of what happens with Iamzo, best he can hope for is a play for the reboot card. Worst case scenario though, he gets eliminated outright. So he's gonna try to bail, but Cooper and Kanata from above looking to shut that dream down. Could be the end there.
Just to watch it, the way it kind of started. Look at this. Cold under the effects of Nitro,
That was a really
swings
quick
all
drill
the way
after the
around that
holding.
unlimited stamina, allowing to best Tayson on positioning there. And just
He's
like
so
that, they
sitting
find
here.
themselves those eliminations. And I also, you know, can we just give like credit, just really quickly, the fact that Clicks has also done this live, by the way, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
100,000 concurrent viewers, pretty much, which means millions
Blazing
tuning,
Clicks again.
you know, in and out over the course of a session is just
That's why I don't want
that's
Clicks
just
to win.
bonkers in its own, right? Like, to do what he has done already is just an incredible.
I mean, I guess I
feat.
kind of
That's
want him
just
to win, but
legendary,
like,
right?
bro,
So,
come on.
this is a performance that we've never seen captured in this way before, let alone, right, continue to be unfolding in real time before our eyes as we have these two games in front of us.
And right now, Veno and Clicks just gonna opt to use the campfire on this hill nearby, their initial starting point. You can tell they're basically the only team in the area, so if it's a dead side rotate that they're after, should be able to accomplish it. Problem is, we did see Evan and Flappy earlier on getting eliminated elsewhere, so those were points that
Clicks
could
is
have
showing
honestly
here.
been nice for Clicks and Veno to try and secure yet again.
There's a lot of people streaming this right now
At the same
that are like
time, though,
actually in the game,
I'm sure
but
they'll be able to make up for
Clicks
the
obviously has
surge
most
damage
viewers.
elsewhere. It seems like they've got a solid game plan mapped out for them to be sticking around inside of that storm as long as they were.
Haven't seen much of Raisin Curly. They've had a bit of a slow performance here today. Bryson Bolts have continued to pick it up. Dukes and Sphinx started off really, really strong as well, and they've continued to, you know, show themselves. Come to top 15, top 10. But here we have the traditional
Yeah,
approach
we're
to a
150
huge
degrees in.
surge base just outside the Reckless Railways.
I
Plenty
got,
of teams to choose
7
from.
right now.
However, they're all already situated. So if you didn't, you know, fight them on their way to the location, then it is very unlikely that you're going to get easy opportunities to find tags here and now. You just give it a moment. The surge will start to activate. Folks will start to figure out, okay, what do I have to do here? Do I have to fight? Can I sit this one out?
It's so obvious, though, that Dukes and Sphinx, their reformatted strategy heading into day 2 has paid off dividends. They were one of our teams where, if you looked at day 1, it wasn't, you know, completely chalked by any means, but certainly not the position that most teams would want to find themselves in, and yet they've managed to just bounce back
Batman and
heavy
Booga in a rapid
and
front
really
row. That's a first.
force their way into the title of contention here to pick up how they actually adjust throughout the course of these final
Finna
2
just kill
lobbies.
them,
Rapid
yeah.
and Batman Booga, though, they're trying to stake their claim to the capture point here at Rift Island. And I'm almost kind of just trying to scan the skies here, waiting for Peterbot and Pollo, Acor and Cole to sort of make their debut.
Look at this, Vino full on King into Miro and Pink here. Pink off to the side. Miro
Wow,
tries to double back
that's how
to
it
support his
goes.
teammate, but the damage is just way too much. And they rip him apart. Pink does escape there. Clicks wasn't able to finish the deal. However, they're going to be content with this entire
It's a good
refresh
spot.
here.
They got a lot of mad snow and stuff.
And not only that, I mean, they're center zone right now, so they'll have plenty to kind of work with here as far as solidifying a pretty strong structure if they so choose to.
Right, and I think in that moment,
They're
too,
leaving
Clicks
that
did exactly
spot?
what he needed to. He just
Really?
held Pink at bay. You could tell that
We
Pink was
sure?
trying to see if he could reunite, provide some sort of cover, some form of support there, but with the way that Clicks just kind of sat himself in between the two, that really allowed Veno to just have clean open line of sights onto Miro. nowhere for him to really escape either. It's really hard to try and actually build up when you're stuck at the bottom of that cliff face. So I just like the execution of the play there that Clix and Veno were able to pull off, and they've definitely left Pink in a very tough position
top right.
here.
Quick stat cold
Because
lanes,
is it
72% of
possible
his
for him
shots
to lap
immediately
back around
following an edit.
for
That's
Miro's
crazy.
reboot card and bring him back into this lobby? Sure, but now you're going to be a bit
Okay,
shambles
I'm
as
blind.
far as your surge situation is concerned, and that's not even factoring in the kind of distance they're probably going to have to cover to even make it into zone in the first place.
One thing I liked about what Vino did with all the excess loot, he's going to build that huge surge tower, I don't know if you saw it, and then go recap his material. So they're going to be in such a dominant position. We'll see how it ends up shaping out on the surge standings. Meanwhile, we jump back in with Bugha and Aviv here. Bugha and Aviv dropped the game today, and you can see that it's weighing heavily on their overall point status here. And that's because if you don't earn basically at least 100 points per game today, you are going to fall. You're going to fall fast given how consistent everyone else has continued and managed to be. Last game, though, was a great bounce back opportunity for Bugha and Aviv. So they've, you know, kept it competitive for themselves, if you will. But look at this.
Wait.
This is not
Peter
looking
Boss,
good. Peter
wait.
Boss is hurt here.
Wait.
Oil is down, and the lobby is firing in. He's running low on material now as well. But he's gonna
First
get
time
the save.
Peterbot and Pollo have been in a
And
bad
Quanti doesn't have time to jump down. Quanti
bad game.
is debating on options here, and he's gonna
First.
back off. And talk about a
Quick to let,
close
get it
call.
off and all that. Yep, now they're
If
perfectly chilling.
they would have fallen here,
If they died there, that would have been
what
yeah.
a story we'd have played out before our eyes.
That would,
Granted,
yeah.
they're not out of the hot water just yet. I know that they just managed to find themselves above that damage threshold. Quanti, however, he's in a really tough position. He was forced to kind of leave Yapko behind there, but Pollo and Peterbot just over this ridge. I saw Acorn and Cold, and they're not the only ones that could be lurking nearby. So Pollo and Peterbot, they could still potentially get caught out here, but it is going to be a lot more difficult to try and confirm an elimination onto one or a pair even after they got that refresh off of Yapko.
Fast to react there, but unfortunately couldn't time the drop. Bolt and Bryce, every time we tune in, position themselves high and mighty over the lobby. I like that they play like this as well. It's just a refreshing take. Still fishing for tags here. Zone's not too far off, and they're continuing to do what they need to remain relevant. Dukes and Finks on the other side. Very much neck and neck on the point threshold too. Like, look at that. They are just about equal with Bryce up top.
I think a lot of our teams inside of that top 10 sort of understanding they can't afford to have even the slightest stumble at this point, because then you're left with only one lobby to perform. And with the way that things are shaping up here, MDF, I could definitely see some craziness ensuing inside our final match of this weekend. Bugha and Aviv, though, they've traveled down from that north end of Classy Courts, spent a decent amount of time inside of the storm, and yet they still find themselves well above that damage threshold. So they have been able to converge on other players for that damage. Still, this lobby on the other end of the bridge, across from Reckless Railways.
Hey, the worst item shop ever.
Trying to see if they can get an opening onto Virgo and Shadow. Veno, they do have an ample amount of heals. The problem is, will they be able to get them off? They could even potentially get held here just outside the edge zone.
This is a fight that is definitely winnable, but Zeke jumps in, and you just never know once you start throwing the wild cards in the mix here. Like I said before, there's a reason I call Seek and Dash, in particular the Disruptors, alongside Nerface and Sid. They're just really good when it comes down to taking fights, taking battles, Blaha and Mixon are also a very scary duo to fight here today. If you just look at the points, though, as far as total earned points, you wouldn't figure them to be such a threat, but today they're playing like a top 10 duo and then some. So this is a very dangerous position to be in for Clix and Vino now, who have completely exhausted their heals. Look at that.
Clix and Vino.
And everyone in this bottom pocket here is very worse for wears right now. Blaha, though, does have a med kit to play with. He's got plenty of materials, so it was just a means of surge. And now playing for the zone here, it's going to go north. So this is good, this early reveal. They should be moving soon and not sticking around, so they won't be too much of a problem for some of the other teams here. But it's going to be the surge that's going to start determining a lot for teams here. Blaha and Mixon will have to fight.
They're trying to get some traction up this hill, but unfortunately, that heal situation rapidly dwindling, especially once those Storm Surge ticks start to come into effect. Paco gets knocked in the distance. This could be a much needed amount of damage here for Blaha and Mixon. It does cut the gap ever so slightly, but they're still 68 below that threshold margin. They need more. Shots raining in as well from Chubbs and Skittles on the high ground across the way, and they're not the only ones. Victor V, Paper as well, also holding a decent elevated position. So Blaha Mixon, they're forced to wrap around from the opposite end that they were initially planning to patch their way through. Threats, though, this is big. Threats is found on the low ground, but he clutches it up. Havoc nearly playing spoiler there. He might have done just enough, though, to ruin Threats' initial plans here to try and revive Trashy. If he can get this mech hit off, he does have enough to work with, but he might just have to keep it moving. I don't know if he's gonna have time. Doesn't look like the intention here is to go for the pickup any longer.
Yeah, there's still shots coming in. And then if you bring your focus to Vino and Clix, is not looking good for them. They are so hurt right
Vino and
now.
Clix are low.
And although they've earned 3 eliminations this game, tags are also coming in, and they're out of material. Crashback comes out. It is a desperate move to the dead side of the zone right now. Very, very close call for them. There's teams in front of them, but the
How did they not get
terrain is
shot
going to work
at?
in their favor. Now here's the question. Do they just sit and wait for an opportunity to come their way? Do they play for placement points here and now? But instead, it seems like the decision's being called out. They want this refresh. They have to get it, but no. Poffy and company make it up and over.
No, why is him out now?
Veno,
I mean, they're dead here. They
he's
can't do
still
anything.
got Source and Poppy in his sights,
Yeah,
but he might
that's
have to
unlucky.
change his mind. He can't
There
find
goes
that
Clix and
duel in
Veno.
time, though. That's going to be the end of their 11th lobby run here at the hands. Sphinx for 1 credited. Threats, though, 3 eliminations. And again, keep in mind, they were sitting at 3rd, entering this lobby. Threats trying to do everything in his power. He's going to catapult himself forward, front side of zone, but he knows he's going to have to stick to the low ground. He's trying to go by unnoticed. For the time being, he is in a relatively isolated position, but as these teams continue to move forward, that could be a very problematic position that Threats finds himself in.
Given what just played out, Clix and Vino falling in 20th, Peterbot and Boya still standing here and likely to run up plenty more points. Do we put it past Vino to land on Clix, make the call for Vino and Clix to land on Peterbot and Boya? The only chance that they have is to literally take these guys out of the lobby. There's about 50 or 60 points gapping them right now. So come when this game concludes and all the points have been tallied up, it's only going to become more and more worse if they remain standing here. Threats has a chance here to catch up, but it's not looking good. They're also going to get locked in position, so 2nd and 3rd for now won't move an inch, but Acorn and Cold are up top. They have a lot of room to go ahead and catch up now. Depending on how big of a game they can make out of this one, they'll be in the race for 1st place as well coming into the last game.
Like what Cole did there from the other end, make sure that they can
Acorn and
connect
Cold
from the high
again,
ground.
bro.
So now they've got their
Acorn and
pick of the
Cold
litter,
again
and
could win
Acorn's
another
gonna continue
game.
Tarping out, as you already called, good amount of material to work with as well, and they know that they have time on their side because of how much damage they already have above that surge threshold. They're just looking down, waiting for their opportunities. They see teams going for the rotates. Duke's gonna be one of the first ones getting lit up in the sky. These crash pad rotates. Now
Cold
seemingly
Acorn and Peterbot is gonna
impossible
be,
to go
oh
by
my
unscathed. Peterbot
god.
and Pollo though, they find Mongrel and Mr. Savage. Excuse me, it's just gonna be Mongrel on the low ground, but regardless, the
Peterbot,
damage is
Pollo,
done
and
here.
Cold and Acorn is
Taken
gonna be
out in
close game.
seconds. As Peterbot and Pollo, even though they don't necessarily have
I
the
feel like
biggest
Peterbot and Pollo
material
are too
count,
like
it might not matter. They
smushed
know they can
in everyone. I
smoke
feel like they're
play
gonna
this,
get focused at
and
some
they're
point.
gonna drop to ultimate low instead. They're just trying to clean up eliminations as they slide into them.
They're getting a lot of
This
kills
has
at the
been
same
the game
time.
plan the entire time. Every time they jump down,
Like they're gonna run
they
out of
just work
mats
their
at
way,
some
cut
point.
down the lobby from the low ground here. But look, Pollo's down. Peterbot's solo here. He will have to play this one
Yeah,
out.
Peterbot is solo. Yeah.
Continue. We're not inside the top 10 just yet, but he's got a lot of material to work with.
Look at
given the
Cold.
fact that
I mean,
he's
he's
on the
just
ultimate
spraying
low
down.
ground. Plenty of builds here. Meanwhile, high
You can see on the left
ground
side screen,
continues
there's
to
like
come
a
down.
ton of
Acorn and
people who
Cold
are
hasn't
low.
given up an inch here. They are
Taking a ton of damage to
keeping
storm
that
and all that
height
stuff.
very much distance from the rest. And look, the fact that the rest of the lobby hasn't even had a chance to look
Cold has a
up
lot of ammo too,
and
so
pressure them
this
back
is
tells us a lot. Peterbot slow healing through the zone, placement points slowly getting banked right here. He's in the
Oh, is he
700
dead?
plus
No, no,
point
he got the-
threshold.
yeah,
It's crazy to even look at those numbers. It's absurd at how much he has been able
mean, this
to
is just
earn
the
this
best
game
spot for
and
me to reset
continues
everyone.
to earn.
Ooh, it's
A lot
pulled
of
back.
competition
He
in
just
front
got
of him,
so
but Batman
lucky.
Booga Rap is still in the game. Sphinx, Duke's here. Muzz, Epic Whale still alive. A lot of teams that
Oh,
are
does not
fighting
pull
for
back at
global
all. It pulls
championship spots
kind of
are
up and
still
down.
here in the running.
Yeah, Cold and Acorn win. There's no
But
chance they
Acorn and
don't, right?
Cold, they're content to just let the rest of this lobby sort of cannibalize.
Yeah, a lot of
itself
people
for
are
them.
saying like just land
They're
on him.
still perched pretty up above everybody else. Rapid and Batman Booga trying to do what they can to work their way up. Instead, they're finding themselves modern
Huge.
Chop, Sphinx, and Dukes though.
Yeah, he's
they're
just
gonna
gonna
get
get
shut
focused. He shouldn't
down.
have done that.
But it's too little, too late here. Rapid finds himself
Peterbot.
falling, caught in the
Ooh.
crossfires.
So,
Peterbot
Cold
actually gonna
and-
prosper, but it's only
yeah, GG.
momentary. Cold has dropped.
Cold and
Joining the
Acorn
mix with everybody
again,
else,
bro.
just playing that ultimate
Batman
cleanup crew.
Booga
It's only Batman
could pull
Booga
it
going
off.
for the medkit playoff.
Ooh, he has a lot of
I
med
don't know if he has
kits.
to actually take that back. He's got plenty of medkits
Yeah.
to work with.
He's got a lot of heals, and this is a 10 elimination game. They are going to be
If
in
Batman
the
Booga
race, by the way, for an FNCS
Acorn has a lot of med kits though. Yeah, he has
championship
enough.
here.
I think. Wait, Acorn
and
actually
Cold,
wins this.
I can't believe they are flying their way up the standings as well. This is going to go all the way through to the end. I love that he's going to crash pad very far
Yeah, I mean, he
away
won.
here.
GG.
Acorn,
Let's go.
Very, very smart play. Cold
Let's
is
go.
trying to make
Acorn
sure
and
that
Cold.
Batman Booga couldn't get the points, but it doesn't matter.
Again,
Acorn
second
and Cold
game
again
with the
will win this game. Their
1.5.
second victory royale now within a 3-span.
I
run
want
is just
Acorn and Cold to win, bro.
incredible.
Their teamwork is just
An incredible feat
insane.
to perform here on the day 2 of the grand finals.
Still gotta love the hustle there from Batman Booga. He had 4 medkits that he was trying to operate with for that initial heal off. Unfortunately for him, Acorn, yeah, he just played for the win there. He essentially knew, look, we understand the fact that he's hidden somewhere in all of these pre-existing builds. I don't have to waste my time hunting him down. I'm gonna
That
leave
plays in
that
fourth
up to
place.
Cold to play
Ooh.
Disruptor. And yeah,
What
just
happened?
able to solidify, confirm a second
man.
victory royale
That's
though, and
that's big for Acorn.
and Acorn and Cold have now,
Are they in first now?
without a doubt, in
No.
my mind, entered this conversation
No.
for a very real top of the
He has to be
leaderboard run.
second.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're going to be
Acorn
able
and Cold
close
have to
the
be
gap,
second.
but
Batman
only
Booga
time will
probably
tell. Well, listen,
third,
give us a
'cause
second.
they got
we
10
have standings.
kills.
We have points
And
to
then
start adding
Peterbot
up
and
here
Pollo
when we
fight
get back.
first.
We'll have
That's my
plenty of
prediction.
more Fortnite coming your way.
We're just gonna go to an ad break. Yeah, my guess is Peterbot, Acorn, Cold, Batman Booga, and then Clicks. Yeah, Pollo and Peterbot first. Yeah, that's what I thought. And that's probably Batman Booga's in second. Ooh, ooh. I thought Acorn would be because the 2 wins, but I mean, yeah, the 10 kill win is a lot. Acorn, yeah, third. That's crazy. Yeah, like, it doesn't, I don't know. I mean, 10 kills, though, it would make sense. It'd be really close. But they'll show it soon, so. going to here. I just get ads every time I go into a stream. Yeah, like he needs more money. Come on, bro. Probably. Okay. Yeah, Venice, no. Bro, I'm looking on Flix's thing. Someone has donated 3 million bits, 10k gifted subs. What?
I'm gonna pass
Huh?
out.
I'm
Gonna pass out. Okay? I'm going to pass out. Alright? This has been the craziest grand finals I think I've ever seen in my life. So many different things transpired in this last game. First, Acorn and Colt get themselves the victory royale. Let's just give them their flowers really quickly, okay? Acorn and Cold, don't forget, these guys have already qualified to the Global Championships. They're good. Right now, they're just playing for an Axe of Champions and prize money. This game was so crazy for so many different things. We'll get to that in a second. Vivid Kelly, I want to just highlight these guys first and talk about their win in Game 11.
I want to go ahead and highlight the fact that, guys, yeah, Zeke's literally out of breath. You can hear it. Like, he's been screaming at how these games are going right now for good reason. But yeah, Acorn and Colt, I mean, what is this day 2 resurgence? I mean, 6th, 1st, 6th, 1st, one final game, and they have just soared up the leaderboard. Where in the heck did they come from?
Yeah, man. You know, when we say day 2 teams, I wasn't actually expecting it to be this polarizing. Acorn and Cold.
Speaking of polarizing, where's Polarized?
Absolutely ham right now. 2
This is
victory
not good enough anymore.
royales and absolutely climbing up the leaderboard.
I didn't qualify, I
cannot wait
played.
to see the standings. We all know that Peterbot and Pollo, they are in first place right now after Peterbot's insane solo. What is he doing? How is he able to stay alive for so long? I don't get it.
I don't know. I don't know. We have a single game left to go here, guys. With 3.5 minutes, let's try and tee up everything we can. Let's take it to the standings, as Kelly talked about. Yeah, Peterbot Pollo, they are in first place by a big margin. All they have to do is hold on, and they will have back-to-back championship titles. Oh, and we're just going to leave that there, right? I just want to leave that there because these guys have had a crazy run. They are so deserving of it. If they were to win, right, the only way this could be up in the air is like they get eliminated off spawn. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, no, I mean, you gotta, you always wonder, like, what can really happen to this duo. I mean, Pollo goes down, and then it's like Peterbot's live. He's just literally crouching around builds. He uses like 3 med kits somehow. And I was like, dude, like how many points has this guy put up as a solo?
4-minute delay is crazy.
Between both days combined right now. If you take a look at the leaderboard right now, that would put them almost around like 600 and some odd points. They would be in like 5th place right now or something like that if it wasn't for the solo points that Peterbot himself has picked up. Incredible work by him.
Speaking of incredible work,
Say it.
Veno. I know. I see it. Click
Say it.
Veno. They go down 2 placements.
That's
They're in
awesome.
4th right now. But Veno going for the 3rd party by himself and getting an elimination is absolutely wild. Oh gosh, Vivid, I can't even speak right now.
I mean, yeah, this duo, I'm not gonna lie, they have gone through a lot throughout this grand finals, throughout this past week, between trying to try new things, finding out the day before grand finals that actually their original strategy is going to turn out very, very well. Yeah, in grand finals, it has been working out very, very well. But now all the other teams are like, listen, we're not doing so well. We got to switch up our strategies. Let's try landing on them. Let's try landing on one of the hills that they love fighting for. And still, time and time again, they continue to overcome. Yeah, it's probably slowing them down a little bit in terms of the race for the grand finals win. But still being up here in 4th place is seriously impressive.
Batman Booga, Rapid have moved up 2 placements. We talk about impressive. Oh, what on God's greeners are these guys doing? Batman, Booga, Rapid are just putting on a show. Kelly, that's what I was meaning when I was going to say it.
Oh, you know I am here to support Batman Booga and Rapid. Batman Booga, now the prime Booga of the competition. He's going to have to change his name or something because he has just been on a tear today. They do such a good job on the low ground, just being so smart with the engagements that they take, grabbing Elam after Elam after Elam. It is wild that they have been able to climb up so far and sit in 2nd place, practically the only team within reach of taking away the 1st place spot from Peterbot and Pollo. But that is such a difficult feat to achieve, and I don't know if it's in the cards for them today, but I really hope it is.
Zeke, one final game literally separates not only us from a champion, but also let's keep in mind those global spots. Right now, we have 2 teams already qualified the globals in that top 10, so we're looking at top 12 right now. 441 points. It's actually a 42-point lead over 13th right now. Victor V. Paper, Aegis Rise, hold on.
Anything could happen. The last game of FNCS Grand Finals in North America. Everyone.
We need new
find your
announcers,
seats.
bro.
Grab the
Nah.
popcorn. Don't pass out. I'll pass out for you. It's fine. We do this one last time. Acts of Champions on the line. Prize money on the line. And then a top 12 will be moving on to Global Championships. Taco, MDF, best of luck. I'm passing out for you. Go on.
Yeah, we have a lot to look forward to. Obviously, there's going to be this race for the FNCS Grand Finals winner, and then holding on. Who will hold on for their land spot, right? That's the next big milestone here. Taco, with the last game in front of us, I really couldn't say what's going to happen here.
Yeah, especially when you were looking at that secondary page. I mean, I caught sight of Tayson and Yamzo of all duos just outside the threshold. So we'll see whether or not they'll be able to punch their ticket to that global championship, because the final lobby, game 12, is here.
Don't need to second guess yourselves anymore. Game 12 of the Grand Finals is here. And after 2 incredible days of competition, we finally get to see who will lift that FNCS Grand Finals win for the North American region. And this season in particular has been so special, given how many teams from Europe have entered into the fray here. And not only did they enter into the ecosystem, they qualified their way to the grand final stage, really showing you how great the player base truly is here. And one thing to note, one thing we really got to never forget is that if you are in this lobby right now, I mean, you are one of the best players in the world to have ever done it. So everyone here, is a winner in some way or another, but to get to that next step,
Eat a
you're going to have to
wiener.
dig very, very deep here. Vino and Clicks, right, to continue this little bit of a conversation we have going
Peterbot's
on
about to
here,
die to the
finally
bots.
kind of earn their drop spot back.
That'd be
From
crazy if they died to the
team that was
boss.
contesting
Ooh.
them. Peterbot and Pollo have never stopped having the freedom here at the Red Line Rig. And we know, right, Taco, explain to the viewers why this is such a strong drop spot. Because this is not the first time they've had a very good drop spot for
Wait,
themselves.
Peterbot's actually about to die.
It's exclusively that machinist medallion, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Mythic Combat Assault Rifle is also a treacherous weapon in the hands of Peterbot, but the fact of the matter is, the Machinist Medallion is the only medallion that can be efficiently shared between a duo. Unlike having infinite nitro or infinite ammo, where seemingly only one player is ever going to benefit at a time, as long as Peterbot and Pollo stay at least within a box reach of each other, essentially, they'll be able to share 75 shield regeneration, and even better still, it's 5 shield a tick. And that alone, it's just so much more impactful. It makes it so much more difficult to actually try and challenge Peterbot and Pollo, whether it's a play for height or just an overall box fight. Teams just struggle to find a quick closure, and the longer time to elimination takes, the higher the odds of a third party entering the conversation, the higher the odds of Peterbot and Pollo simply out-sustaining you. And that's not even factoring in just how strong they both are individually, mechanically speaking.
Yeah, it's like having a souped up slurp juice round the clock. Like, it's crazy. The little things. But here we have it. Game 12 is already underway, and I could, you know, again, we're ahead of you guys. So I could already see the rumblings coming as these fights are going to start
Clicks better
to
not
make
die
their
off
way
spawn.
to
Ooh,
the
that'd
air.
be
Let's
bad.
see it here, though. Clicks and Vino keying the first team next door. It is going to be Xsets, Edgy, and Death. Already Vino's pushing pretty heavily on the opposite side of the wall here. Clicks pushing in on the other wall, trying to see if there's a couple of points here to be earned.
Veno and Clicks know they don't have any time to waste. They have to just start converting points, even if it comes out of thin air. But Edgy, Death, doing a decent job at scrambling from the low. Veno's gonna drop down to their lair while Clicks continues to pressure from above, but Clicks, Veno, despite having a split angle approach, they haven't really found any confirmed openings. I say that, then noticing Death shield falling relatively low here, and Clicks with that Flowberry Fizz, but that pause to recuperate his own shield is gonna allow for both Edgy and Death to regenerate some of theirs as well. No third-party action involved into the mix just yet, though, as Edgy continues to crouch around, continues to see if he can find a little bit of a flank position here onto Clicks. He's got to be careful. Clicks from overhead goes for the side jump, and Edgy gets some decent shots into him. But Edgy immediately going to converge back to his original position, side by side with Death. Both of these duos not really seemingly, they don't want to budge.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's going through Vino and Clicks' mind here. Is Vino thinking, with how much of a gap he has to close here, you know, onto the likes of Peterbot and Pollo, do they want to just find a lot of elims? Do they want to key the lobby? You can see that that's not going to be easy by any means. Even though Edgy and Death, you know, arguably on the leaderboards are so far behind them, that does not equivalent to, you know, it's not equivalent to a free elimination by any means. And that's gonna be the problem, right? That Vino and Clicks are in store for here. How do you earn that many points? How do you earn so many points that you fly past out of 4th place and get into 1st? It's like you have to take out your top competition, or it's gonna be impossible to do so. And that can be said for all these teams. This can be said for Trashy and Threats as well. And by the way, we're gonna have to give a lot of credit to teams like Trashy and Threats, who came together and managed to make lemonade out of the lemons that they were given earlier in the weeks here, because they've put together a bomb squad from the past, right? Kind of reunited here, and they're popping off once again like the good old days. So really fun stuff we're watching unfold here.
Yeah, especially when you also factor in that Trashy and Threads, they were one of our more last-minute type of duos to even develop. Mongrel and Mr. Savage, though, they're in a world of hurt currently at the Shipwreck Shallows. Mongrel trying to scramble, but that's going to be the end of it. Their story has concluded. Mongrel and Mr. Savage will not be at the Global Championship, but they have had an incredible journey. And I think if you compare Mongrel in this major to the past one, he should be very proud of the steps that he has taken to elevate his gameplay, because this is not an easy means to come back to competitive play after taking a little bit, or I say a little bit, but a pretty long stretch of a break.
Yeah.
And yet he's still able to compete. It's incredible.
Yeah, it was a very lengthy break, and for him to bounce back like you just mentioned, I mean, he has only gotten better, and I think he will continue to get better. So I hope he keeps his head up, and I just hope he keeps digging deep and practicing, right? There is so much potential for him to continue to do well. The leaderboards you're seeing on the side there are updating, and already our 12th place spot has fallen, which means there is a position open this game now for a new team to enter into the conversation of attending the Global Championship as a player. And those teams could be Baka Pars, Japquequani, Kanata Cooper. There are many, many heavy hitters on the line here. Iamzo Tayson, right? There's so many teams outside of the top 12 bubble. And we say top 12 because there are 2 teams inside of our top 3 that already are qualified, so they cannot take a spot away from anyone else. Those spots go down the leaderboard, so it's top 12.
I'm more so looking towards Baka, Pars, Japquequani, and the Iamzo Tayson discussion. Kanata and Cooper are chilling, but I think that for Yapko and Kwani especially, these guys have definitely had to overcome a lot of turmoil, and they're trying to confirm a couple of eliminations right now, yet again, onto Flo and Sigma. But Flo and Sigma, they're just looking to try and essentially bide their time. They know that if they sit here long enough, Yapko and Kwani, they might just feel a little bit more pressure to try and get a move on, right? The teams don't want to get caught out of position, but on that same fold, Kwani, Yapko, they've spent enough time here now. Once you have that sort of time investment, you kind of have to confirm eliminations for that surge damage.
Yeah, they could easily be overstaying their welcome here, and now I think they recognize that as well. And given, I like that they move now, because they're moving now that they've exhausted all of their wood, right? They didn't really use too much of the heavy materials, but they're like, all right, we went through all of our wood. We've been here for a while. The zone's already revealed itself. Let's get going. And I think that's a good indicator that it might just be time to give up and get a move on it. Meanwhile, Trashy and Threats up against Chubbs and Skittles. These are very much teams that are super familiar with one another. And actually, I'm just looking at it. Threats right now. Trashy was knocked by Evan just moments ago. And that's a big deal, given the fact that they're in 5th place right now. This is a very, very relevant team. And this is a very critical moment for this team. And quite honestly, how much money they're going to make. They're top 10. I mean, they're there. They're chilling.
They're actually going to 1v2.
But those dollars are going to literally melt away if they can't clutch up and stay in the game right now at this point.
Yeah, that could also be a nice break for Clicks and Venom if you think about it, because Threats, Trashy, they're the ones trying to encroach on their position, and Threats, he's not going to be able to keep this run going. 6th place now with a very real opportunity to try and overcome that top 5. Flappy and Evan are going to shut down Trashy and Threats in our final game of Major 3 Grand Finals. an insane feat when you really think about it. Evan and Flappy have not really converted many wins on the day in general, but they're playing spoiler at the most critical times for more than just one duo on the matches here today. Baka and Pars, though, trying to do what they can to recover, considering their current position on that leaderboard. We'd already highlighted earlier, they are just outside of that top 12 conversation. But one promising feature, I'm seeing these forecast towers kind of lit up around the map. I know I saw one for Clicks and Beno earlier on. Have to expect that they were able to confirm
these guys have the best name
that
in the
forecast
game.
tower knowledge, and
Yeah.
maybe with it, I think one thing that I could make for a really interesting approach for Clicks and Beno is if they actually opt to go to Rift Island this game, because that is somewhere that Peterbot and Pollo have consistently been traveling to. And if you want to try and take destiny into your own hands, one of the only times that you're ever going to really have that open opportunity to actually engage Peterbot and Pollo is when they are at
Peterbot's
Rift
cheating.
Island.
I
And you
mean,
know that they like to
I think
go
he's
for it
cheating,
consistently.
but I also feel like everyone else is
Teams
cheating.
that are very much fighting for the same position.
I mean, I'm sure he uses
Jason
DMA.
and Kanata
I mean, everyone uses DMA, really.
Exchange a couple
So,
tags,
like,
couple shots.
probably, like,
And then back off one another. Given that
I mean,
Cooper
all these
Kanata
people probably use
positioned up first,
DMA.
they're gonna respect that.
Even in Zero Build, a ton of people use DMA and all that. So,
What
I mean,
separates them
yeah, I would
is
say they all
essentially
use
one
DMA.
end game. Any of these teams in the top 16 secure an end game, they are pretty much.
They probably
locked it in.
aren't right now. Like, they're probably not.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just
most
like I
people
said
who
with
are,
Cooper
like,
Kanata, they're the only ones
like
that don't really
Tayson
have
right
as much
there.
to
I'm
lose
sure he
aside from
has
prize
DMA, and I'm
money.
sure he
Keep
uses
in
it
mind,
off stream, but like
third
right
place
now,
finish
since like it's like a
in
big
Major
thing, he's
2.
probably not using
They've
it.
already
Peterbot though,
confirmed
Peterbot probably doesn't care, so
their
he probably
spot
is
on the
using
battle
DMA
bus
right
for
now.
the global championship, but obviously everybody would like a little bit more money to go with it. So can't ever count out Cooper and Kanata by any means. I'm sure that they are still going to do everything in their power to force their way into that top 10 conversation. But again, it's not an easy means.
This is what I'm expecting. You know, your teams inside the top 10 to play way more passively this game than
Even
any
though
other.
Threats tried to
And
1v2,
then
but
Peterbot and Pollo to actually have
Peterbot and
the
Pollo.
opposite effect, given that they already have a.
So I guess
winning
Clicks and Beno
seat,
have
and they're
have
in the
already
lead
figured
by
out
a
that they're not
significant
winning.
amount.
Because if they didn't,
So
if
they
they
can be
try,
just
if
as
they like tried to win, they
destructive
would have
as they
just like
want,
landed
and I
on
think
Peterbot.
most teams are going to
But I
shy
mean,
away from a challenge right now
I
because
guess
they're
they've
going to
kind of
be
accepted
more
the fact that they're not going to win, so they're going
concerned
to try to come aside
going
with
to global
possible, I guess.
championship and not
I don't
falling
know.
early. So
I
I
don't
think
know
it's
if
a very interesting dynamic that ultimately played out just now as we start bending
They
our
are
way
mad down.
towards the mid game of this game 12 right now. There's Victor V and Paper. They have a team below them. They have a crash pad ready, and they're going for it.
Yeah, Clicks didn't win.
Paper is sort of just leading the charge here. Got that elevated position, but Paper's going to drop, apply some pressure onto
Was
Havoc.
it the winner win? I don't even know.
Havoc and Cirque seem like they're struggling a little bit here, but Paper, it's like he's got a fire underneath his feet. He's trying to make sure that they can convert this into 2 solid eliminations. He's going to scramble
A
back
lot,
up, though.
Edwin. And a
His
lot
Rams
of
wants to
bragging
get up and
rights.
over this hill here.
Because, I mean, in my opinion, whoever
And
wins
they
FNCS is the
understand
best,
the assignment. They
are the
got
best players in the game.
a little bit of surge damage online.
I mean,
They're gonna head back
winning
into
the biggest
remains of
tournament
this
in
weapons
Fortnite.
bunker, and
I
while it
think
would
they'd
have
be
been
pretty
nice
good
to
in the
confirm
game.
those 2
So,
eliminations, Paper, Victor V,
I
I
don't
think
know.
that they also understand the fact they're in 11th place. They are on the cusp right now. They cannot afford for any mishaps. If they get eliminated here and now, it is very unlikely that they will remain
the IRL
seated
stuff
in
is
that
that
11th
that's
place
gonna be
position,
cool.
and even better
Obviously
still,
gonna stream that.
they're also another team that's
Well,
looking to
yeah.
try and elevate themselves 1, 2, 3, however many positions they can. They want it inside of that top 10 leaderboard.
Oh yeah, they've done so much in the last 2 weeks to build up, you know, their notoriety amongst the Fortnite community. Paper's always been respected and well known. He's a fun guy, but Victor V is kind of given that team, you know, this new lens to really look in on and you know, ask yourself, wait a second, do we have something special being formulated here, right, amongst a veteran and this very new up-and-comer? It's kind of how, like, that Cold and Acorn story kind of became as well, right? And Cold finally had his opportunity and took off, but hold up, back to the fight here. Batman, Booga, and Rapid. Rapid gets collapsed on by a team rotating just on their outskirts, and this is treacherous territory right here as well for them because they have a chance to win
Edwin,
this
I can check
entire
real quick, let's
tournament
see.
right now. And they cannot afford to burn material, burn heals in the
I guess
mid game
this
right
is it.
now,
Wait,
let
what?
alone fall behind on
Okay, that's it.
positioning here.
Um,
And they're backtracking. I don't know what's happening here.
140K,
They felt like they exhausted too many
I
materials,
guess.
so they're gonna
so
try to play the big brain play to like
70K
sweep
per person.
around, but oh no. They're getting spotted out here. He's gonna be forced
make sure it's live.
CS
to use the dashes. Good call by Batman Booga. But that could have went
I mean,
south
okay,
really
I feel like they're all
quickly there.
cheating, so like they can't ban all of them.
They're not out of the thick of it just yet either. So
Into
many
the thick
teams
of it.
kind of
Into the
dealing
thick of
around
it.
them. Yamzo, Tayson, though,
Oh,
this is
no.
a huge blow. Tayson is down. Yamzo, a solo south of the Nitrodrome. So much ground to
Nitrodrome.
cover. Does he? He has to muster up something massive here, and in fact, he's gonna
Yeah, man, I got you.
head back into the storm. It's a reboot van play that I think Yamzo is going to be hoping for here. At the very least, confirming the eliminations onto Virgo and Shadow is going to be a nice bump in points, but recovery tour if he's able to get Tayson back up and running off of the reboot.
Peterbot looking to clear up the visuals that are blocking up the line of sight here, and look at that. Very well worth it. Already reveals Booga, and it's smart of him to do that
okay.
now. Just look at the map, right? He
Uh-huh.
understands that
Uh-huh.
we're on the congested side. Team should be coming towards us.
Hmm.
And
Yeah, I
he
think
just
he's using his
doesn't miss.
DMA right
He's
now.
very spot on. Peterbot is on track to be easily, right? Easily the best amongst the best duos of any performers, right? In this entire 2024 year across all regions. Peterbot and Pollo are very much that duo right now. They're in that conversation. And I think you can put Cold and Acorn up there as well. If you just look at the points earned today by itself, Cold and Acorn would be in first by a long shot. They are outperforming even Peterbot and Pollo, which is
Yeah, I mean, he's
impressive
right. I
given
mean,
that they're 40
their
points
teamwork
ahead
is
coming into this
insane.
game. If it was just today, however, this is a two-day tournament. Now I'm looking at the feed right now. Boya finds one. Vino finds one.
Vino.
The big teams are still in it. Iamzo is holding on right now. And one of our bubble teams fall. Japco is out. Quanti is out back to the lobby. And their tournament run ends
Miro.
here and now.
People at the leaderboard.
Just can't
like,
help but feel for Yamzo in this position. He's so close, so many past circumstances. But as a solo, it is looking like a very tough endeavor. Batman Booga Rapid, though, these are some very much needed points if they want to try and overtake that first place
Yeah,
position.
they just-
But
I
it
don't-
also just hinges upon whether or not
They're just very
somebody,
consistent with
anybody
not
can
coming
shut
that high
down
up, like
Peterbot
top
and
5.
Pollo, who happen to be staring them
And Peterbot
down
and Pollo
from
have
across
just
the
one,
water.
and like
Just
a
outside
lot
of
of
restored
like
resources,
Batman Booga got a
Booga's
10
at
kill
least
second
gonna get
place
a
last
chance to
game, made
heal.
him go up.
2 more med kits still
Cold
in
and
tow as
Acorn
well.
won last game
That
and
is
got
the
him
last
like really
of the
far up.
shield
Like
resources.
they have
Now
2 wins
everything
now
else
in
is
this
gonna depend
tournament.
upon how much Flowberry Fizz
mean,
Rapid actually
yeah.
has available.
Peterbot and
He's looking
Pollo
to
have
cut
just
off
been
paper,
really
he's looking to
consistent,
cut
getting
off
high
Victor
kills
V.
and getting like
No tag's gonna
3rd
connect,
or
though.
something.
Crash pad
last
rotate
game.
is
I mean, it's just-
successful. And now Batman Booga and Rapid,
They're
they've
just
got to
better.
get a move on themselves. They're trying to keep it moving.
I'm seeing Nox happen right now. Nox on names that I don't want to see be down right now. And talking about that, Bryce is one of them for sure, but Iamzo needs those points way more than Bryce does as they're above them on the standings. That's going to open up more solos here. And I'm looking in the distance. I don't see Kanata. I saw Cooper there. A little glimpse of Koopa. Baka in pars.
Where's Bob,
Just
bro?
holding on
They're
right
like in
now.
last place right now.
And the mental
already died.
fortitude that you have to have
Like,
if you're Baka
they're-
and
they're, like,
Pars.
in last
You
place.
went back-to-back victory royales, and then you just started dudding out game after game after game, talking about 0 points earned, and all of a sudden you go from being in the conversation to win the grand finals to now barely holding on to go to the actual LAN event come September. It is just a roller coaster of emotions, and for them to still be holding on and make it this far, I mean, they made it to the end game. That's a huge, huge improvement over the last couple rounds. Yamzo still holding on, tries to go ahead and recycle this crash pad, knows that he can't just hit it face on. Very smart of him to swing around the side, and we
What
have
are you
been here
doing, bro?
before.
Go to
We see what
zone.
happens when the river comes into place. This is gonna start opening up
Why would he?
all types
Why
of
would he?
chaos,
Why would he do that?
and anything can happen now,
Just like
including
go zone.
the most unpredictable high
Dude,
ground
it's only
retakes.
one person. What are you doing,
Yamzo
bro?
just trying to defend right
Good
now.
play.
Ooh,
He's got
big
speaking
final
many.
to read here, and the finish.
Go
More
zone, bro. Why are you
points,
carrying
more
apples?
placement
It's not
points
gonna
for
do
him.
anything for you.
He couldn't have found that at a better moment. Gets a little bit of a mat refresh as well. Come on, Yamzo, just keep trekking forward.
Okay.
Everything depends on this solo clutch right now for his spot to the global championship. And Yamzo taking fate into his own hands. Blaha Mixon gonna fly right by him. You might have noticed Mixon get incredibly hurt on the way through, but look directly behind where Yamzo is currently fixated. Peterbot Poyo continuing to
Peterbot
rack up the
Poyo.
damage as well. They've only got one elimination so far, but realistically speaking, they are truly just in control right now. For as
this
to
zone,
the
oh
pacing
my
of
God.
this one, because
This
nobody
is
can
bad.
seem
This is bad. Turn
to
into a
match
zero building
them
game, bro, with all the
for where they're
dashes.
currently at.
Well, this is still a problem. They only have a single elimination, so there's room
Wee.
available, and there's a lot of players still alive. Clicks and Vino being one of them in that
Yeah,
mix
Cobra
there.
Kai.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid being the closest on their heels. They will have to outperform them by a long shot now through placement points
This is
and
crazy.
eliminations.
Ooh,
The time
wait.
is now. Booga's down.
I think
Vino's in the
Click's- oh, no,
water
no,
here.
no,
Sight
Click's
lines
not.
are open for
thought Click's
Batman,
dead.
Booga there. He didn't quite take the shot. They're more focused in on the rotation, staying in front of the zone, but they're starting to gas
Oh, who's
out.
that on
They're
hype?
starting to
Yo,
run out of
whoa.
material here.
Who was that? Haven't seen them the entire
Not the only
tournament.
ones,
Okay.
though.
And Peterbot Poyo are
Poyo
gonna make a play
smothered
for
a
it,
little bit
obviously,
here in
because
their
they're just
lair,
demons.
but
So
at the same time, look at the top. Vorteca and Paco from the high ground, just trying to rain down as many shots as
Yeah, this is
possible.
great.
So all these teams
Clicks and
getting
Vino
caught
chilling
in
at the
congestion.
bottom.
That slight
Down here.
hill causing so many issues for the teams underneath it. Veno Click's gonna be one of them at the bottom of that hillside.
Bro, look at this height. They're so far up. And they're chilling because, like, the water down here, they're just gonna get beaten though if they jump. But
They seemingly want to continue playing
Peterbot
from the
Poyo popping
back.
off in the
They're
bottom
trying to
left.
see if
I
they
mean,
can just
bottom,
catch
yeah,
any
bottom left.
stragglers
In the bottom
off guard
right.
Instead, now they're gonna make their move forward. Hazard Salmon dropping just in front of them. Clicks and Veno could have a box fight on their hands here. As Batman Booga, he's just trying to go for the solo make hit play.
Glitch just got a
He's
kill.
just holding on right now
Let's just-
while Peterbot finds an elimination there. So now they're
Ooh,
focusing
this is not
on
that
the high
height.
ground. Peterbot and
This is
Poyo
Vicky.
are
Oh my
taking
God,
down
this
the
is
high ground
crazy.
team right now. They might be trying to set themselves up for a victory royale and a victory lap on the lobby right now. And I'm just focused in on how they are pushing and decimating the lobby right now. Vino and Clicks are going for high ground, and we're seeing a
Ooh,
fight
Venom clicks.
for the ages right here.
Venom clicks on
Peterbot
high
will
ground.
give it up. They
Bro, I wish I had a
respect the
Ozzy
ground
Antics
over
stream
Vino
right now.
and
He'd
Clicks
be
have to dig so far
fire.
into the plays here to do something big to find the points. Poyo is down. It's up to Peterbot once again to hold on to the dream here to be the back-to-back FNCS champions, and Batman Booga is still holding on somehow as well, not giving up his position here. His second place hold is still alive at the moment. Acorn and Cole alive in the low ground as well, but it's going to come down to eliminations and a hefty amount, and the win here too. Heal loss are happening everywhere. Sight lines are open for Peterbot onto Clicks and Vino. Fight breaking out.
Dang,
Vino's
Peterbot's
down.
just
Clicks
straight
is
up
by himself
getting
now.
placement.
New high ground team is in, and I think Acorn and Cold are going to be looking to start to turn things around here shortly and capitalize
He's coming
here
back
and
in
now.
zone. Oh my God.
Clicks and Peterbot are both
Peterbot,
out of their
yeah.
wickets. They're both trying to fly forward, catch up with the rest of the lobby. Batman Booga, no heals remain. Tries to get another elimination.
Oh my God.
Peterbot does confirm one for
Ooh,
himself.
I guess
Hazard dropping. Peterbot down. Acorn and Cold.
Acorn and Cord might win this
Still
game again.
holding strong though. Same case scenario for Clicks
No.
Finally
Win,
eaten up
Acorn.
by
Please.
Cold, who also gets dropped
Don't.
simultaneously.
He just sold so
Sandman
hard. Oh my
could
god,
be
he just
looking
sold
to
so
scoop his
hard.
victory
That guy's in
out
last
from the
place.
depths.
Bro, Acorn actually
Desert
sold
and
so hard, bro. Are
Sandman
you
steal
kidding?
this one away from Acorn and Cold, despite how
Bro, are you
promising
kidding?
things were looking for them out
Bro.
on the low ground.
Acorn
But
sold
the
so
real
hard. They
fixation
would have
for
won
me
that
and
too,
DM
bro. That
is
would have been their
what
third
actually
win.
took place with our top 5
Oh,
on the
huh.
leaderboard.
Who was Sandman?
Stack 'em up.
Who is
They
that?
will
Who is
knock
that?
them
He has
down.
279
It just
points. He's in
doesn't
last
get any
place.
better than that.
He's in
Every
last place.
team who had a realistic chance and opportunity at being your champions was in that end game. Congratulations, though, in the end to Sandman and Hazard, who have rocketed their way up with a huge game 12. We'll
I already
see
know
if there's
somebody's
any
about to spoil, so.
significance to what place they will end this tournament in, Taco, but ultimately, that was an
it
incredible
updated?
game so far.
Yeah, I think that
Wait.
really they're just looking at
Oh
some
yeah,
extra
so Peter
placements
Bot's
for
one.
prize
I
pool,
think.
but
Is this updated?
were they able to play enough disruptor to our teams trying to fixate themselves inside of that top 12? I need to see what that leaderboard consists of, MDF. It's been an awesome time for
Yeah, I think
day
Peter
1
Bot
and
won.
day 2 here of Major 3 for the NAFNCS Grand Finals, but the ride to Texas, the final score count, all of it remains for Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly to break down.
Thank you so much, MDF and the best Taco. Just a fantastic set of games here in NA, and we can say without a doubt, it is confirmed, Peterbot and Pollo have done it.
Yeah.
The back-to-back has happened.
We run Pollo
Peterbot
again,
and
let's
Pollo,
go.
congratulations
Heavy.
once again. The Axe of Champions will not leave their possession, and they're taking that. They're gonna take that to the Global Championships in September as a big flex piece. Like, hey, we are the ones that want to take it all home. Congratulations to the duo. Vivid, they fought for it. It started slow, then it got out of control, and then they were the ones who came out on top of everybody else.
Without a doubt, had themselves on top of everybody's predictions. They were the ones that were going to secure the back-to-back FNCS in what has seemed like forever. The last ones to technically do it, Fuga and Miro when they were teammates between game modes, but now Peterbot and Pollo, duos. Chapter 5, Major 2, Chapter 5, Major 3, back-to-back. The domination, not only between these two majors, all three majors, the entire year, Kelly. Second, first, what a duo.
Every facet of the competition that you can analyze and judge, they do it so perfectly. They're able to take the best drop in Major 2 with the Grim coin. They're able to take the best drop in Major 3, and you wonder why is everyone letting them have it? They're not. Peterbot and Pollo just can't be stopped. Whatever drop they want to go to, they are going to get it because they will always win every off-spawn fight. When it comes to rotations, when it comes to claiming objectives, when it comes to rotating
Clickers
and
is
claiming
crazy.
height, everything they do is at an echelon that honestly
Oh yeah, I'm sure Peter
rivals
won.
that of the best competitors.
Bro,
in the
if
world that we have
if
ever
Acorn and Cold
seen.
won though, they actually would have.
And to just think, these guys are they are at their peak right now, right? We are going into a global championships with these guys in the front line. These guys who every other region needs to look at and say, how are we going to deal with them? We have a plan for our drop. We have a plan for our surge. We have a plan for this and that. The plan you can never account for is Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah,
Acorn
I
and
mean, I
Cold
even
won.
talked about it throughout this major, right? The maturity,
Oh, that's cat.
being able to actually
They did it, that'd
strategically
be
kind of
W.
reel themselves back and be like, no, listen, let's not just kind of ego our way and fight, brutally take high ground. Let's actually play this one strategically. Everybody's going to be going up crazy for the high ground. Let's reel it back a little bit. Let's play for it around 11.
39's
So
crazy.
I think that shows extreme maturity and shows that they are willing to have a set strategy going into global championships as well, which is why they are going to be
Can you
considered
show
one
the
of favorites in
leaderboard, bro? It's not that hard.
Listen, I like a little bit of ego, and if there is ever a duo that deserves to be egotistical, it is this duo right here. Like you said, second, first, and first this year. I don't even know what we can compare that to, especially to how
Who got
insane
last?
North America has
Oh.
been, not just this major, but all year long. We
No,
see
G Money did
how
horrible.
top heavy the competition is. There's so many incredible
Alex and Worthy also
duos.
did horrible. Nice.
You know, congratulations, Peterbot and Pollo. You absolutely deserve it. Anyone that wants to discredit you is just jealous because you guys have earned this.
Once again, congratulations to the duo. Let's take a look at our standings, because though we have a moment here to celebrate with them,
Here we go.
we also got to
Yeah.
remember we have 10 spots going to the Global Championships. Now, first off, obviously,
Peterbot and Pollo,
140K
let's go,
going to
Daddy.
Peterbot and Pollo. Congrats. I would love to hear, just take a moment, Batman, Booga, and Rapid. Man, I don't know
Batman and
where
Booga
these
was
guys
just like
came
they
from.
went
but
crazy.
This day
I
two,
do.
they've thank you, Kelly. Day number 2, they came online, you know, and they said, look, even if we can't win, we are gonna play for prize money. We're gonna play for the spots to globals. And man, you know, Kelly, they showed up in a big way.
They really did. And you want to know where they came from? Well, they came from
Loxy's
NA West,
cut-
all
oh my
right?
God,
and
Loxy,
they are
bro.
showing that they are not
It's 'cause you're on this one. It's 'cause you're on
I mean, you can
the
tell from the dedication
session,
from this duo right from the
Loxy.
start. Rapid
The
literally coming all the
alternative.
way down
Oh my
from
God.
Canada to be in zero ping in Texas with Batman and
Loxy,
Booga,
oh my God.
being able to compete on such a level that we've known possible from them. We saw in the Global Championships last year that there was an opportunity for them, and to finally get not the win but second place. This is the best performance
on,
I've
Pollo.
ever seen out of
GG.
them. Walking away with $90,000. I am so proud
Look at
of
the middle
this
four.
duo.
I mean, it's so
But
good.
Vivid, look at this top 10, man.
Oh, I'm going straight over to Acorn and Cold. $70,000. Third place, almost clutched up the second
Bro,
place.
if
This
Acorn
day two
didn't sell
performance
that,
from this
bro.
duo was absolutely
I wanna
absurd.
look,
And I was
so-
like, yeah, listen, I know their day one was not all that well. So I'm like, you know what, let me go
So
take
it'd
a
be
peek
plus
at how many points they had
16.
after those first 6 games of day number 1.
It'd be plus 16, hold on.
34 points. They ended the
It'd be plus
competition
16,
with 748.
and then, I guess,
600
12,
points were
right? So it'd be
accumulated
28.
from this duo just on day number
So
2
28,
to clutch up that
so,
top 3.
they
How
would've
in the
gotten
world
second,
can
too.
you ever count this duo out if they are willing to pull something like that off? Of course, winning an FNCS this year, getting 5th in major number 2, and now following up that with a 3rd place. Incredible run.
But what I noticed, though, Peterbot, Pollo, Acorn, and Cold, like you said, have already punched their ticket to the Global Championships. We're just getting the top 10 look right here. Victor V and Paper, Bryson, Bolts of Even, Booga, Duke, Sphinx, Trashy, Threats, Clicks, Veno going to be joining the top 3, as well as Muzz and Epic Whale. But who is going to be the final 2
Oh, yeah,
teams
who's
that's
gonna
going to be
be the other
joining us
one?
into the Global Championships?
We'll get there. We'll get there. But first, I wanted to talk
Bro, I
about
don't-
Veno and Clicks, right?
alright.
This duo coming together. They did not quite get the Axe of Champions.
Alright, that's enough. Alrighty. Wink, wink. Wink. Wait, what? How did that work? Huh? Alright, so apparently you guys are just gonna be able to see my screen, because I don't know what's happening. Anyway, cool. So it's top 12. Go to that. So who else? Oh, yo, Booga got it. Nice. Oh, wait, no, wrong thing. Never mind. Hold up. Azers and then Shadow. I don't even know who that is, bro. But yeah, so Azers, so Rise, Azers, and then Shadow. Nice. Oh my God, Koopa and Kanata got so close. Same with Iamzo. Oh well. Alrighty, chat. Well, I'm gonna end stream. Yeah, I'm gonna end stream. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys. I don't understand what's going on with this. Which one is? Okay, I'm just confused. I don't know why you can see my screen, but who won? Peterbot and Boya. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next stream tomorrow for the Zero Build Victory Cup. See you guys. Peace.